here at Mid-Pond Raceway Park and Events Complex. We've already had a qualifying going down thanks to Race Data Labs. We have the Wally system out. Our number one qualifier, Andrew Grindle, taking home with an 81, sitting in that number one spot, awarding himself a bye run. We got a few drivers with some bye runs, but we are about to get into our top 32. I'm Mike Perez. I'm joined by the beautiful Tara. Tara, update the internet. How has our qualifying happened? How is the rest of the day? Our drivers are in high spirit. I'm in high spirit.
I'm in high spirits too, man. It's a beautiful day. We had a little bit of a cloudy morning start. Thought we were going to have some rain, little slick conditions on the track. Honestly, it's been fantastic. So everybody's gripped up, ready to roll. Like you mentioned, we've had some car drama as per usual. Hannah Ammerson wasn't able to complete her qualifying, but she was actually able to pull through, had a drive shaft that needed to be welded. Her dad was able to get that taken care of, so she's all set. And as you can see on our screen right now, we've got Wally back with us for this round, as we had with us for the previous round. So if you're following along at home, you can check out data.racedatalabs.com. We'll be sure to put that link in the chat for you. But check out all. Go ahead, go.
This telemetry stuff is amazing. Our qualifying has been speed rolling throughout, and this is Andrew Grindle's number one qualifying spot. You are seeing that rear axle live trace with the rear wheels. Our judges and our Wally system are going off of the car's rear bumper. The wheelbase and the bumper length of all these cars have been calculated and calibrated into the Wally system, and you guys can see all the telemetry data between vehicle speed, average angle, rate to angle. There's a ton of telemetry data that you can get soaked up for yourself, and all of this is available not only to our drivers, but you guys at home. As Tara has just mentioned, data.racedata.labs. You guys can go through the entire qualifying, skim through all the telemetry, get all the data points you can soak up for yourself. And to be honest with you, it's what a tool for these drivers out here now qualified, going up against their battle buddies, if you will, in this tandem double elimination contest here for the big checks, the finale, the final round of Klutch Kickers. Congratulations to you and the Klutch Kickers team. The progression has been amazing. I'm stoked to come in here round 4. I'm excited to be back here at round 5. Thank y'all for joining us here on the internet. Thank you for joining us on the Klutch Kickers live stream. Big shout to Ben and the Drift Sessions for helping elevate the entire production. Also, we have our 3 lovely judges that are now having some responsibility. Zach Poloff, Will Parson, and none other than Ben Hobson. Over here making sure getting the drivers a hard or a great day, really depending on how well they show out today.
I've already heard Ben said he's not going to be generous. He's got some friends that are out here today. He's going to be bumping some elbows.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be knocking them around a little bit. But again, we do have the Wally system that's going to be here to kind of act as a little judging tool, give them a little bit of insights for things that they can't see, aka speed.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal tool, not only for our judges, but our drivers and the spectators that we already said. Make sure you guys show Race Data Labs a lot of love on the internet, social media, etc., as well as get signed up at Klutch Kickers. Follow us on the internet, get all the updates, and we got some cool announcements coming, not only today, but later on. It's, secret stuff. Secret stuff. All right, let's get back to our qualifying order. We had our number one qualifier, Andrew Grindle, taking that 81, getting away with that number one spot. Followed him by Mark Bellinger Jr. with that 76, and Adam Heisman with a 75 coming up third, followed shortly behind Dan Berquette, Taylor Hall, and Jake Clark. Also have names in there like Dustin Miles, JP Windham, Cabot, Cardoso, and Raheem. We got a laundry list of other drivers that are joining us. Qualifying is just a tidbit of what's going down.
Just a taste.
And now we got this double elimination bracket. This is the top 32. We got a few bye runs awarded to our top qualifying drivers. We got our drivers out on the track. We're about ready to get the action started here at round 5, $100,000 Drift Series. Thanks for joining us on the Klutch Kickers live stream. Tara, I am excited for all of it, and we have an award banquet today.
We do. Get a little snazzy. Gonna tux it up.
Dress up.
I am a little sad.
Shower,
I had this perfect 80s style dress. I mean, like poofy sleeves, everything. It came in to Navarre, where I live, today. So I'm going to have to improv. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I don't know. We were at Walmart last night. There was pretty snazzy, some Christmas dresses. I almost grabbed one. Yeah. And pantsuits, too.
So
big pantsuit fan.
You can wear the dress, and I'll wear whatever tux
I dibs on the pantsuit. It had pockets, dude.
See,
it had pockets. Where are you going to put your phone?
Women don't get that luxury. We don't get pockets. They don't
I don't know,
pockets.
man. We're moving up in the world, all right?
I think this is true.
We're all switching. I'm going to start wearing dresses as long as they got pockets. Anyway.
Well, if you are following along at home in the chat, do make sure you check out that bracket link. It is pinned to the top of the chat, as well as the Race Data Labs link if you want to follow along to see how these judges are scoring our drivers today, as well as follow along with some of the telemetry data itself. So do check out the chat. Interact with us. We're kind of monitoring passively. Obviously, all the action is on the track, so we're kind of distracted by these drivers here, but we will kind of interact.
I'm distracted by y'all. Y'all are cute, all right? I'm looking at you.
Don't let him lie to you. There's ducks right here. He's totally paying attention to the ducks.
There's ducks right there. I'm here for the ducks. All right, we've got our drivers out, parading out through our big round 5 layout. We have extended. We are on the normal rotation of the mid-pond.
Yeah, this is our typical layout. This is actually pretty close to what we run for our spring break. Sorry, I'm like yelling in the mic here. This is pretty close to what we run for our spring break bash comp layout. A little bit further set back, but about the same shutdown. So all the same turns and corners that most of our judging will typically look at. We've got 5 outer zones and 3 touch and goes that the judges are going to be looking to judge today.
I actually really enjoy these touch and goes. It allows some of these guys and girls that came out with a little less machine to make very tiny sacrifices in order to be in the right position for all the big outside zones, and where honestly a lot of a weight from our judges. But that, let's not water them down. Those touch and goes are definitely important, not only for their line choices, but also for our judgy men over there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Once again, if you guys haven't, get that live bracket link in the chat. Join us in the chat. Throw it in. Tara and I will be monitoring. Keep it PG-13. This is a family show, fellas. And then we're going to get right to the action here in the top 32. Andrew Grindle getting awarded that #1 spot. It's going to get a bye run, but our first bracket on the line should be between Dustin Patton and Allie Winham. Oh, I got to arm wrestle her.
I know. She was looking for you earlier.
Oh, we met at the taco truck.
Oh, okay.
We had a stare down. We needed like a Dana White to like break us up.
Okay.
It was a good thing she was in her car and strapped up.
I
got a little scared, but
she's intimidating.
I'm gonna win. All right. See it at the award ceremony, 9 p.m. tonight. Driver and crew, love to have you guys out here. Big shout to the entire team, their families, and their crew members coming out. Hannah's out on track.
Yeah.
Drive shaft and all.
Yep, drive shaft is welded back together.
Big shout to family and crew. They're keeping these drivers out there.
Well, and I thought that Alan Boss was having a clutch issue, and he may still. I have a tendency to jinx drivers, but he is out on the track, so maybe he's good. We'll see.
50-50.
I think we're good.
He had a rough shake in qualifying,
yeah,
but being an all-season pass holder, perks of an all-season pass, he got into the qualifying, bottom of the list. But Alan's not scared. You know? To be honest, maybe it was strategy. Who knows? We'll never know.
A little mental game here.
You never know.
I mean, you can't have a team like Yeet Fleet and not just fucking yeet. Excuse me.
Oh.
Okay, excuse me.
But that's it, though. You're out there, you're yeeting. Yeah, Alan's no stranger to definitely throwing as much mayhem as possible out here on track. He got a little carried away going and basically landing into that first touch and go. Yeah. But that backside of the track, if you hit the dirt,
it's sketch.
You ran out of real estate. You're no longer almost savable. You got to really drive it through the mud over there. But the rest of the track is stretched, laid out. The zone is, we got fresh paint out there. Big shout to the guys that had to drag the rollers in the
it was Ben we got Ben Hobson out there doing work.
He's on a one wheel. He's cheating. He's not even getting his steps in, you know? He didn't close his rings or anything, dude. He's just sitting there draining batteries. All right. It looks like our drivers are over there. We got Josh over on the starting line. Big shout to Josh. He's over there. Honestly, what is that, like 100 yards, 150 yards away from us?
That, yeah.
I can hear that dude clear as day with the headphones on. That guy's out there using his big throat to make sure that our drivers are ready and poised. They have our driver ready light for our judges, for our drivers. They get illuminated, they'll go through the tent, and then it's down to the races, and may the best man or woman win today. We've got big checks also for the drivers that either are listening or not listening. Podium goes in the pond. Don't let me down, or I'm spear tackling somebody into this water. We're going to go swimming with the ducks. But you guys are going to have to stay tuned for the entire top 32 battle bracket, double elimination format here at round 5, $100,000 drift series. Thanks to Klutch Kickers and Mid-Pond Raceway and Event Complex for throwing down a great season once again. And stay tuned for updates on 2026.
Yeah,
secrets.
Coming in soon.
Secrets. All right, I hear our drones up in the air. Those things are scary, you know?
Yeah, they are.
It's like a
You ever
swarm
been hit
of...
by one of those?
No, no. But it's like they're like a swarm of bees in one little unit. You know what I mean? Like it used to be like, one bee, whatever. I'm not allergic. Dog's allergic though. That guy loves eating bees. Swells up. It's real funny to be honest with you. But like he's good. I miss my pup. Big shout to Dougie. I hope you're listening, dude. He can't do anything in the chat. He's got no thumbs. So it's up to you guys to keep our entertainment up in the chat. Make sure you guys look at that thing rolling off.
Yeah. Tell us who you're rooting for. I see
a lot of let's goes. All right.
Yeah.
I see you guys.
Got some people looking for Cabot. Cabot, our number 2 points contender right now. A lot of exciting stuff happening for Cabot right now. He is absolutely
Look at Tom.
shredding.
Tom's hype. Tom's hype. Big shout to Tom coming out. We got a lot of new faces, a lot of wild cards, if you will, coming up to shake the points. They want to take that big check home because all season long, Taylor Hull has been a repetitive name on the top of the podium.
Hey, you come to compete. That's what you got to do.
Taylor's been throwing down, but we got some heavy hitters, some heavy names, as well as all of our drivers that have been progressing a massive amount through the entire season. I enjoy watching all these drivers out here, and even the ones that have been showing up late, kind of shaking up the realm. All these dudes have been out here ripping. Girls included, hustling.
Say, give my girls some credit.
The girls are out
Those
here
are my
hustling
sisters,
even harder.
yes.
And to be honest, man, you guys, everybody in the paddock, there has always been somebody on. It sucks to say, but it's always somebody breaking something. But they are fixing it overnight and getting back out. And I love to see that energy. There's no quit here.
No, absolutely. And there's still the typical camaraderie where people are borrowing cars. We had another situation, Frank DeLeon letting somebody borrow his car again. But I don't think we're going to have that situation happen again. However, Brandon Bass's car, Brandon Bass did end up, unfortunately, his Mark III Supra, 1J did take a dump. It is no longer with us, unfortunately. It left the chat. 3 holes in the block. She's done.
But let me tell you about my friend, Small Block Chevy.
I don't think you're going to be able to convince him to walk away from the 1J.
That's what they said about me, but here I am sitting here happy as a clam with my
traitor.
V8.
Traitor.
All right, it looks like our first battle's up on the line. We got Allie Winham, one of the girls. I got to arm wrestle her. I'm shaking in my boots thinking about that right now. But Dustin Patton sitting right next to her. He's got his 350Z, new timing chain, but, normal Nissan fashion. I don't think that thing's 100%, but let's get the battle to the top 32 here at round 5. Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series underway as Allie takes that lead position, getting it right past that first touch and go, driving past that second touch and go, giving Dustin definitely a line to follow as both drivers are trying to get down into that first outside zone. Allie starts landing into the hairpin, starts setting herself up with a big crank, and it looks like Dustin's going to punch her. Dustin's trying to take care of my light work before we even get started, and Allie's going to keep on ripping. Took that slap to the face like a champ. Dustin, unfortunately, getting a little too saucy, a little stabby as Allie's over-rotating through outside 1. But that's not going to stop her. She's here for a good time, not a long time. We're going to get them switched back around. Allie's going to have to get the responsibility to chase. Dustin now the lead. Our first battle going out, fist in the air. Dustin's out there hitting women. Wild first battle here at round 5. Dustin's a great time, great vibes, always bringing the energy. Saw him hanging out with Radical Daniel. Oh, already got a bumper. Throw it in the pond. Put it in the pond. Put it in the pond. Oh, no, the poor duck.
No, don't really put it in the pond. Seriously.
I bet that thing floats.
It's fine. It's only like 10 feet.
Yeah, it's fine. There's a pair of glasses in there, too.
Yeah. Yeah, poor Hayden Cottrell. Hayden, sorry you're not with us this weekend. We hate you couldn't get the car sorted.
Hey, but big shouts on your 3rd place finish at round 4.
Absolutely.
Sorry about your glasses. They're good positions.
Hanging around out there somewhere.
All right, it looks like our second half of the battle is about to get underway. Lights are illuminated. Dustin now taking that lead position, getting chased down by Allie Winham. Patton with his 350Z. He's got the choppers on the front of that thing. Gets in a little tight, hits that second outside touch and go. As Allie really putting the pressure on now. Both drivers dump into outside zone number 1, and Allie exits the stage right. As Dustin, the trumpet man, is going to have to jazz man his way through the rest of outside zone number 2 with that VQ underneath the hood of that 350Z. New timing chain. He had some running issues, maybe sending a little too much happy gas down and a little too much nitrous. We're going to have to see how this shakes out for both Allie and Dustin, already getting with a shake and a fist, some hits, some off-roading. Honestly, it's already exciting. You guys are in for a treat, and we're just getting started. This is the top 32 of round 5 Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Thank you guys for joining us on the internet.
Let's see. I'm almost wondering if there was maybe a little bit of contact right before Allie went off there. They were so close, but it's hard to tell from this view.
Yeah, I think Allie got a little greedy going in through those touch and goes, and Dustin not scared to hit her. We've already seen that once. So unfortunately, the chase driver does have a responsibility getting out of the lead. But if the lead does impede the chase driver, this is where it gets hairy for our judges. And those 3 gentlemen over there, that's their responsibility there, and we don't have to worry about that. We just have to, keep the vibes high, hang out with the chat. Thank you guys for joining us in the chat. Definitely keep that thing scrolling. I love to see you guys in there. Love chit-chatting with you. I'll get my thumbs rolling as much as I can. And it looks like Dustin Patton's going to get the win. You know, he fist fought his way out of there. Big shout to Allie. I'll see you later for our arm wrestling competition over Frank's water pit.
Well, and as a reminder, this is a double elimination series, so Allie is not gone yet, so we'll
That's
still
right.
get a chance to see her here a little bit later as we get down to the lower part of our bracket. But before that, we still got some more drivers here for you.
And it looks like our next 2 drivers on the line is going to be Alan and Tom. Alan Boss, Tom around him. Tom piloting that Corvette, showing up. Another wild card. Alan Boss, a season pass holder, but also considered a wild card as well. Tom was having a great time with us. As soon as we got here, we threw him right into the waters, if you will, here at Mid-Pond. You guys saw that Crown Vic. We got a little weird. You know, got to start the weekend off right. Alan Boss apparently having some clutch issues. Hopefully sorted. Maybe not. Either way, he's out there and he's going to chase down Tom in his Corvette to start off this first half of the battle in our top 32 here at round 5, $100,000 drift series. Here at Mid-Pond Raceway and Event Complex. Tom's taking the lead. Getting chased down by Alan. Tom initiates in. Gets that touch and go. Alan with a little bit of a bobble trying to get Tom, giving some space to work as Tom gets down to that third touch and go. Alan starts to make his move now, jumping in as both drivers work their way through outside zone number 1. Tom and his Corvette nice on the wide line. Alan a little shallow as he's trying to fall back into position. Tom giving him a wiggle, trying to keep out of the dust as Alan avoid contact. Both drivers drive into outside 3. Tom lands in, maybe a little Dutch, just a touch, scotch a tire, if you will, as Alan's starting to chase him down as both drivers put the skinny pedal down into outside 4. Rotate into outside 5. Both drivers need to keep it on top of the asphalt as there's tire smoke and dust in the air. First half of that battle. Looks like Alan's clutch is working just fine enough for him as Tom with his Corvette giving him the lead, making him wait for it. Really wiggling and diving all the way through all our touch and goes, getting himself set up at the outside 1, and this is where Alan starts making a move now. Tom jumps in, gets a little dirt on the tire. Alan adjusts. Both drivers readjust for the rest of outside 2 around the pond here, avoiding the ducks, dumping into outside 3. Tom doing a good job keeping it on the asphalt in that route, in that outside zone as Alan starts to close the gap now, starts to make his move into that final outside zone across the finish line. Tom gives him the opportunity. Alan. Ooh, strategy from Tom. A little offset. I like to see it. He came here to rumble. Alan now with the responsibility of that lead position with that Yeet Fleet 350Z. Air filter sticking out of the hood. Tom, that's Zeknova on the side of his Corvette. Astros
Zeknova,
on the bottom.
Yeah, Zeknova distributor for us.
All right, here we go. Second half of the battle. Alan Boss takes his initiation. Rough shake and qualifying using that season pass as he starts to gap away from Tom's Corvette. Alan starts to put the hammer down now, going through all those touch and goes. Gets through the last of them as he rotates into outside zone number 1. Tom trying to close that gap up, was making minimal sacrifices as Alan seems locked in with that Yeet Fleet 350Z as he rotates into outside 2. Starts screaming down the pond. Tom starts taking some angle out, trying to close that proximity back up, get back into position for that next outside zone. Alan rotates that 350Z back around, but Tom's shortly behind him in his Corvette as both drivers start to get to antsy now, going to outside 4 as Tom puts the pressure in. Alan rotates and dumps into outside 5. He's got to keep it out of the dirt, and looks like it is as Tom's shortly behind him, getting a little stabby, but keeping his presence known on the passenger window of Alan Boss's 350Z. Not a bad second battle here at the top 32, round 5. You guys at home are seeing that replay. Alan Boss doing a great job through that outside zone number 1. Gets his 350Z. That rear bumper needs to stay in our judge zones as the entirety of that zone. As he rotates in the outside 3, Tom is shortly behind him. This is where Tom really says, this is my opportunity. He starts putting his skiddy pedal down. Alan as well. Both drivers using that and riding it all. Tom is literally trying to write his name, signing the side of that Yeet Fleet, trying to scrub it off. And both drivers finish off their last side. I say that now. Tom is barely hanging on.
Yeah.
Both drivers survive across the finish line. All right, we're going to have to wait for our judge's verdict here.
Ben talking animatedly. Let's see.
Oh, our judge is working super hard. Definitely the hardest job out here. Except for maybe the cone shagger, you know? The guy that's got to go pick up all the cones. Is that Lucas this time?
Oh, I don't know.
Lucas is the man of many talents, of every talent, if not.
That he is.
Running around, picking up whatever he can. Big shout out to the entire Klutch Kickers team. Thank you guys, the track staff, for making everything happen. And look at Josh out there. A beautiful man.
beautiful mustache. No cowboy hat.
No cowboy hat.
Still rocking the hat.
Boy's got strong knees. Strong knees. Waiting for the verdict of that last battle between Alan Boss and Tom. And our next battle on the line, Trevor Johnstone. And is Frank DeLeon going to get out here?
Yeah, so it looks like Alan Boss is going to advance.
Tom with some aggression. Unfortunately, Alan Boss gets the win.
But, again, as a reminder, we will still see Tom again. He still has an opportunity to battle it out against whomever is in the loser's bracket, which last round we ended up lovingly deciding to call it the lover's bracket. I honestly don't remember who in the chat that gave us that idea. Shout out to you, whomever you were. We appreciate you. But next up, we've got Trevor Johnstone out of North Georgia.
Piloting that S550 Mustang. Took quite a lick during practice, but literally shook it off.
Yeah, he did. Woo!
Got a little rubbing and dubbing, but he's no stranger to it. That thing has definitely seen its fair share of character building. And Frank.
Going up against our spirit animal, Frank DeLeon.
That is true.
Can confirm this is actually Frank DeLeon, though. He is, again, going to be sharing his car with Brandon Bass. We'll see Brandon Bass here a little bit. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 more battles before we see Brandon again.
All right, so Trevor's going to get that lead. Frank to chase. Trevor in the Mustang. Frank in the S14. Look at that energy from Josh. All right, lights are illuminated. Here we go. Another top 32 battle here at round 5. Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Both drivers lead the line nice and clean. Trevor initiates well before that last initiation point. Frank's starting to get into the frame now. As Trevor doing a good job through RL touch and goes 1, 2, and 3. Gets himself planted in outside zone number 1. Frank taking an inside line. A very aggressive decision for Frank. As Trevor's going to say, I don't really care, man. I'm going to hang out here, getting that rear bumper of that Mustang through the entirety of outside 2. Gets himself landed at outside 3. As Frank getting a little stabby, trying to close that proximity back up from his mistake. It's got to be a large mental game. Already making a mistake like that as Trevor goes in the dirt, and Frank's literally trying to put his bumper back on for him, and exits as Trevor gets wild going to the outside 5.
I got a little spicy.
It did. Let's see what the drone picked up there as both drivers operating through that last little areas, going into outside zone number 1. You can see Frank already taking a shortcut. You know, Mario Kart, you got to jump the thing. You got to have a Mustang though if you didn't make it. As Frank got a little happy there, but Trevor's still making it all happen right in front of him. Frank literally he's almost a precursor of what's about to happen. If you guys are just tuning in, here it goes down as Trevor taking that lead, gripping the wheel, and Frank taking that follow into that outside 5 where Trevor, unfortunately, a little float, a little dice, a little roll, and we'll have to see how it shakes out for both of these gentlemen in our judges' eyes as we flip them back around. Frank now takes the lead, Trevor to chase. Wild first half of the battle here, top 32, round 5, Klutch Kickers, $100,000 Drift Series. Thank you guys for joining us on the internet. Stoked to have you here. Love to see you in the chat.
Just checking to make sure the track's clear. Got to reset some of these cones here from a little dirt drop there. Otherwise, it looks like the drivers are going to be fine. They're not going to take any competition timeouts and keep running.
Also, if you guys would like to check out that Race Data Labs telemetry, it's still available at data.racedatalabs.com. The Wally system in full effect. Watching, keeping receipts, posting it on the internet. Quality system. Those dudes over in Australia. Different time frame, you know. Toilet spin the other way. Whole different thing. Whole different play. All right, looks like we got our track cleaned back up. Guys doing some damage, some yard work out there. A little weed whacking, if you will.
Those of you who are OG Klutch Kickers fans, that's Webb Travis out on his golf cart.
Nice.
Came to hang out with us for a day.
That thing's got some offset on it, dude.
Dude, he's got an alignment issue for sure. It's not intentional.
Oh, he's got like 18 by 10 Watanabes on there. All right. So, second half of this battle, if you guys are just joining us, this is Frank on the left in his S14, going up against Trevor in his S550 Mustang on the right. That's Josh standing in front of him. Yeah, look. I can hear him from here, dude. Crazy, with the headphones on and everything. All right, here we go. Second half of the battle here, already rough and wild. Frank's now in the responsibility of that lead. Got to go through that first touch and go, gets out there. Got to hit that second touch and go, as he does with the rear bumper of that S14, going down to that third touch and go. Frank really turning around. Trevor almost knocking him through. As I say that, Frank takes an inside line again through outside zone number 1. This is the opportunity for Trevor's really loud Mustang. I love mufflers. You guys should get mufflers. Trevor trying to close that gap as Frank's navigating around the pond, lands himself in the outside 3. Trevor with his Mustang literally just trying to get back into it as Frank is putting the skiddy pail down all the way through 4, rotates and lands in the asphalt of outside 5 as Trevor and his Mustang trying to close the gap into the frame and across the finish line. Definitely a wild one, Frank. Definitely getting some headway. Little mistakes here and there from Frank. Definitely taking some sacrifices, maybe a little transition timing. But nonetheless, keeping it on the asphalt for the most part. Definitely some tires hitting the dirt. Trevor in the Mustang kind of recomposing himself. There's a lot of mental cues that come into this. You don't know when to bark, when not to bark. It's a long day. It's still double elimination, so even a loss here isn't the end of the weekend. But to keep the car alive is also running through your brain the entire time. And Frank driving it massive.
Well, and Frank's car
renting it out, too.
Well, I was about to say, Frank's car is not going to get a break at all, especially if he goes into the loser's bracket. Because Brandon Bass is going to have to drive it next. So,
yeah, Frank is always handing out waters and vehicles. Frank is a solid human. Trevor, popping that S550 every once in a while onto the street. I love to see it.
God, that thing sounds just insane. I don't know if the audio picks it up.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
It is.
It is
in
loud.
person, just absolutely breathtaking.
We would love to get a muffler sponsorship for all of our drivers. I would love to see, a little muffler. I'm sure some of the neighbors would probably appreciate that as well.
Are you about to make a VQ joke? Are you building to one?
Yeah. What are those things they put in the front in the trumpet? When somebody really is going hard on it.
Here we go. Here we go.
Hey, Jazzman, play that trumpet thing for me. All right, Frank's in there with the left, waiting for the final decision. Trevor on the right. All right, waiting for our final judgment from the 3 men in the tower. Uh-oh, 1 man standing. I should start calling a fist fight over there from the judges' tower.
When Will stands, you know it's serious.
That's true. That's true. These guys reviewing the footage, going through the same telemetry that is available to y'all at home. Make sure you check out data.racedatalabs.com. As well, pinned in the chat, is the live bracket for you guys to follow at home to see where we are. Double elimination format, so it does get a little hairy, a little spicy every once in a while, so it's even difficult for me to catch up. So if you guys would like a little more insight for information, telemetry, make sure you check out all those links available to you guys, as well as the Klutch Kickers social media, Instagram. We guys have been working hard, making edits, getting some media out, and honestly, I think we've been pocketing a lot. Like we're busy here, small team, Klutch Kickers. We're growing every time. We're hustling and bustling to get as much out as possible. We got big plans. Never mind those secrets for 2026. Stay tuned. As well as all of our drivers here, hustling, fixing cars overnight, making sure they're out on the line. Big shout out to our drivers and crew, making sure all the machines are ready to go. We have we're up in the 70s now, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's like maybe 75 now.
And sun's out. My guns are out. The ducks are out. We're having a great time here at the pond. Thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah, we're just waiting on our judges. I have a feeling they're probably watching that first run a little bit more closely more than anything, just because there was contact. So I anticipate that is probably where they're spending the most time, really watching and rewatching. Not just the Wally data, but also the replays.
It looks like we have a couple tires on off in a few scenarios, basically doing all that math.
Yeah.
I'm not a judge. I don't want to do any of that stuff.
1, 2, 3, not it.
Exactly. None of that for me. Thank you very much. Looking back at our qualifying order, our number 1 qualifier, Andrew Grindle, getting that bye run. We'll see him in battle shortly coming up, followed by Mark, Adam, and Dan. All these guys. A lot of wild cards shaking up from our championship points winner, locking himself in at the last round, but still looking to take a number 1 spot and the big check here at round 5. Taylor Hull sitting qualifying 5th. We'll have to see how everything shakes out, who's going to walk away with all the thousands of dollars, and who's going to take a dip with me in the pond. We got to hang out the entire award ceremony. I'm going to be soaking wet.
Sounds like we got a winner here.
And
OMT.
one more time.
All right.
All right, a one more time battle between Frank and Trevor. We're going to get them flipped back around. We'll get our next 2 drivers locked up into the grid. Be pretty cool if they were just like, yeah, let's send it right now. Let's do it. Oh, it might be a do it. And it looks like Trevor's going to opt to put some new rubber.
That's probably smart strategy.
Smart move. I would have applauded either direction. Always love when they're just ready to go. Tire tribulation on point here at mid-pond. You can get a few laps. You can get a lot of laps underneath a pair of tires here. I came down last round 4, went out for practice. I got like, I don't know, 4 or 5 laps. Still drove home.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that. Had those all seasons on there.
And it rained on the way back, so yeah.
Yeah, well, that was my own fault. I didn't have any windows. But, you know, when in Rome.
All right, well, we're bringing Trevor and Frank back around. A little bit of a change for you. If you were here with us last round, of course, we're accustomed to Kashad Parson driving his S13. A little change up in his strategy. Unfortunately, his car did not make it to this round. He ended up having some compression issues, so he's actually borrowed a 370Z from a friend of his, trailered it all the way up here from
that's not even his?
Central Florida. No, it's not even his 70. So, yeah, lots of borrowed cars here this weekend. So he's going to be going up against Hannah Ammerson in her 350Z. Again, as we mentioned earlier, she had a little bit of post-practice drama. Literally went right out on the track for practice this morning. Drive shaft said no, and that was the end of that. So fortunately, it looks like her dad was able to get it welded. Will it hold? We'll find out.
Stay tuned here for our next Top 32 battle here at Round 5 Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Thank you guys for joining us on the internet. Thank you for listening to us yap up here as our judges do the hard work and our drivers showcase what they're capable of. And it looks like we're going to get our one more time battle directly back out. Little like cool down parade lap out of the Mustang and the S14. Trevor with his S550 and Frank with that 240SX. And it looks like they're going to be lining back up, or they're toying with me. Either way, it's a tease, but looks like we get these guys back on the tent.
Pretty sure Frank's radiator's held together with JB Weld right now.
Aren't we all?
And this is true.
Everybody just needs a little JB Weld to keep their life together.
Preach. Preach.
All right, Trevor now taking that lead position again. Frank to chase. This is a one more time battle. Still in our winners bracket. If you guys are unfamiliar, this is a double elimination format. That means you got to lose twice to go home. And to be honest, you don't have to go home. You can hang out. We got an award banquet at 9 p.m. for our drivers and crew. Celebratory of all their accomplishments all season long. But enough of that. Let's get back into our top 32 battle this one more time between Trevor and Frank. Trevor taking that lead in the Mustang, getting chased down by Frank and his S14 as they go through all those touch and goes and get into our first outside zone here around the hairpin before they go around the pond. Trevor screaming by me. You can probably hear it in my mic as Frank with his S14 trying to close that gap up as Trevor's trying to keep that back fast bar of that Mustang in our judge zone. About 4 feet off the edge of the track. The S550 started putting the skinny pedal down to stretch it out to outside 4 as Frank's starting to close that gap now. This is where it can get hairy as Frank jumping to the backside, giving a little bit of allowance, and Frank just missing that input. A little soft on the trajectory from Frank. Avoiding contact. I got to give him props for that. It looks like Frank got a little aggressive almost all these transitions. Frank's really asking for it, trying to follow Trevor's S550. Both drivers survived the first half of the lap. We'll have to flip them back around for the second half of this one more time battle between Trevor and Frank. You guys watching at home are seeing that replay. Trevor keep putting the skinny pedal down to stretch it all the way out to outside 4. A little boop of the cone there. A little correction. We'll have to see how that weighs through. Maybe the pause from Frank is not necessarily on Frank. We'll have to see how the judges go, but
who knows?
Who knows? Plus
Not I, said the duck.
Plus, ooh, good pun. I like ducks.
Huh.
All right. Plus, it doesn't matter. We still got half of the battle to go. Frank now taking that lead position. Trevor with the responsibility to chase. Already had some fist fights in our first battles. Frank trying to stab Trevor the entire time. Let's see if Trevor returns the favor.
I was talking to Frank last night. He said, you know, whatever I lack in skill, I make up for in grit. I was like, you know what, Frank? That's a great way to look at life.
Well, let's see if it pays off for him now. His responsibility coming up as he initiates dumping past that first touch and go and the second. Trevor trying to close the gap up, maybe giving a little space to Frank to figure out that last touch and go as they rotate down in outside zone number 1. Frank keeping the backside of that bumper nice and wide. Finishes off outside 1, starts to stomp out to outside 2 as Trevor's S550 screaming past the pond as Frank's starting to drive away from the Mustang. Both drivers rotate down into that third outside zone. Frank doing a good job keeping the back bumper of the S14 where it needs to be. Getting that power to put down onto the asphalt as he stretches out 4, and he's got to land in 5. He's got to keep it on the asphalt and away from Trevor's Mustang. and it looks like he's going to survive the lap as Trevor's shortly behind him. That was a pretty good lap out of Frank. You can see him go past these touch and goes number 1, 2, and 3 as he rotates back into outside zone number 1. Trevor shortly behind him in his Mustang, maybe giving him a little too much patience with this new confident drive from Frank up in the lead. Frank's getting out to outside zone number 2. This is where he drives around the con, avoiding the ducks, keeping that back bumper in the box as he gets into outside 3. Trevor shortly behind him, trying to close the gap now. This is where both drivers start really putting down the power their cars have, as they're using all of that rubber to stretch all the way out to outside zone number 4. Frank doing a good job, a good crank, a bit shy out the box, but bumper stays in on the outside. Trevor maybe giving him a little too much. Ooh, wipers on. It's getting wet wild out there.
That was a great run from Frank. I will say that was a
great run from Frank. Honestly, I don't think Trevor was ready for that sort of confidence out of Frank, but I think Frank was waiting for it following Trevor. That's why he was so aggressive. I mean, bumper's halfway off anyway. You don't need that thing.
It's overrated. No, seriously, keep your bumpers on.
Yeah, please.
Put your bumpers on.
Just an effort, you know? Just a little effort.
Look good, feel good, do good.
Yeah, that's it. If you're not turning around in the parking lot when you walk away, you bought the wrong car? Or, if you do buy the wrong car, do something cool. Do a kickflip or something. You know? You don't like it, treat it like that. All right, waiting for our judges' final decision. Frank with that orange front S14. Trevor, beautiful color on that S550 Mustang. Bunch of character on the backside of that thing.
It's been through some things. I think Frank may have added a little bit to that after this battle.
I think I watched Dustin put a good new one in there.
Oh, nice. Was that during practice earlier?
It was.
Yeah,
It was.
yeah,
I think it was Friday practice, to be honest. And Dustin, big old 350 bash bars. You know, about S550 quarter panel height.
Put your bumpers on, Dustin.
Yeah, well, I don't think
cover up those bash bars.
I don't think that bumper was saving that hit. He got quite the lick on the quarter panel of S550. But Trevor took it well. He didn't stop driving. Always out there. Honestly, he took it out, ripped it on the street, made sure everything was kosher. Came back. Now he's ripping. Now he's sitting there patiently to see if he's going to take his first win or loss. While Frank, honestly, probably hyping him up through the passenger window. Frank's got a cooler of water with Curtis and my name on it. My name's not actually on the cooler. Curtis's is.
He did spray paint Curtis's name on there, and he does still have the spray paint. So I'm sure if you ask,
that's okay. The liability of putting my name written down somewhere, I'll avoid it.
Your government name? No, never give anybody your government name.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't either.
I'm Steve. Nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you, Steve.
All right, waiting for our judges to do the final, going through the telemetry, using it as a tool, that Wally system, thanks to Race Data Labs. If you guys would like to see the telemetry data from all of our qualifying, some practice runs, and all of our battles, make sure you go to data.racedatalabs.com. And it looks like we got a winner. Frank takes the win. Frank takes the win. Water on Frank tonight.
Wow. Getting
the first advance through our top 32, our winner's bracket. But Trevor's weekend is not done, as Tara has stated multiple times and keeps reminding me. This is one of the few places that still does a double elimination bracket. Plenty of driving, plenty of battles. Make sure you guys get signed up. 2026 scheduled to be released here momentarily. Oh, maybe sooner, maybe later. Pay attention. Follow us on the internet. Get on the social media. Klutch Kickers on the Instagram. There's videos. There's carnage. There's ducks. If the ducks don't sell you, I don't know what we're doing here. All right, our next
Parson shaking down the car. He had an interesting night last night. I'd mentioned that he ended up borrowing this 370, and Kashad has done clutch jobs on his car. I think it was round 3. He ended up having to do that on his S13.
Oh, this is common practice for him.
Common practice, already familiar.
That's
ended up having to do this on the 370 last night. So fortunately, shout out to our friends out at Z1 Motorsports. They were able to hook him up with the clutch last minute so that he was able to get back out on track today.
And it looks like he's going up against Hannah Ammerson, getting a new drive shaft, having her own car dramas, if you will. Both drivers back out here. The resilience from the entire paddock is unmatched. No give up here at Mid Pond Raceway and Events Complex as Josh signals our drivers. Here we go. First half of the battle. Top 32, round 5, Klutch Kickers, $100,000 Drift Series. Hannah takes the lead with that purple 350Z getting chased down by Parsons in his 370. New clutch goofing as both drivers get through our touch and go. Hannah, a bunch of extra wobbles. Getting repoised, re-in position, working through outside turn number 1. as Hannah's now trying to clean up outside zone number 2. Rashad is shortly behind her as Hannah makes a rotation. That's not what we want to see out of that 350Z as Parson avoids contact. At this point, we'll collect ourselves, rip them back out, get the second half of the battle. Parson now sitting here with a slight advantage, but it is anybody's game still with only half of the battle underway. Oh, look at the ducks. Come here, ducky. I want to hold one of these things so bad. It's like ducks have teeth. Well, I've been educated that these don't have big teeth. I don't know if that's like somebody's lying to me or not, but like.
I think somebody's messing with you. No, they actually do. They have very tiny little teeth.
Yeah. Little raptors. Still trying to hold a duck with consent, of course. All right, we got our drivers back up around. Hannah now to chase. Rashad to lead. Crazy I can hear Josh all the way over here. Gets me every time. All right, here we go. Parson taking that lead position with his 370Z new clutch. And Ammerson chased him down. Let's see what she's got in the chase position. Getting a little bit of oopsie in the lead. She's trying to clean up that gap now as both drivers are working way through our touch and goes. Parson getting a little bit of dirt up in the air as they rotate into outside zone number 1. Hannah definitely lacking the angle, trying to get stabby. An unfortunate turn of events for Ammerson as she's trying to clean this lap back up as Parson is navigating, avoiding our outside zone in his own right. This is a new car, not his car, a buddy's car. Borrowing it for comp is a wild take out of Parson. That is a friend for sure. Hannah avoids contact, gets across the finish line. Both drivers survive the lap. A big shout to Parson and Ammerson.
Hannah just struggling there in this chase run. Straightened up right there. She was coming in first outer zone.
It's not even his car. Should have just smack him. You're gonna go down swinging. All right. So Hannah definitely leaving a little bit of meat on the bone. Parson with that borrowed vehicle, new clutch. Looks like he's going to get the win here and move on, but Hannah's weekend is not done. She can go home, go back to the pits. She's not going home. Going back to the pits. She's going to collect herself with her family and crew, get that car any switches, changes that are necessary, reset the mental, and she'll be back out in the lovers bracket for a chance to fight all the way back to the end, which is always entertaining. The bottom side of the bracket almost, people really start turning it up.
They
that
really
last
do.
chance.
Something about that last chance mentality just gets to people.
Love to see it, the double elimination format here at Klutch Kickers. This is round 5, $100,000 drift series. Our next two drivers, Daniel Morse and Brendan in the borrowed vehicle from Frank.
You are not seeing things. That is not Frank De Leon. That is actually Brandon Bass borrowing his car. Danny Morse, of course, in his S13. I'm promising I'm not talking about his car, so instead I'm going to give his wife a shout out. Happy birthday, Brittany. Hope you're having a great day here with us at Mid-Pond.
Yeah, get the saddle at Texas Roadhouse South for her. All right, Daniel taking that lead position with that S13. Brandon the chase in another borrowed vehicle. The camaraderie here. All right, here we go. Both drivers lead the tent. Daniel initiates. And with the borrowed vehicle, Brandon putting the love on, giving a little boop to Daniel before he even gets started. Finishes off navigating those touch and goes. Brandon starts to put the pressure back on now as Daniel's getting back into formation of outside zone number 1. Finishes off that box, getting a rear bumper that S13 into outside 2 around the pond here. The Ducks are watching. So is the Wally system, as well as our 3 judges, as both drivers dump into outside 3. Brandon maybe keeping a little more composure now. Both drivers put down the skinny pedal and stretch it out to outside 4 as Daniel gets the backside of that S13 hatch out and rotated into outside 5 as Brandon's starting to put the pressure on as both drivers come across the finish line. All right, we'll get our drivers flipped back around. Daniel now taking the responsibility of the chase. Brandon with that borrowed S14 now the lead. See him right off the lead. Smacked him. I was just telling the boys yesterday when we were sitting there chilling, we need more hockey fights.
Drifting hockey fights.
Yeah.
I'm actually down for that. Drop gloves.
You already got a helmet on.
You may as well.
Yeah, don't headbutt. I mean, you know what? I'm not your father. Do whatever you want. You're already borrowing vehicles that aren't yours.
Safety third. Let's do it.
Oh, I mean, you got the helmet on. Honestly, I feel like that's safer than most MMA games. They're not wearing helmets. All right, second half of the battle. Daniel already taking a lick from the borrowed vehicle from Brandon. Brandon now taking that lead. Daniel to chase. Smoke still billowing out of an S13 hatch. Typical. All right, Josh waiting for the go-ahead. And it looks like our judges are ready. Josh working the elbows. Drivers get their lights illuminated. Here we go, second half of the battle. Brandon in that borrowed S14 thanks to Frank. Daniel chasing down on that S13. Brandon initiates, getting to that first and second touch and go. He's got to rotate back down to that third touch and go as Daniel makes this move now, trying to get back into position, going diving into outside zone number 1. As Brandon's doing a good job keeping the rear bump of the S14. Daniel parking slowly at the door handle. Both drivers get into outside 2. Brandon starts to walk away as Daniel's taking that opportunity to reposition himself to fall into line outside 3. As I say that, Daniel getting a little stabby through the duration of outside 3 as Brandon's starting to open the door back up for him, stretching out to outside 4. Needs to keep it clean through outside 5 as Daniel trying to keep that pressure barking as he's giving some waivers, getting to the side of the door handle across the finish line. Daniel putting the pressure on Frank's S14 while Brandon's wheeling and dealing.
Can't tell, but it looks like Brandon may have gone 2 off as he was coming out of outer zone 3, or excuse me, outer zone 4.
We'll have to play it back. You guys at home are seeing the exact same live stream as we are. Tara noticing. Let's see how it shakes. Ooh.
Yeah, that looks like 2 off. I'm not sure.
We got a little white tire smoke still in the air. We'll have to see how our judges attribute that fault. Nonetheless, Daniel doing a good job keeping it together. Nobody ended off into the woods.
Yeah, even during that boop when Danny was in the chase, or excuse me, when Danny was in the lead.
He took that well.
Took it well. Took it like a champ. Took it on the chin.
Hockey fights, see? They got helmets on. We'll be fine. All right, waiting for our final verdict. All of our drivers definitely keeping the judges on their toes. Thank you guys once again for joining us on the internet here at Klutch Kickers live stream. Big shout out to Ben and Drift Sessions for helping making this production happen. Also a big shout out to Tara, keeping me sane, helping me, doing all the yapping. As I'm sitting here annoying y'all on the internet, you guys get in the chat. Throw me some emojis for your favorite driver. I want to see an emoji and a label, you know? Show your driver some
see
love.
if we can guess which driver you're talking about.
Ooh,
by emojis.
This is a dangerous game. I like this.
Yeah, it is.
All right, send some emojis in the chat. Also, our live bracket link available, as well as all our telemetry data thanks to Race Data Labs. Make sure you go to data.racedatalabs.com. You can see all of our battle telemetry, high scores, leaderboards. Really, opportunities endless there.
Of course, near you.
Yeah.
Do make sure as you're checking out the bracket HQ link, do refresh that on occasion. It does have to be refreshed as we go.
I was noticing the Race Data Labs has a refresh to it.
It does. It's got a nice little refresh button here. Makes life nice and easy. You don't even have to use your browser refresh. Look at you.
Through qualifying, it was updating for me.
You can do the
technology.
I love it.
Technology's crazy. Speaking of crazy, Brandon taking that borrowed vehicle, punting Daniel, swapping it around. Daniel trying to return the favor. We've already had a few battles down and out. Drivers working the way through the winners, but our losers are not out double elimination format. They'll be back out for another battle, that last chance in the lovers bracket.
All right, well, seeing some camels in the chat, that's pretty obvious. I'm gonna guess that. That's actually my mom's favorite driver. Was talking to her this past weekend. She was like, I just love Camel. He's my favorite. I was like, Mom, really?
Yeah, Mom's a fan.
Mom's a fan.
All right.
There you go, Camel. The Flamingos? It's got to be a Florida boy.
Oh, let's see that. That was crazy. That was crazy. Yeah, Brandon piloting that borrowed S14, but he's piloting a Mark IV Supra out here in the telemetry data. Getting our drivers out and about. You can see both the drivers that overlap, the color change of our mimicry of our chase driver. You can see where the overlap varies off. You can see the color change is very apparent, as well as the rear tire trajectory marks to make sure they're on the asphalt where our drivers need to be, as well as a plethora of other data thanks to Race Data Labs and the Wally system. If you guys would like to see that same stuff, data.racedatalabs.com. That was twisted me
I
all
only say
up
that
here.
because I grew up with a speech impediment, so you're good.
Same. I got speech therapy. I ain't scared. Look at me now.
Doing big things.
Public speaking on the internet, so it's like 50-50. All right, looks like we have a winner there. Let me get my refresh on my livebracket.com. All this technology at my fingertips.
Danny Morse is going to advance.
He's going to see Mark in his next battle bracket. And I believe we're going to go back up to the top, where we'll have Andrew Grindle, our #1 qualifier, going up against Dustin Patton.
Yes.
This is going to be a wild shake. Dustin, new timing chain, probably needed rings, but he chose to do timing chain.
I asked him if he pulled the heads, and he was like, no, I just went ahead and refreshed the timing. He said, honestly, everything kind of checked out okay. I don't even know if he did a compression test on it, but you know what? It's held up so far.
Can't be bad if you don't check.
Can't be bad, you know.
He's coming out here with vibes. Vibes are high.
VQs can take a beating. I will absolutely say that.
All right, let's see what the Jazz Man has going up against our #1 qualifier, Andrew Grindle, especially with that weapon of that S14.9. Dustin, not sure if he's got the nitrous spraying in or not, or if he's going out just on the vibes and trumpets alone. Got the tri-spoke wheels, the choppas up on front. Grindle playing around, rubbing and dubbing with our track support, Crown Vic. A good time to start the weekend. If you guys missed the intro, you might want to go back, slap back around. Having fun out here with our drivers. Always a good time here at Mid-Pond. Hanging out with the Ducks. And here we go. Our lead from Grindle, getting chased down by Patton. Andrew the lead. Dustin the chase. Andrew in that S14.9. Dustin in the 350Z. You can see the gap getting formed immediately as Grindle working his way through his touch and go. Dustin doing a good job taking his sacrifices to get himself back in the position for outside one. Maybe a little too much soft, trying to cheat his way back into position behind that S14.9 as Grindle works his way through outside zone number 2. Drives away from the 350Z as Dustin starts to put the power back down. He needs to compose himself, get himself back into an alignment so he can actually put down all 250 horsepower he's got spinning as Grindle is on a tear in his lead lap. But Dustin shortly behind him, jumping through the smoke, keeping his name in the paperwork as both drivers skid across the finish line. A solid drive out of Grindle in the lead. Dustin shortly behind him, making some sacrifices.
I'm actually really, he did have to make some sacrifices, but we're talking about a major power difference between these two cars. Grindle's making about 800 some odd horsepower.
Is that it?
just a little. And then I want to say, without nitrous, assuming that
230 wasn't it?
Assuming Dustin's not on nitrous right now, he's probably around 240.
I think I saw the dyno sheet. I think it was 230, 240. I think you're right. I think you're right. That's
but
wild.
If he does have nitrous, it's probably a little bit closer to 300. He may be turning down just a little bit because of the condition of that engine. I don't know. I'm just talking out.
Maybe knows? Dustin needs a little pep talk. Dustin, if you lose this, you're paying for Waffle House.
Ooh.
All right. Yeah.
Ooh.
And I go hard at a Waffle House. All right.
No, that's where we need to do hockey fights.
At the Waffle House?
Yeah. That's like a rite of passage in Alabama.
Honestly, those employees there would kick my ass. All right, here we go. Dustin now taking that lead position. Grindle has to hold back that machine, let Dustin do his thing, but make sure his presence is tight and known behind the 350Z of Patton. Before I get our drivers back out, we got to parade another driver out on track. Got to keep the telemetry data nice and clean. 2 drivers on the track at once. The Ducks out here watching and grinding, having a great time, and it looks like we're ready to fire away. Dustin takes his lead position. Grindle to chase him down. Both drivers work through our touch and goes. Grindle doing a good job keeping his composure behind the 350Z as Dustin. Both drivers take a tight line through outside zone number 1 as Dustin rotates into outside 2. Grindle gives him a little space of transition as he gets back to the door now as both drivers work their way and rotate into outside zone number 3. Dustin doing a good job keeping the back bumper where he needs to go as Grindle starting to put the pressure on, rubbing and dubbing on the backside of the quarter panel, maybe even popping him back out the angle so he can get to outside 4. Grindle gives him a little space to try to land an outside 5 as Grindle's right there on the side, but Dustin keeping his composure.
Shoo!
Getting wrestled all the way through outside 4.
Props to Dustin. That's impressive.
You can see Dustin here taking a little bit of a cheat through outside zone number 1. Grindle's ready for it though, following and mimicking the line of the 350Z as both drivers fall back into position through outside 2 as Grindle's shortly behind Dustin as both drivers do a great job through the exit of 2 into outside 3. Grindle starts to put the pressure on now. 1 tap, two taps. Oh, a little back off, little waiver from Dustin, little reinitiation, make sure you get deep enough for outside 4. A little shy off 5, but Grindle does a good job of closing behind him. I got to give a hand to both Dustin and Andrew, but it looks like Andrew's going to take the win here. Dustin's weekend is not over. Double elimination bracket. He'll drop down into the lover's bracket. He'll have another opportunity to fight his way back up to the top and end up on the podium and the pond, swimming with the fishes.
You got to go with him, though. I doubted you last round. I swore, I was like, there's no way. There's no way he's going to be able to get these drivers to go in. Absolutely didn't think you were going to be able to get Taylor Hull to go in. Lo and behold.
I'm persuasive with my hands.
All
right, our next driver's up on the line.
I'm not going to touch that one.
Our next driver's up on the line. And our top 32, top 16 technically, of our winner's bracket. Cardoso, sitting number 2 in points. And Dustin Miles making a return appearance after round 3, coming back in here with that 2JZ S13 hatch. Looking forward to grabbing some laps with the boys up north. Is that next weekend? Jeez, we are non-stop.
Drifters in December?
Yep,
yeah,
non-stop.
Yeah.
If you see me there, no, you didn't.
Is it Curtis driving Dustin's other car?
Yep. Everybody's just handing vehicles out. Somebody give me a car. I would love to break somebody else's stuff for a chance. All right, Dustin Miles now taking that lead position. Cardoso with the chase. Cardoso taking a little strategy, leaving some room for Dustin's JZ-powered S13 to get off the jump. Cardoso to stay in the position he would like for that first initiation, and both drivers dump into that first touch and go. A little tap as I say that. Cardoso giving him a little love as both drivers work their way through that first, second, and third touch and go. Miles gets that hatch back out to outside zone number 1. Needs to get that rear bumper. The scoopy taillights to stay in the box for our judges. Cardoso falling back into position now. Looks like he's starting to get walked away from that JZ. He needs to start spraying that big old V8 underneath the hood of that 350Z to close up that gap going to outside 3 as Dustin's keeping their kooky lights in the back side. Stretches back out to 4. Cardoso with a little bit of a gap as Dustin Miles looks like he's on a tear, pitting himself into outside 5 as Cardoso shortly behind him trying to close up that deficit as they come over the finish line.
Shoo.
I'm loving the intensity into that first touch and go off the initiation. Drivers are sending it.
It has been constant. They have been on it. It's been really, and I'm excited to see the media that's going to come from that corner too, because I think we've seen the most contact and the most aggressive battles right there in that corner.
I love to see it. More hockey fights in drifting. Yeah, it looks like Cardoso doing as much as he possibly can to get back into the fight here, but Dustin Miles on a tear in his lead. But now the roles have swapped. Cardoso now with the responsibility to take a clean, flowy lead through our round 5 layout, and Dustin Miles to return the favor going into that first touch and go. Thank you guys once again for joining us on the internet. We appreciate you guys in the chat.
Yeah, interesting to see Cabot in a situation where he has to play catch-up like that. It's certainly not something we're accustomed to seeing him. I mean, he's been driving this track since he was, 13, something like that? So, interesting to see how he handles this.
Let's see how it shakes out for him in his now lead position. Dustin gives him some room to play, get him set himself up through outside. Touch and goes 1, 2, and 3 as Cardoso is trying to return the gap favor, and I say that Cardoso over cranks going to outside 1. Dustin reads it off and no contact made. Unfortunate for Cardoso. A little too much play. That's probably going to seal the deal. Let's make it official in our judges' eyes, but Dustin Miles is probably going to walk away with the advance, but Cardoso's weekend is not over. Sitting number 2 in points, it's definitely a deficit wanted to sit there and hold and lock in that position for the season. Will have to fight his way back through the lovers bracket, taking 1L already. Dustin Miles parading that JZ S13 hatch back around our track here as we gather the next drivers out on the grid. Big shout out to our drivers and team that have our drivers poised and ready on the backside of grid, ready for our next battles, keeping the energy high, and me sucking air as I'm trying to keep up with the speed of our drivers and run of show here at round 5 Klutch Kickers.
God, Dan's car sounds good. That thing's rowdy.
Oh, I like the lovers lobby. You know, it's where you got to go sit there and think about all the bad things you've done. All right, I think we made it official. Dustin Miles is going to get the advance. Cardoso just has a slightly longer fight, you know? Taking the B roads to the top this time, if you will.
One of our boys from Minnesota.
All right, we got Heisman warming up that SN95, LS-powered Mustang. And Alan Boss working his way out of the 32 into the 16 here in the winner's bracket. He said, clutch smudge, let's just weld it all together and floor it.
Oh, I said Minnesota, sorry. He's from Maryland.
Alan, I believe, is Pennsylvania. No, he's Ohio.
Alan Boss is Ohio, yeah.
He's Ohio.
Yeah.
Basically Pennsylvania,
you know,
West Pennsylvania. We'll call him extra Pennsylvania. Both these gentlemen traveling around doing the FD Formula Drift Pro Spec circuit, bringing out their machines to come play and try to take home the big checks here, round 5, in a $100,000 Drift Series here at Mid-Pond Raceway and Events Complex. Major plans for the Mid-Pond Event Complex getting built out, literally moving mountains of dirt. We'll get you guys a visual of that here shortly, but first we are locked and loaded, locked eyes with Adam Heisman sitting there waiting to take his chase against Alan Boss, which it looks like we got that flipped on your screen. It looks like Adam Heisman's going to take the lead. Qualifying 5th will take the lead position, Alan Boss to chase. There we go. Look, Ben's on it. It's like he's listening to me at every word I say. All right, here we go. First half of the battle, Adam Heisman to take the lead, Alan Boss to chase. Heisman in the Mustang, starts working through the chest list, gets out to that touch and go. Alan Boss is shortly behind him. Both drivers get through all 3 of those rear touch and goes. Basically that power alley that dumps you into that first outside zone. And Alan Boss is putting the pressure on as Heisman's giving him the lead away with that LSS7 working his way through outside zone number 2 across the pond, scaring the ducks back into the water as both drivers rotate into outside 3. Heisman, one tire into the dirt as Alan gives him a little room to play as they both stretch back out for outside 4. Heisman getting it and bouncing and grinding, and it's getting planted into outside 5 as Alan jumps right back in the frame, shortly behind the Mustang.
Woo!
Little dirt in the air across the finish line. No harm, no foul. Our judges will have to go back and see where our drivers' tires are landing. They got to keep them on the asphalt. We got about 4 feet off the edges of the track, which is our judge zone. You can see them signified by those neon green cones, the start and the finish. The rear bumpers of the vehicles need to be in that box. Putting that axle all the way off, just as you saw Heisman doing, is a little too much sauce. Alan doing a good job giving a little bit of space, maybe a little too much. Records or checkers here, so let's get some more hockey fights. All right, don't give him an inch, he'll take a mile. All right, Heisman taking a bold strategy, Cotton, giving about a car length and a half to that Yeet Fleet 350Z of Alan Boss. Massive engine sticking out of the hood. All the clean air. Adam Heisman, I believe it's supercharged LS underneath the hood of that thing. Both drivers shoot down the straight, get into our judges' checklist, going through that first and second touch and go. And it looks like Boss is going to yeet the Mustang right out of the way as he rotates back down into outside 1 as Heisman jumps right back in the picture, pulls back in the formation now. I'm not taking that lightly as he's going to start to return the favor. Heisman really starting to put the pressure on, matching axle to axle and yeeting the 350Z out of here. I wonder if Heisman took a little too much real estate out of Alan Boss. We'll have to go back to the tapes to see what's going down. That race data lab telemetry probably going to come in handy here as the positioning of the vehicles really coming into play. All right, let's get that replay going. You can see right off the lick that Heisman getting in the way, impeding the transition from Alan Boss and through those touch and goes as both drivers fall back into position now as Alan's doing a great job through outside zone number 1. You can see Heisman's aggression starting to really line up here as he's starting to match the angle. It looks like he made contact with Alan Boss and unfortunately pushed him right back. He didn't like getting hit, you know? I wanted more hockey fights. He gave it to me. I applaud.
I don't think that's what you quite meant.
No, but I applaud these men. Look, we're never going to get to the next stage if we don't keep pushing, you know? We got to F around and find out. All right. Unfortunate, but fortunate for us, entertaining, if you will, that Yeet Fleet 350Z getting smacked a few times by a Mustang. Common practice, if you will. He saw somebody in the window, you know, just had to go for him. Heisman, a crazy amount of aggression. Either way, winner or loser, either from Alan Boss or Adam Heisman, these drivers are not done for the weekend. They still have one more loss under their belt, jumping into what the chat has dubbed the Lover's Lobby. The winner hanging on into the winner's bracket will move into our winner's top 8, where they'll see the winner of our next battle on the line, Frank and Taylor Hull. Let's look at that telemetry data. Thanks to Race Data Labs, you can see Alan Boss in that lead position. He's going exactly where he needs to be, and Heisman just didn't give him the room to transition. Definitely going to have a mistake from the Mustang there. As you can see, Heisman blazing back into position now as Boss doing what he needs to do, getting the rear bumper of that 350Z. But it looks like, yep, contact from Heisman, exit stage left. Looks like he basically lost connection to the server in the Aceta lobby as Heisman booted him off. And then Allen didn't skip a beat. I'll still click 4 off and rotate into 5. That's pretty cool, keeping that rear bumper in the back zones thanks to our Wally system, making sure you guys are seeing exactly what we're seeing. A great tool for our 3 judges, still utilizing the human factor of it all. Love to see the progression of drifting. Love to see the progression of American drifting utilizing this Race Data Labs Wally system here at Klutch Kickers, here at Mid-Pond. Big shout out to the Australians with your weird spinning toilets.
Doing the most. Doing the most.
Always cool to see all that. If you would like to see that run or any of our runs from our round 5, make sure you get to data.racedatalabs.com. Get it while the server's good. They'll be hosting all of this telemetry data for as long as possible. So make sure if you want to get in there, keep the receipts. You know, if you want to talk smack on the internet, you better have receipts. Get in there, screen record, show some love to them on the social media, as well as check Klutch Kickers for a ton of updates via Instagram, as well as cool videos, content behind the scenes, driver interviews, and more pictures of Josh, to be honest. Look at that majestic creature out there.
He is a beautiful look, just looking at the birds, hanging out, taking it all in.
Look at that. Look, poised up. Somebody screenshot that and use it as a wallpaper. Yeah, right there. All right, both these gentlemen rubbing the dirty bits together here at round 5. We'll see who's going to take the win and work their way into the rest of the winner's bracket, who's going to fall into the lover's lobby, winning to see if Alan Boss in his Yeet Fleet 350Z or Adam Heisman. That chat's got their own opinions.
Yeah, I'm seeing some people saying OMT. I'm like,
Let them fight again. Round 2. Ding, ding.
Everybody thinks Ben wants to see the Mustang again. RTR in the house.
Hobson likes Mustangs?
I wonder why.
Huh. Could have fooled me.
Never would have known.
I thought he was a big super guy.
Are you projecting?
No, not at all. He did bring, I say street spec, but it's literally the identical car to his pro vehicles sitting in the parking lot.
I saw it, yeah.
I say we run him down for his keys here later, but it looks like we are going to have a winner. Alan Boss is going to get the win, getting pushed through the winner's bracket thanks to Adam Heisman. But Heisman's weekend is not done. He'll fall into the lover's lobby, dubbed by the chat. And he'll have to fight his way the long way back up to the podium spot and take a dip in the drink with me here at Mid-Pond, swimming with the ducks. Our next driver's up on the line, Frank. Hospitality himself personified, going up against Taylor Hull.
Taylor, of course, our #1 points holder. Absolutely killing it, holding down at 400 points right now. Perfect score all the way around.
Now,
I guarantee you, he's going to try to hang on to that as best he can. But as you mentioned before, we've actually got a pretty stacked drivers count here this week, stacked drivers list this weekend. We may have some disruptors. I don't know. It's not going to be enough to take him out of that #1 spot, but it may be enough to disrupt him for this weekend.
Well, you're going to get a precursor to see if he's able to hold it together. You get a perfect season here at Klutch Kickers, $100,000 drift season. Or will Frank upset him right now, already taking out Trevor Johnstone in his last battle with some confident drive. Car seems to be running tip-top for him. Let's not curse him. Frank taking that chase position. Top 16 in the winner's bracket. Taylor Hull now the lead. Taylor qualifying 4th, Frank qualifying 20th. Thanks to our Race Data Lab Wally systems. Quick calculations, speeding through the boring parts, if you will. And here we go, Taylor Hull, not boring, coming out of the tent, flying away as Frank De Leon.
Oh!
Aggression off the rip. Hull unwavered, going through the touch and goes here as Frank's eating the dirt on the backside. Taking the dirt now as he's trying to close the gap up, but Hull's already going through the laundry list, keeping it on the asphalt through the entirety of outside 2. Rotates into outside 3, keeping that rebodied Corvette screaming through the remainder of our round 5 layout. And it looks like Hull's going to finish off, keeping it out of the mud, unlike Frank, who is still ripping and rolling as you see him come into frame now. Just a little too much sauce on the inside. You got to get, Frank just came in a little aggressive, but you can't lift then. You already made the mistake. You got to own it. You got to lean into it. You got to drive through him. It's the only way to pull out of that. You get aggressive. When in doubt, throttle out.
Could not agree more. That's my strategy. That's all I can do is just hit the throttle. I have no skill sets except for throttle.
Same. That's a big life mantra right there. All right, Frank now has the responsibility in that lead position. Taylor Hull has to hold back a very lightweight repurposed chassis of that Corvette, ripping around. Frank, with a confident drive in his last battle, came in with all that confidence. Should have hit him.
I mean,
the answer is always hit him.
I mean,
and if you're wrong, you're still wrong. All right, here we go. Frank now taking that lead position. He's got to force a mistake out of Taylor Hull, the reigning points champion. Both drivers initiate well before that initiation point, getting into that first touch and go. Frank doing a good job getting back with that confident drive, getting through the rest of our touch and goes. Taylor Hull's now having to jump into position to make sure that his presence is known as Frank is dumping into outside zone number 1. Almost walking away from Taylor Hull's Corvette as he's giving a little bit of patience, knowing he has an advantage as Frank's getting that S14 into the box here at outside 2. Taylor Hull shortly behind him, knowing he has a massive advantage from getting stabbed through that first touch and go. But Frank is doing a fantastic job stretching out to outside 4, actually putting a battle in the hands of Taylor Hull as both drivers go and rotate through outside 5 and across the finish line. It looks like Frank's going to be a little shallow at the line, fixes it as Taylor Hull's putting his stamp on it across the end line. Frank, I got to give it to Frank. This is a great drive for him, a very confident drive for him in the lead positions. He's been doing a good job getting super wide or outside 1. I'd love to see that energy, or maybe a bit too wide to get his trajectory, but Taylor giving him the patience that he's needing to stay out of the danger zone as Frank's doing everything he can to run away from the powerhouse that has been Taylor Hull all season. Frank still sitting in the winner's bracket. We'll still see this the rest of the weekend. That this is going to go to Hull.
I can't disagree with you there, and I think we've already got that verdict confirmed.
Taylor
Hull gets the win.
It looks like Taylor gets the win.
Who
Moving
can
on.
beat Taylor Hull?
We'll have to find out later. Stay tuned.
Well, we actually have a pretty good contender pulling up right now.
That's true.
Rad Dan Berquette here with us this weekend.
Oh, I thought you meant Parson. Parson's got a new clutch, and he's goofing,
he's
dude.
ready.
He's goofing.
New clutch goofing.
Yes, but Radical Daniel's also out here with that Rad Industries Mark IV Supra. That Jay-Z power plant always screaming and choo.
All right, we may be back live. I'm hoping. I'm hearing word that we're getting back live. I don't have confirmation myself. Let me know in the chat if you're starting to hear me talk, see me talk. Should be seeing a view of grid. Yes. I'm still spinning, so I don't know. I'm just going to keep yapping. Thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate you still being here with us through these technical difficulties. Not sure what's going on with the live stream, but hey, you know what? We're going to figure it out. Mike stole my phone, which is equally alarming and exciting because I have no idea what he's going to come back with. So if you're following along, be sure to check out the Klutch Kickers Instagram. Got a live feed going there right now. All right, we're back. Sorry about that, y'all. Thanks for being patient. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Okay, fantastic. You can hear me. Okay, so it's cutting in and out for me still a little bit. Glad y'all are still with me. Thanks for hanging tight. Don't know where Mike went. Like I said, he stole my phone. So, yeah, if you see him in the Instagram live stream, let him know to come back. Let him know I need my partner in crime. There he is. He's running back. I see him. Looks like JP Windham is back out on the track, took his 5-minute competition time out. Not sure what exactly was going on with his car. I think it got stuck in gear. I see him coming back out around now into the lineup. I'm not sure if they're going to let him go next, but thanks, Mike.
Oh,
you good? Take a breather, my friend.
Oh, man. Things I did for y'all.
All right, so we need an instant replay of everything that just happened within the last 20 minutes.
All right,
I need you to repeat everything.
All right, so basically,
So
I put my left sock on, then my right. All right, hold on. I gotta catch my
Wait, you're a left sock person? Wait, do you do sock and then sock shoe?
both pant legs same time.
Look at you. All right. So, in terms of who has won our battles, been trying to keep you guys up to speed in our chat. Of course, in the battle against Danny and Mark, Mark did get that win. Where we are at right now is JP Windham took his competition time out, was having a little bit of issue with getting the car going into gear in his battle against Human. So, looks like we are getting them ready to line up to send them, so you haven't missed much. Margot, I'm so sorry. I know you missed your son out there battling it out. He looked fantastic. I promised you it was a great run. We do hopefully still have the recording from the drones and from the camera that's out on the track, so hopefully we can get that to you here once we wrap for the end of the day today.
I really need to exercise more. That was, I'm
Was that
sucking
humbling?
way too much. You got a cinder block of a phone. That thing is so heavy.
Oh, you can't blame my phone for this.
I know, it's my lack of health, but
Yeah.
same. Thank you guys for being patient. Very stoked to have you guys here. Stoked to have you back. Stoked to be back. Stoked to be here. I'm just stoked to be stoked. I would be stoked with more oxygen in my body. Jesus, I am huffing right now.
All right, so we'll go back up the bracket here. So in the battle against Dan Berquette and Kashad Parson, Dan Berquette did get that win, but that was Kashad's first loss, so we will see him in the lovers bracket. In the battle against Drew Smith versus Jake Clark in that yellow S13 took the win. That was a fantastic battle, though. I really hope we're able to get you those results so that you can actually watch that play-by-play because it was beautiful. Andrew was right on him. Really did, both of them drivers did a great job of filling outer zones. It was kind of a difficult decision for the judges. They did take quite a bit of time to deliberate. Ultimately, Smith had a massive decel in outer zone 1. He dropped well over about 5 miles an hour going into the zone, about 15 mile an hour, and that's not really a decel zone, so that kind of threw Jake off. So hence there was a dirt drop, which you didn't see, unfortunately, so just take my word for it. But Jake did get the win for that battle. So now here we are.
That brings us up to the Drew Smith battle, don't it?
Somebody just handed me an energy drink. I don't know who handed me this Red Bull, but bless you.
Oh, I just I snapped my fingers real quick and they popped out of the sky.
Bless you.
The Drew Smith-Jake Clark battle was a heater. The Danny Morse and the Mark battle, definitely here. You guys, if you tuned into that Instagram Live, you got to see a little bit of snippets off of our screen. Thank you guys once again for your patience. Love to have you down here. And it looks like we're going to jump right back into that action as Human Raheem takes that lead to JP Windham, starts to chase him down now. Human jumps out to that first touch and go, gets out to that second touch and go as JP's trying to close up that gap. Human knocks out that rear bumper all the way across that touch and go and lands himself in the outside zone number 1. JP Windham taking the tighter line, trying to close up that gap as Human starting to put all the power down through outside zone number 2 across the pond. JP with that E46, repositioning himself to get into a good spot for outside 3, but Raheem's momentum cannot be shaken as he's putting the skiddy pedal all the way down for outside 4. JP's jumping, staying out of the smoke line, trying to stay into the realm here, staying in the conversation as Human is putting an exclamation point on his lead lap. JP doing a solid job in the chase, making some sacrifices, trying to close up that proximity gap, but Human and Raheem out here laying it down in that lead position. Clutch with the crowd.
My dog Klutch, also spelled with a K. Klutch was born in 2015, so a little precursor.
I see where they got the
actual
name.
Klutch Kickers. Yeah, see they little precursor to Klutch Kickers days, but yeah, he got a nice little photo op with him in his car yesterday. My dog's so photogenic.
Big shout out to all the pups out there. Big shout to Dougie, my boy at home.
Yeah, lots of nice, cool, lots of pit pups out here today. I'm just we have our rubber ducky up here on the table, but I just want to hold Mia or Tia. Apparently, they're the nice ones. But you got to speak Spanish to them. They speak Spanish.
Si. That's about all I know. I said si.
I don't speak Spanish.
That's about all. I got 1 year.
I took French like an idiot.
I don't know.
It's gotten me absolutely nothing. All right.
You're not in France.
I know. Enough yapping. Sorry.
All right, second half of the battle, Human. Oh, I'm sorry. Waiting for our judge's decision. You know, I'm getting back up to speed here. I had to take a walk, all right? I had to go outside, feel the fresh air, use my lungs for a little bit. Definitely a poor choice in my manner. I'm going to feel that tomorrow. Our judge is waiting. Well, our judges aren't waiting. They're deliberating. We're waiting for the verdict between JP Windham and his E46 BMW and Human Raheem with his 370Z. Parked right behind our main man, Josh, on the grid. Strong bows on that man, strong bows. Thank you guys for joining us back on the Klutch Kickers live stream. Stoked to have you back out here. Stoked to have you in the chat. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for your patience. Here at Mid Pond Raceway and Event Complex, this is round 5, Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We're back, baby.
We're back.
And it looks like we got a winner. Rahimi gets the win. Rahimi gets the win. That's going to put JP down into the lovers bracket. JP's first loss today. So he is definitely not done.
All right. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to go ahead and reshare some of these links, make sure everything's pinned for you guys. So you've got everything you need. Looks like the live bracket is still pinned for you, so fantastic. If you want to follow along with the Race Data Labs data, check out data.racedatalabs.com. Actually, I just shared that from my personal account. Sorry, let me switch gears. Share it from the Klutch Kickers account. Hold, please.
Yeah, you guys really shook us in our boots. Really made us feel the pressure. We appreciate that, keeping us accountable up here.
We love it.
I don't.
Ah.
You guys really scared me, all right? Thought you guys were going to be mad at me. But
Who
we're
could be
back.
Mad at you?
We're
Come
back.
on. All right.
All right, Danny's out there warming up his tires on the back of his S13, going to get up against his next battle buddy. Down in our lovers lobby, Allie Windham. Now, if you guys are following on that live bracket, pinned in the chat, thanks to Tara, we are down on the bottom half, left side of your screen. Qualifying 15th, Daniel Morse, now going up against our 16th qualifier, Allie Winham. Both drivers taking an L, but not done with their double elimination format here at round 5. Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. All right, it looks like Josh is going to give him the strong bows. Look at the energy out of that man. If I could have a quarter and harness that and put it in a can, I'd be a rich man. As Daniel Morse taking now the lead position, Allie to chase him down. Danny initiates getting into that first touch and go. Needs to stretch out to that second. Looks like he's going to avoid it, but Allie's going to take that opportunity to fall back into position now as both drivers get through that third touch and go. And then getting set up for outside turn 1. Allie giving a little more real estate, but then Danny giving the option back as Allie falls right back into position now and putting the pressure as Danny was keeping that S13 hatch in the backside as Allie starts barking at the side of him.
Nice.
Both drivers rotate in. Allie right on the back bumper of the S13, getting a little sharp there, getting a little stabby, a little bit of corrections, but Danny is also shortly behind as both drivers clean it back up before they even get to outside 4, and Allie's trying to put a stamp on it now as both drivers get into outside 5 as Allie keeping the aggression as Danny's S13 gets across the finish line. Allie barking for door handles. Love to see it.
That's the aggression I've been looking to see out of Allie. Not just the aggression against you.
Well, so I'll give it to her. We arm wrestled over there and she smoked right off the rip. Just blew my shoulder out. All right, Danny now in the chase position. Allie the lead. Allie putting a significant confidence in that chase. Danny giving her the real estate to play with. A little back and forth there, giving her a little tit for tat. We'll see how the second half of the battle shakes out here at round 5. Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. You guys are back with us on the live stream, so thank you guys for joining us. We appreciate your patience. In the chat, this is technically the 16 of the losers bracket. Bottom of your livebracket.com. Make sure you can click that link and get all the live updates. Make sure you refresh the page as the second half of the battle going down as Allie taking that lead position now is getting through our first and second touch and go. Third touch and go as Daniel Morse is right behind her as both drivers navigate through outside zone number 1. Danny getting a bit savvy as Allie starting to get the wheels spinning, getting herself put into outside zone number 2. Needs to keep the backside of that S13 coupe into the box as both drivers transition and dump and dive into outside zone number 3. Morse getting left behind with Allie's line choices as Allie starting to put the hammer down now, getting stretched out to outside 4, jumping into outside 4 in the backside of that coupe nice and deep. Needs to keep that energy alive all the way through outside 5 as Danny Morse is trying to seal the deal on his end of the battle. Both drivers doing a fantastic job. A great drive out of Allie in the lead. Danny chasing her down. Second half of the battle here in the top 16 of the losers bracket. The lovers lobby, as the chat has dubbed it. Our winners bracket patiently waiting up top. The top 8 drivers. Andrew Grindle, Dustin Miles is our first of that top 16 or top 8 winners bracket. Alan Boss, Taylor Hall, Dan Berquette, Jake Clark, that's going to be a heater. Jake's out for Clutch, and Mark, who is also on a heater. But if you guys are following on the live bracket, we are, scroll down, left-hand side. We got Danny Morse and Allie Windham waiting for our verdict from our judges to see who's going to go up against JP Windham. You get a little hubby-wife battle going down.
That would be insane. Is that how
That's
stacked
it's
up?
poised up, but first she's got to take out Danny. And if Danny takes the win, JP will have to win back the family name. But before we get to those battles, we're going to jump right down to the next after we get our verdict of Drew Smith in that Fox body going up against Tom in the Corvette. Still a beautiful day here at Mid-Pond Raceway and Event Complex. Thank you guys once again for joining us here for Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. If you are just joining us, welcome back. This is round 5, the finale. We have an awards banquet. We got partying to do. Frank's got a cooler of water for me. I got a rubber duck. I got real ducks. I got Tara.
Well, we're living the life right now.
I'm not doing that bad.
We truly, honestly, we truly are very fortunate. Got a beautiful track here. Very fortunate to have Ken, who has worked so hard to make all of this happen for us. Ken Martin being the owner of Mid-Pond Raceway and Events Complex here in Columbiana,
Big
Alabama.
shout to Ken. Big shouts.
Ken has worked tirelessly to make this happen, not only just for this track, but also for the track expansion that's happening over to the left of us. We've got a mountain of dirt that has been moved within the last 6 months, and we have a track expansion project that will be coming to you in 2026. Likely won't have pavement till the end of 2026, but we will definitely have parking lots. Oh, an OMT battle between Allie and Danny. We may see an interesting battle between. I do wonder who's going to get to go up against JP now. This is going to be interesting.
Well, they're going to have to lick it back one more time to see who's going to get the win here as Danny and Allie are getting that one more time call from the judges. Like to see it. Let's see if they can ride that confident drive and clean it back up, really finish the meal off here and see who's going to take the win. And this is for all the marbles. The next loser here is out for the weekend. This is the Lovers Lobby, the top 16 in the loser bracket. Scroll down on your livebracket.com, as well as if you're interested, data.racedatalabs.com for all the telemetry data, thanks to our Wally system from Race Data Labs and our friends from Australia. All right, those drivers have worked themselves back in. They'll get some new circles underneath those vehicles as Drew Smith and Tom in his Corvette are back out on the line. Drew, beautiful purple Fox body Mustang. Tom piloting that aggressive Corvette. Coming in here, also a wild card. Love to see a bunch of new faces out here, as well as our season pass holders and season-long drivers. Big shout to every single one of those drivers and team for coming out, throwing down, putting together some fantastic machines, and then wheeling them very aggressively, to be completely honest with you. This track is very unforgiving. Small mistakes add up quickly. The equalizer, if you will, here at Mid-Pond.
They do indeed, and the small mistakes are exactly what ended up getting Andrew Smith into the losers bracket in his battle against Jake Clark. Again, I know we weren't able to show you that in the live stream, but it was a fantastic battle. Drew did a great job, handled himself very well, did a good job of filling those outer zones, but there were just a few technical mistakes, and it was not enough for him to go for him to take that win against Jake Clark. But now we get to see him go up against Tom. I think this is going to be an even more fun battle for him. Yeah.
And here we go. The elbows or energy are in the air. Josh giving him the point. The lights are illuminated. Let's see what Andrew Smith's got in that lead position with that beautiful Fox body Mustang. And Tom's got to chase him down in his Corvette. As Drew initiates in, getting those touch and goes out of the way, he's got to rotate back down to that last touch and go and set himself into that first outside zone as Tom and his Corvette is falling behind. As Smith is running away with his Fox body, getting second out outside one, going in through outside two, keeping the back bumper in as Tom in his Corvette trying to clean up the act now. As Drew Smith is locked and loaded through our judges' checklist, keeping that rear bumper where it needs to be. As our drone trying to keep both drivers in frame, but Smith is on a tear in that Fox body, landing himself in the asphalt of outside zone number 5 and across the finish line. And we'll have to wait just a second for Tom's Corvette to cross shortly after him. Tom making a few, I should say a few, quite amount of sacrifices trying to close that gap that Smith created right off of the rip. You guys are watching that replay, even through outside zone number 1. There's a couple car lengths between the Mustang and the Corvette. The Ford of Smith is just pulling away as Tom's just doing everything he can to both stay in the conversation as well as close up the deficit. Honestly, I got to give it to Tom. Not too many sacrifices, holding his line, just a few car lengths behind. Drivers now swap back around. Tom now to take that lead position. Drew to chase him down. Tom's responsibility is putting out a nice flowy lead line, giving some real estate for Drew to work with. Drew needs to be aggressive here, but not too aggressive. I don't want to put anything into the atmosphere, so we'll see how I have to shake out. Stay tuned as we get to the second half of this battle here at Round 5 Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Got Tom in the Corvette, Drew in the Fox Body Mustang. We're going to see who's going to walk away. Losers go home. Well, they hang out for a while until we're partying it up at the awards banquet, but they're going to park their car, whip the coolers out, and hang out and watch the rest of the drifting
Have some
here.
waters with Frank Leon.
Yep, Frank's got plenty of water, fellas.
Yes,
Plenty of
he
water.
does.
Once again, thank you guys for joining us on the stream. We apologize and humbly thank you for hanging out through the problems and even coming back. We adore that you're doing that. Thank you guys for joining us on the little behind the scenes live on the Instagram. Stoked to have you guys out. Thanks for getting my fitness in. And it looks like we're ready for the second half of this battle as Tom and his Corvette's going to take that lead position, getting chased down by Drew in his Fox Body Mustang. Tom shoves in. Big crank as Drew's got to wait there and wait for him. Both drivers start to clean their positioning back up now as they get rotated into outside center number 1. Tom and his Corvette putting that rear bumper in the box, and Smith starting to put the aggression in. Both drivers push back through. Smith right on the back bumper of the Corvette, getting aggressive, making a touch tighter line behind Tom's Corvette as Tom's doing a good job flowing and driving a different pace, obviously, from the Fox Body as Drew needs to manipulate and mimic our lead driver's line. Tom doing a fantastic job rotating into outside zone number 5. But Smith is shortly behind them, keeping his presence known. We'll have to see how it weighs out in our judges' mind as Tom and his Corvette finishes off his lap nice and solid. You can see our drivers rotating through those touch and goes as Smith is shortly behind the Corvette. Tom doing a good job keeping the rear bumper and rear axle of that Corvette in our judged areas through our zones as Drew Smith is keeping the aggression barking at him the entire time. We definitely would like to see Smith matching angle as he's doing through this zone, outside 3 into outside 4. That's the aggression we like to see. Tom giving him some real estate to play with. You see both drivers dump into outside 5. Smith making a little bit of correction there. Tom takes an aggressive exit over the finish line. And it looks like Smith's going to get the win. Andrew Smith in the Fox Body gets the win, taking out Tom and his Corvette. Unfortunately, that will be the end for Tom's weekend here at Round 5. Hopefully, we'll see him at the awards banquet, standing straight and proper with a cooler full of waters. But Drew Smith is going to take the win. One small step back into fighting all the way back through our losers bracket, back into the podium ceremony where the big checks will be awarded, and also our drivers get to take a swim in the pond.
Tom, we appreciate you being here with us this weekend. Fantastic to meet you. Great to have you here with us. That was an awesome battle between those two drivers. Again, gotta love my boy Fox Body Poppy, Andrew Smith with that. I mean, I'm gonna call him out on it again. His Junkyard Coyote, it slaps, man. It slaps.
Look, if you get a good engine, it's a gem. You treat her well, and she'll treat you well back, fellas. Take care of your cars, change your oil, support your local raceways, respect each other, and disrespect your surroundings. All right, next driver's up on the line in our losers bracket. Dubbed, I guess it's official, the defeated bracket.
Defeated bracket. Oh, I see. Okay.
All right, yeah, look, words.
Defeated bracket.
I like the lovers lobby. You know what I mean?
I like that too. I definitely don't like losers bracket. It just sounds so condescending.
Yeah,
defeated
well,
bracket is kind of
they did lose to get there.
Still, but
they did lose to get down there. You know what I mean? Well, they're in the lovers bracket, the defeated bracket, the losers bracket. First losers, trying to fight back to be winners. This is the top 16. You got Trevor Johnstone in that S550 Mustang. Beautiful paint on that thing. If you're on the live with me, that thing's sparkly. I didn't realize it was so sparkly. The sun really made that thing pop out. And then Parson, borrowed vehicle. Still blows my mind every time. In the chase. Ready to chase down that S550. plenty of character in the rear quarters. Let's see if he can get another lick, or if he survives the lap, takes a win. Trevor's going to take that lead position here at Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. This is round 5. Thank you guys for joining us here on the internet. Let's get back to the action. Trevor initiates in, needs to get out to that first touch and go. Needs to stretch it out to that second touch and go. And this is a little bit of a drive as he projects well into that third touch and go. Needs to set himself well and land into outside zone number 1 as Parson trying to get that to get back up that new clutch. And both drivers screaming past between the Coyote and the trumpet of that 370. It is so loud going past the pond. Trevor doing a good job keeping the rear bumper of that Mustang exactly where it needs to be through outside zone number 3. Starts to pull away as he jumps out to outside zone number 4. Parson still staying in the conversation, but definitely a car 2-length gap going into outside 5 as Trevor needs to keep it on the asphalt as he does, and Parson shortly behind him as both drivers cross over the finish line. You guys at home are watching that replay. Both our drivers getting set themselves up for outside zone number 1. Trevor doing a fantastic job getting that S550 Mustang right where it needs to be. Parson doing everything he can to close up that deficit and match the angle and close up the proximity. Trevor doing a fantastic job through outside zone number 2 across the pond, through outside 3. You can see that great stretch into outside zone number 4. And he rotates that big old Mustang into outside 5, keeping it on the asphalt. Textbook drive out of Trevor. Definitely putting the advantage into his court. But Parson's not out of this. We got to flop these drivers back around. Parson now responsible for the lead. Johnstone to chase.
A little smoke billowing there from the 370. Looks
No,
like.
don't pay attention to it. It's just a clutch. Hopefully, it is just a clutch. Parson, you better buy your buddy dinner or something, bud.
Ugh.
Either that or he's chooching.
I think he's just chooching.
He's having a great old time over there.
I mean, look, I was giving him hell about his. We'll wait for this. I was going to give him hell about his S13. I was like, bud, you didn't even do a compression test on it. Just put some seafoam in it. Just send it. It's fine.
I see
it's
a little
fine.
nitrous purge out of there. How you gonna put nitrous on your buddy's car? Aggressive, man. Aggressive. Parson spraying the bottle out. Let's see what he's got in the lead lap. This Johnstone needs to hold on to that confidence he had in his lead lap into his chase as both drivers work through a touch and goes. Parson getting into dirt. Johnstone giving him a little bit of extra real estate to get back into position as both drivers dump themselves into outside zone number 1. Parson doing a fantastic job beating that brand new clutch, making sure the rear bumper of that 370Z is doing exactly what he can. Parson looking phenomenal in the lead lap as Trevor's trying to close up that deficit going into outside zone number 3. Parson with a little bit of advantage, but Johnstone using that little bit of a waiver to set himself back into position outside 4. Parson jumping into outside 5. A solid, very solid lead lap out of Parson across the finish line, but Trevor's big old S550 is short after him. That is, he should have put the bottle on from the get-go.
Where's that been?
Man, he was like, oh, I forgot I had this.
I'm pretty sure he called his buddy.
It's either your ring lance or my win. Oh, man. You guys are at home watching that replay. Parson finally getting that nitrous turned on. Looks like it's helping him out with that 370. That borrowed vehicle. The clutch looks like it's to be holding up as Trevor Johnstone with that big S550 Mustang trying to mimic and match the line and angle of Parson's 370Z as he works his way through outside zone number 4. And a great transition in outside 5, keeping on the asphalt. A little waiver there from Johnstone as Parson's going to put an exclamation point on his lead lap. Definitely don't want to be a judge here in this scenario. Johnstone with a solid lap. Parson with a solid lap.
Trevor's lines, though, like his lead line was fantastic, beautiful. Now, Kashad did
He's still
have
spraying the nitrous.
That's just a flex at this point. You're just throwing away the money that you haven't won yet, Kashad. Come on, man. But Kashad did have a little bit of a gap coming out of outer zone 4 in that first run. So I'm wondering if that may count against him here. But even still, great chase run from him as well. But Trevor's lead, solid. Trevor's chase, still solid.
Still solid, but Parson definitely got confident in the second half of that battle there. Maybe understanding this is it. This is the lover's lobby. One or done. Win, records, or checkers. Are you going to put it back in the box or put it back on the trailer? Did he street drive this thing here or trailer it here?
Who's that?
Parson with his friend's vehicle.
Oh, he trailered.
Can you imagine his friend just like dropped this off and he was like, hey man, like,
Good luck.
I just need my oil changed. Slaps it up with nitrous, brings it out to Klutch Kickers round 5.
Hey, it's got a new clutch in it.
Yeah, that's fair, you know.
You know?
That's what he's going to tell
but
us.
But I do think Kashad actually put the clutch back in that car 2019. So the clutch that he ended up smoking yesterday in practice, he put that clutch in back in 2019.
Did he smoke that clutch too?
Pretty sure.
I see a pattern here. Small pattern, nonetheless.
We are not. Listen, it's all love. We love Kashad.
Oh, great. I'm loving the energy. Doing clutches in the parking lot, spraying nitrous in your buddy's car. Where else do you get that except for Klutch Kickers? Here in Mid-Pond.
This is true. Lots of camaraderie, which something I noticed that's going to be interesting here in our bracket. We've got Brandon Bass going up against Dustin Patton almost immediately after the battle with Frank DeLeon against Hannah Ammerson. So Frank is going to have to, after his battle, is going to have to bring that poor car in, drop it off to Brandon Bass, maybe a little quick handshake, maybe a spray of the hose, cool it down, send it back out there.
Better be a hell of a handshake.
It's going to be.
That's a crazy. That poor car.
I'm pretty sure that car does not have a safe word.
It definitely does not. That thing's getting passed around. All right, here we go. It looks like we got a winner, and it looks like Parson's going to get the win. Parson, the nitrous worked out, and that borrowed vehicle is going to get the win, ending Trevor Johnstone's weekend. A big shout to Johnstone. Great-looking S550 Mustang. Drove incredibly well all season long. Stoked always to see him in the paddock and see him get some laps. He needs a muffler, though. Somebody get this man a muffler sponsorship. Whole series needs a muffler sponsorship. Hey, if you sell mufflers, hit me up. Email the Klutch Kickers.
Everybody needs mufflers.
We need more mufflers out here.
We believe in mufflers here.
The Ducks will thank you.
Keep your bumpers on. Put your mufflers on. Honestly, I am driving one of the worst sounding Z's right now, the Pink Z that I drove.
Oh, you're into jazz?
It's terrible. Oh, it's some pretty hardcore jazz.
Nice.
Like interpretive jazz.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Big into the brass.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like we have our next battle up on the line. That one more time battle between Danny Morse and Allie Winham. This is still in the top 16 of the defeated bracket. Danny Morse in that orange S13 hatch, getting chased down by Allie in her S13 coupe. And it looks like our judges are going to give the okay. We're waiting for Josh to get the strong elbows out, make sure our drivers are ready. The lights will illuminate. People that keep handing me energy drinks, thank you very much. Oh, yeah, no, I see the truck.
Thanks, Red Bull
As
guy.
he should. We'll see him at the awards banquet.
All right, Danny Morse out in the lead with Allie Windham in chase.
All right, Danny Morse taking that lead position. Skipping that first touch and go, but getting out to that second touch and go. Needs to drop down to that third touch and go as he does. Rotates that into outside zone number one as Allie starts to make her move now. Falling into position, starting to put the aggression on. That coupe getting to the side of the S13 hatch. Allie on the back bumper of Danny's S13 as both drivers work their way to the outside two. Allie getting super aggressive. Needs to leave enough room for Danny to rotate, and she does not. The aggression met, but all these drivers are still going at it. That's the hockey fight. That's what I like to see.
That was a good hockey fight.
Unfortunately, Allie getting aggressive, but both drivers finishing off with the same aggression. Allie's
You wanted to arm wrestle with her, but
scared.
She's ready to drop gloves.
I'm scared. Thank you, Meg. Thank you very much. You are saving my life out here right now. Thank you very much for the drinks. We appreciate y'all. Make sure you guys stop in if you guys are here at Mid-Pond. Say hello to all of our drivers, vendors, as well as everybody that has come out to support this raceway. Support your local raceway. Danny, actually, I was very kind to Danny. He had every opportunity to take that with a real big swing. He knew Allie was in the wrong spot, hoping to get the real estate to move. Unfortunately, it never happened. But both drivers finished off the lap with incredible energy. Love to see that. We're in the top 16 of the defeated bracket. We're going to swap these drivers back around. Allie now has the responsibility of the lead. Danny now has to return the favor in the chase. Let's see if they can keep it clean, keep the gloves on, make it across the finish line. Allie with a small deficit, but it is still anybody's game. The loser packs it into the trailer. The winner stays alive, fighting it through the long road to get back to the podium here at Mid-Pond Raceway and Events Complex. Here for Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. This is round 5, the finale. Thank you guys for joining us on the stream. Thank you for your patience. We humbly thank you for kicking it with us, staying with us, and holding it down, especially y'all in the chat. Getting those typing fingers stretched and loose. If you guys are not following along on our live bracket, pinned in the chat, make sure you hit that refresh page. You can see the very same bracket updated as soon as possible so you guys can keep track of our double elimination format, which does get confusing, I will admit, but it allows our drivers multiple times for amazing battles, as we have already seen both in our winners bracket and the defeated bracket. Allie patiently waiting to get her lead. Danny to chase. All right, let's get the second half of this hockey fight underway. Allie taking the lead. Shoves it in. Needs to get out to those touch and goes. Rotates down to that third touch and goes. Danny starts to make his move back in now. Allie getting herself through outside zone number 1 as Danny trying to close out that proximity. Allie jumps into outside 2, getting that rear bumper where it needs to be in the judges and the Wally's eye, as Danny gives her a little space, more space than Allie gave him. As both drivers rotate to outside 3, Allie takes that opportunity to try to put the skinny pedal down and walk away from Danny Morse's S13. She does a great job getting into outside zone number 4. Rotates into outside 5, needs to keep it on the asphalt. As Danny starts to punch back in now, barking into the window of Allie's S13 coupe as both drivers get to go over the finish line and finish off the second half of this battle. We'll have to see how our judges weigh it finally out. Allie doing a good job in her lead position. Danny, no contact made going into outside 3, unlike Allie in her chase. But a solid lap out of both drivers nonetheless. Allie doing a fantastic job through outside zone number 2. Pulls out and get into outside zone number 3.
Little shallow there.
But she gets in late. She pulls it back out, and this is where she really stomps down on the throttle, and she excels through outside zone number 4. Rotates back into outside 5, keeps on the asphalt. Danny Morse knows that running out of time to make a mistake, so jumps in to position.
Oh, it's so hard to not talk about Danny's 1 Uzi because, man, he has done a phenomenal job with this car. It is great. So to see it battling up against Allie's LS, which Freak Show, which is the name we have dubbed her car, is a fantastic car.
Where's Freak Show come from?
Freak Show, I think, was the name that JP, so little lore here. JP originally used to drive this car.
Okay.
This was his OG comp car. And when he ended up building the E46, it became her car. Now, Allie has an S13 that she has been working on herself. It's kind of her just solid seat time car.
Nice.
So that's the car that she learned on, and then she ended up taking over a Freak Show, I want to say about a year ago, 2 years ago.
Got Gravedigger vibes. I like it.
Yeah, she does.
I like
Yeah,
it.
she does.
All right. Like, she's coming out here.
She's coming for souls, man.
Yeah, it's car's name. She's arm wrestling me in the parking lot. Like, she already blew my shoulder out once. I'm going to have to stretch for the next one. I need redemption. We'll see if she can take a win here against Danny Morse in his S13 hatch. Allie with the coupe. Let's see from the judges who's going to get the win. Josh's arms are up in the air, and it looks like Danny's going to get the win, taking out Allie, unfortunately, out of the defeated bracket. Danny's going to fight for another day into our next battle, where he'll have to fight off her husband, JP, in the E46. Freak Show, unfortunately, out. Allie driving extremely well through the entire day, the entire weekend, and the entire season. Love to watch her drive. Scared to arm wrestle her later. Hopefully Frank's water gives me some extra strength. But we'll get back to the action here momentarily. Our next battle up on the line should be Smith and Parson. We are in that should have concluded our top 16 of our defeated bracket.
Nope, we still have Frank DeLeon and Hannah Ammerson.
Oh, I'm a liar.
And then, of course, after that, we've got Dustin Patton and Brandon Bass, who is going to be waiting patiently for Frank DeLeon to come back around with that S14 chassis.
This
so he
is
can
why
hop
it's important.
in, get right back out there.
It's important to refresh your page.
Yeah. You got to hit the button.
Yeah.
You see that button right there?
Yeah, for you Mac users, it's Command R.
Oh,
Yeah, little hotkeys
with the
over there.
hotkeys. Yep.
All right, if you haven't seen those live brackets, links in the chat. Make sure you click on there. You can follow along. Make sure you refresh your page, unlike this idiot right here, as well as that Race Data Labs telemetry data available at data.racedatalabs.com. You can see all of our laps here throughout our bracket, throughout our battle bracket, our qualifying, as well as some practice laps through the entire weekend. not only the numbers, but also the graphics and the live replays of all that telemetry data. Make sure you check it out. Show some love to Race Data Labs, our friends from Australia. But let's get back to the poll. We'll get our next drivers up on the line, looking to see if we can collect our drivers.
Oh, that's not a good sign. Unfortunately, it looks like our tow pig is taking Hannah Ammerson off the track. I'm not sure if she ended up overheating while she was out there. She does still have her competition time out, so she could still use it, assuming that whatever is happening with her car is fixable. So unfortunately, we are seeing Hannah being towed out for her battle.
I mean, better than leaving her there.
Yeah.
Can you imagine we just left her there for the duration of everything else? Be like, all right, man, that sucks. You park here. You can't park there. All right, we'll drag her back in. We'll figure out what's going on. She's got to face off against Frank down in our top 16 of the lovers lobby. That means that we could probably move on to our next battle, where we have Dustin going up against, technically, Brandon, but it's also Frank. It's Frank's car, the S14, sitting on the line. I wonder if they went out there like driver-passenger, you know what I mean? Like Brandon riding in the passenger seat while Frank drives, and then Frank swaps over the passenger seat while Brandon drives. Like rally vibes,
cute.
you know?
Hell yeah.
Like hot swap. Is that what happened over there? Oh, that's legit what happened over there.
No, seriously.
Nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nice. All right, so we're getting right into it. We don't have to do a little driver swap. Frank, the man, the myth, the legend himself, already out there with Brandon. Love to see that. Brandon's going to be driving Frank's S14. Brandon taking that 18th qualifying position in his Mark III Super. Unfortunately, had to bow out. He's going to drive this S14 thanks to Frank, and he's got to go up against Dustin with a brand new timing chain in that VQ 350Z. Think he hooked the nitrous up?
I think he probably is, at least at this point.
He already paid for the gas.
I don't think he's running the same. I think he was running a 100 shot in round 3.
All right, so we put the 200 in now. All right, let's go. Brandon in Frank's S14 going up against Dustin in his 350Z. Brandon the lead, Dustin the chase. Brandon initiates, gets into that touch and go. Just shy of that second touch and go as Dustin starting to make his presence known now. Maybe getting too aggressive. He starts to clean it back up. Dustin getting some wibbles and some woggles as he goes down into outside zone number 1. Brandon doing a good job getting into outside zone number 2. Needs the rear bumper, that S14 position, as Dustin getting super aggressive almost at the wrong time. He needs to get back into the timing here and get back into position. His aggression is up high, but his choices are being a deficit to his chase lap as Brandon's doing a fantastic job piloting the borrowed vehicle, the S14 from Frank, as Dustin is shortly behind him going over the finish line. We'll have to see how the second half of this battle shakes out to see who's going to take home the win and who's going to go home back to the trailer. This is the defeated bracket. That means there is no more losers. You either win or you go home. But they're not going to go home. They're going to hang out for our award thing. We got lots of waters to drink tonight. Looking forward to hanging out with all of our drivers, crew, and their families in the paddock.
They're going to have to dry off pretty quickly.
Yep, podium in the pond here at Mid Pond. If you don't know, now you know. Brandon's doing a fantastic job in that borrowed vehicle, that S14, adapting super quickly. I believe he didn't get any practice laps in that car. I think he just hopped right into it and started ripping.
Yep.
That's a good car. You know, Frank passes that thing around like a cheap date, but I swear that is a great S14. We'll see how he can manage with Brandon in the chase, with Dustin in the lead. All right, here we go. Dustin taking that lead position. Going into that first touch and go, getting stretched out to that second touch and go. Needs to stretch that 350Z all the way out to that third. A little bit of dust going through that third touch and go, but gets himself in the position for outside zone number 1. As Brandon getting aggressive with the S14, falls into the proximity pocket as we speak. Both drivers going around the pond through outside zone number 2. Dustin's trying to land himself into outside 3, a little late into the box, and starts to put the skinny pedal down as he stretches back out to 4. As Brandon doing an aggressive take with Frank's S14 as both drivers rotate into outside 5. And Brandon cannot be shaken as Dustin's VQ trumpeting across the finish line. On the replay at home, you can see both drivers working the way through that little bit of a pally alley. A touch and goes into outside zone number 1. Dustin a bit shy off the box, and this is where Brandon's going to use this opportunity to get right to the back bumper of the 350Z and set himself up very well through outside zone number 2. Dustin doing a good job keeping the backside of that 350Z into our judge box zones areas. this is where he starts putting the power down, and Brandon starts to get aggressive. Now a little bit of a wobble there, not to be noted in a barred vehicle. He's doing a fantastic job of wrestling that thing behind him. You can see Dustin and both are doing a fantastic job. Brandon keeping the aggression right to the par, a birdie for the course, if you will. We'll see how the judges have to play into it. Dustin at that 350Z, Brandon with the borrowed S14 from Frank.
Still waiting on a little bit of feedback to see what happened with Hannah Ammerson's car. We do see the hood open on the car. Looks like they've got some fans over there. So I'm going to assume her car probably overheated, just knowing that has been an issue for her in the past.
Thirsty.
It's probably a little thirsty.
I bet you it's thirsty.
She needs to go for a drink in the pond.
He needs some milk.
Get me enough milk.
All right, Dustin, Brandon waiting patiently for the verdict of their battle. Look at Josh over there. He's hiding behind the lights. Look at all those drop lights in there. Dang, it looks like a beer garden out there. It looks like a good time out on grid. I guess if you guys joined me on the Instagram Live as our stream was down just momentarily, thank you guys for hopping in with me, having a good time. I wandered all the way out there. It's a lot farther than it looks. I didn't realize.
You huffed it, man.
Yeah, I know. It was sucking air. It was honestly really embarrassing. Wasn't even that far. If I can still see it, it's not that far, you know what I mean? All right, so our driver's still patiently waiting for our judge's final verdict. I can see them deliberating. It looks like we might have a winner. I say that just to tease you, as they're teasing me. I know as much as y'all know, and it looks like we do have a verdict. Arms are up, and it looks like Brandon's going to get the win in that borrowed S14. Brandon gets the win. Unfortunately for Dustin, out for the day. We'll see him later at the awards banquet. He's definitely no man shy of keeping the vibes high. A big round of applause to him and his entire team. Timing chains and all. Coming out, fighting it through. Brandon taking the win.
Definitely love Dustin. His future is almost as bright as his teeth, man. He is just a fantastic person.
I love how Brandon's now just parading the car back out to the track so Frank can hop into it. Hopefully to see the battle with Hannah. If not, Frank will have to just showcase his machine is still capable. Obviously, it's driving it back to its home right now to swap its drivers out. And I believe as that time will expire on Hannah, we'll move back up into our winner's bracket, where we are parading our winner's bracket drivers back out into the field. And then we'll jump back down to our top 8 in our defeated bracket. Me and Tara are looking like the ducks right now, trying to see what's going on in Hannah's pit. All right, thank you guys once again for joining us here on the internet, both live and in person. Thank you guys. This is round 5, Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. If you guys would like to watch any of the telemetry data or the graphics illustrating any of that telemetry data, please go over to data.racedatalabs.com. I want to sneak in another data.
All right, so as you can see, we are going to give you some sneak peeks of some of the runs that you did miss when our live stream was down there for about 15 minutes. So this is the battle against Radban and Kashad Parson. I believe that's Kashad. Yeah, that's Kashad. So it's hard to tell now. Who's in what car?
Everybody's borrowing everything. But Dan Berquette doing a fantastic job in his lead position. Parson with his 370Z trying to keep up with that powerhouse of a JZ underneath the hood of that Rad Industries Supra. But Dan really solidifying his win here, as you can see, as he comes over the finish line. But Parsons, as you've seen later in our defeated bracket, he is still fighting his way back up to the top, where he may or may not see Dan later. But Dan's got his own battles in this bracket coming up just momentarily, as Dan Berquette is going to see Jake Clark, who took out our Fox Body homie, Drew Smith. If you guys are just joining us on the stream, you're getting a special extra treat of the streams that went into the abyss, into the void. We'll collect all that, don't worry, you all see it. We'll get it on the internet, we'll post them up, we'll get full runs, recaps, maybe a little even extra. Thank you guys for joining, supporting, hanging out, chit-chatting in the chat. Love the emojis, love the energies, love the vibes.
Love this run against Jake Clark and Andrew Smith. This is the one I was talking about. This was a fun battle to watch. Jake throwing down an absolutely clean run. This kid's 17 years old, coming out here like he's a pro driver. Who knows, we may see him in a pro seat here before, gosh, who knows, in the next couple of years. But Andrew Smith, not a lot of technical mistakes, but enough for him to unfortunately lose in this battle against Jake Clark. Here we go with Andrew Smith in the lead. Jake lost a little bit of ground there, but able to quickly recover. Went a little wide there, but again, recovered quickly.
Smith doing a fantastic job in his lead position, getting the back bumper of that Mustang through outside zone and outside zone 2 and 3. Jake, this is where he starts to put the aggression on and wait for this transition coming out of outside 4 into 5. Is just holding that momentum in, pops right into the pocket, screaming at Drew Smith as they go over the finish line, solidifying the win for himself and working his way where he will see our last battle that you just witnessed, Dan Berquette, in the winner's bracket, which dumped Drew Smith into our defeated bracket, where he saw a win and he has to go up against Parson, who lost against Dan Berquette.
Yeah, so I do just want to reiterate for that battle against Andrew Smith and Jake Clark, the reason why, you saw that as Jake Clark kind of went a little wide on his chase run, the main reason was Smith had a pretty massive decel going into outer zone 1, and he ended up dropping about pretty much well over 5 miles an hour, so that kind of threw Jake off a little bit, hence why he had the dirt drop. So that is why the judges ended up penalizing him and giving Jake Clark the win. But more on that later. We're going to give these drivers a second to cool down. We're going to give our staff a second to take a quick break.
But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these messages. Thank you guys for joining us once again. This is round 5, the finale here. Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Right back. I promise you. I know it's like a bad karma at this point, but we'll be right back, I promise. With secrets.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
Secrets.
Secret time.
Get out of there. Come on. Get out of there. I don't feel safe on the side of it. I need to make sure. Yeah, dude, you're fine. You look beautiful. Look at that full head of hair. All right, so Adam Heisman's out here. Another one of those Formula D drivers out here. Dang, you tall, dude. Get out of here. Get out of the tent. Come on, it's not even raining. Oh, look, dude. He's full suited. He's got his pajamas on and everything. He's ready to roll. All right, first time here in Mid-Pond, correct?
Yes, first time here.
So you got some laps in, car's been out, obviously still in one piece, you're looking good. How do you feel?
All right, it's bumpy out there. This thing likes a 3-wheel, and with those bumps, the front end is kind of out of control, but we'll figure it out.
All right, so Adam, obviously you're piloting your pro spec vehicle, your Mustang, your S95. You got some new bits on the back, correct?
Yes, we are testing out the SRD new knuckles for the Cobra IRS. This is the first time they're on my pro car. They feel amazing. Tire wear is awesome. Like camber gain, there is no camber gain. All the toe gain, I think we measured it on the rack. It's like a 1/4 inch and it toes to an inch. So all the forward bite. But no, these new knuckles are feeling amazing.
Awesome. So you, that's your warning. If you're on the edge of the track, media, he's got the You better want to Hey man, stoked to see you out here. Good luck today. How's she running?
Great.
How are you running?
Great.
How do you feel?
Great.
How do your hands feel?
They're ready. Yeah, I'm going to try to stay in the zones this time because I heard you call me out multiple times last time. But I'm here for it today. I like this layout.
You look a lot more comfortable. It looks like you're having fun. You got anything you want to say to your fellow drivers?
Let's just have fun. I'm here for y'all. I'm ready to have fun with everybody, and let's get it.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Welcome to Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Now a Formula Drift Pro-Am feeder series. Get signed up, 2026, scheduled to be released soon. You see that, dude? You see that athleticism? You got some laps in today. How do you feel?
Pretty comfy. I'd need to dial some stuff in for sure, but the layout flow is pretty nice. I like it.
Do you got anything you want to say to your fellow drivers?
What do you think?
Get mean.
I don't know.
Be mean. Do it. Go ahead. Say it.
If anyone has an S14 mirror, bring it with you, please.
Yeah, he hit a cop car. I saw it in the parking lot. He's out there swinging. All right, man. Good luck today. This guy. Look at him. Hold on. Don't even go anywhere. Hold on. Stay right there. How's your 200 horsepower of Fury working out for you?
I mean, I'm chasing like 800 horsepower cars, keeping up with them, so they should probably learn how to put power down.
Oh, he's talking smack. He got big schmack. VQ big schmack.
Big smash.
Big schmack. Ooh, look, you got the Buckies in there, dude.
I rock it too when I want nitrous.
You got the spray hooked up this round.
I do. I just did my first run on spray, but everything else has been NA.
Nice. You look good, dude. It looks like you're having a good time. Car's in one piece.
Yep, it's in one piece. Had to rebuild it again, so you know, it's just another in-season thing.
It is what it is. Love to see you out here.
Absolutely.
Love the whole vibes.
Love seeing you out here.
I'll come bother you once you get unstrapped and stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You're prettier with your helmet off. You know what I mean? Hannah! Wait, we gotta wait for Ben. Ben's coming. He's coming. He's gotta like stabilize and stuff. All right. So you got some laps in, yeah? How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good so far.
All right. How's the car running? You got anything you want to say to your drivers? Any smack talk? Anything you want to get out on the internet?
Car feels great. Really excited for this round. Last round, ready to just go all out, have fun. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. Keep an eye out. Young gun, she's coming for you. All right, round 5, Klutch Kickers. You guys are all set up. You guys are out on track. It looks like you guys are doing just fine. The car's not in the pit.
Yep.
How's you guys feeling today? What's the car doing? How's your driver feel?
Car's good, a little gripped up. First time, just some air pressure, but other than that, we're good to go. Car feels great.
Awesome. You guys got anything big planned for the weekend?
Just to win.
No other ventures?
No, that's it. We're here.
You're gunning for that second place finish in the championships, correct?
That's it. You got it.
You got anything you want to say to maybe the other crew chiefs or anything out here?
Good luck.
You heard it. Fight man's seeing in his pocket. He's ready. Welcome to Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, now a Formula Drift Pro-Am feeder series. Get signed up, 2026, scheduled to be released soon. What's up? You heard it here first. 2026, we are now a Formula D Pro-Am feeder series. Points Championship gets awarded an FD Pro Spec license. Big shout to all our drivers signed up already. We're going to have our schedule out very, 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 very soon. Very soon. So keep an eye out on that. Make sure you add our scheduled date onto your agenda. You guys are going to be fighting for not only big cash prizes, big checks, an opportunity to swim with the ducks in the pond, but as well as a Formula Drift Pro Spec license. Big congratulations to the Klutch Kicker and Mid-Pond team for adding that onto the repertoire. Looking forward to watching all of y'all drive and fight it out to see who's going to take home that license and who's going to move up into the big leagues.
It's a nice little touch for us to have here, something that we have certainly been working hard for, grateful that we were able to make it work. So kudos. I'm excited to see who's going to get our first Pro Spec license.
Yeah,
I already know.
Oh, we got more secrets. Don't worry. We'll stay tuned.
I got a secret. I can't tell you.
Oh, we got secrets.
We
we
got
got even
secrets.
more secrets. You guys got to stay tuned, pay attention. Thank you guys for joining us back on the live stream. This is round 5, the finale, Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, a now Formula Drift Pro Spec feeder series at Mid-Pond Raceway and Events Complex, which is also undergoing massive, massive construction projects. You guys thought Mid-Pond was a good time now. Wait until you get 3rd, 4th gear shoves into a giant asphalt bowl up a mountain. Literally 3 tiers of paddock space, a massive track, multiple layouts, and both tracks will connect for both separate tracks, one large track. They have a massive plan underway. I'm looking forward to watching all of it transpire in 2026. So make sure you get over to Klutch Kickers, get signed up, grab a season pass. You can see Alan Boss already utilizing the perks of that season pass, getting himself, even with 2 goose eggs, into qualifying, where he's still fighting this weekend.
Indeed.
We're going to see how that transpires for the rest of our drivers, see the rest of our winners bracket, see how their defeated bracket works back out, who's going to take a dip in the pond with the ducks,
and we'll see who gets a Formula Drift Pro Spec license here at Mid-Pond Raceway and Events Complex. Thanks to Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Get signed up. We'll see you next year. We should have saw you now, but I'll let it slide. But we'll see you next year, 2026. Keep an eye out for the schedule. Looking forward to seeing you guys out here fist fighting for all the money, the glory, and now a Formula Drift Pro Spec license. We got our drivers back up on the line.
Not really sure who this is, to be honest.
Me neither. But, you guys are out here watching drifting. We're enjoying ourselves. Oh, it's just a flamboyant exit.
Oh,
Just a
Frank
flamboyant
giving
exit.
us a friendly salute, Aussie.
You probably have to go
exits
pick
the
up
track.
Brandon.
Yeah. So Brandon's got a battle against Cabot coming up. Cabot, I was talking to him briefly in the pits, did not realize this. He was having issues with the clutch. So some of the issues that we've been seeing for him throughout the day today have likely been related to that. So we'll see. Maybe he can get it fixed. Maybe not. Not a good sign for our number 2 points contender, Cabot Cardoso. However, driver that I am continuously improved with, just an absolute delight to watch him drive and to see his progression in this car from round 1 to where we are here with round 5. Andrew Grindle, love this car. Love him. He's a nice guy.
Yep.
He's a nice guy.
Grindle's been throwing down all season long. We see some chit-chat in the chat. I'll put it this way, fellas. We got a whole field of Formula Drift, both pro and pro spec drivers out here with their actual machines. If you think you got what it takes and you can't beat these dogs on your hometown track, what are you going to do up in the big leagues? So get out here, prove yourself to the internet. We got the Wally system out here, printing the receipts. We'll see you out in the big time. But first, we'll see you out here at the pond, swimming with the ducks, enjoying yourselves. Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Let's see you guys throw down. Get out of the chat. Get signed up. Get registered. I want to see y'all in person. I'll arm wrestle you myself. We got a whole cooler of waters to celebrate my win or lose of arm wrestling, but enough yapping out of me. Let's see our next battle. Grindle leading down Dustin Miles, a Formula Drift Pro Spec driver. Grindle with an ex-Formula Drift machine, and Grindle definitely knows how to manhandle it as he's working his way through our round 5 layout here and getting himself poised and set up his outside zone number 1 as Dustin Miles of style going in, making his presence known, screaming his Jay-Z in the side of that VA-powered S14.9 of Grindle as both drivers rotate through outside zone number 3. A smoke show as they exit. Grindle's throwing down now as that Jay-Z screaming at Dustin Miles trying to close up that deficit as Grindle just dips one tire off in outside 4, and Dustin Miles gets aggressive going to outside 5, only makes contact, stands back in the limiter to clean up that little float and over the finish. Speaking as I walk around, we got Adam Heisman, another pro spec driver, coming down, hanging out with us.
Just hanging out, chilling.
Yeah, he's still in the bracket.
Still in it.
Just hanging out, watching our other drivers go down, soaking up the telemetry data, both on his phone, screenshotting what he needs, watching live and in person, which y'all should have joined us live and in person. But if you're not, you're on the internet, and you're watching this replay of Andrew Grindle's lead lap, getting chased down by Dustin Miles' Jay-Z S13 hatch. Dustin definitely getting aggressive through multiple points on this course as Andrew Grindle doing what he can in that lead position. Dustin always aggressive. Love to see it. Stoked to get some laps in with that man next weekend. Stoked to drag almost half the staff up there, I guess, next weekend.
Yeah.
Curtis is going up. Curtis driving another one of Dustin's vehicles. I got to return a favor to Dan Savage. The guy punched me in the face with his vehicle. So
I'm gonna need more on that.
Oh, don't worry. I'll put it on the internet. But first, let's get back to the fist fight at hand. Andrew Grindle now taking that chase. Dustin Miles now in the lead. Dustin Miles piloting that S13 with a Jay-Z underneath the hood. Andrew Grindle, S14.9, here all season.
When do we get an ambiance in the grid?
Oh, yeah, dude.
Well,
the lights
when
out
did that
there.
happen? Huh,
It's a
look at
beer
that.
garden.
There we go.
Look at that. That's somewhere I'd like to hang out. And Josh has got strong elbows, so I bet it's a good time.
I bet.
It's a
I
real
thought it
good
was his
time.
knees.
He's just got strong bendy parts.
There we go.
Strong bendy parts on that man.
You got good joints.
All right, second half of the battle here. It looks like our drivers are ready. Lights are being illuminated. Dustin Miles now taking that lead position, getting chased down by Andrew Grindle. Miles shoots out, ripping through the gears, gets himself into his first touch and go as Grindle starts to put the pressure on before they even get out of our touch and go alley as Miles cranking the angle in through that last touch and go into outside zone number 1. Grindle falls back into position now trying to close up that gap as Miles Jay-Z just gets a love tap from the front end of that S14.9 of Grindle as he takes that little bit of opportunity to make a gap going into outside 2 or outside 3. Miles now putting that power back down. Grindle has to clean up his mistakes now, clean it up for outside 4 as Miles is booting, scooting all the way through 4, dumps it into outside 5 as Grindle jumps back in the frame, keeping the aggression high across the finish line. Both drivers doing a fantastic job. We'll have to go to our judges for our final verdict. We're back up into our top 8 of the winners bracket. Thank you guys for joining us. This is round 5, the finale here of Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. You guys are probably wondering, where is this bracket you talk about? It's in the chat, dude. It's pinned. It's at livebracket.com. Hit that refresh. You can see where we're at. We're back up on the top. This is Andrew Grindle chasing down Dustin Miles, second half of the battle. Miles' lead lap as Grindle's trying to keep that aggression that Dustin Miles was serving up on his chase lap. Both drivers doing a fantastic job. You can see Miles keeping the backside of that F13 through our judge zone. Fantastic. Taking a few shortcuts here and there, but aggressive nonetheless. We'll have to see how our judges weigh it out. Whew, Parsons is standing. That's never a good sign.
I think he just gets nervous. He's not very good at sitting down.
I don't know. He doesn't got strong knees like Josh, you know what I mean? Every time he's got to use them, it's serious. It's a serious game, serious game. If you guys are also wondering about that telemetry data, it is available at data.racedatalabs.com. Can we get how many times I've said data in the stream count?
Ooh.
Guys in the chat, can you go back and count that up for me? Clip it?
Yeah, I can do that for you now.
All right, thanks. Just out of curiosity, you know? Extra telemetry data. Data. All right, let's see where our judges are going to put our drivers out. Dustin Miles just came out round 3. Back here at round 5 for the finale. Let's be honest, he showed up for the awards banquet, you know?
Yeah,
Showed up for Frank's water bucket. Also, Andrew Grindle, throwing down all season long, has been out here trying to take down the man, the myth, the legend himself, Taylor Hull, holding in that #1 championship position, taking all those wins, but Grindle's always near the box, either on the box or near the box. He's a winner.
He is.
He's a winner.
He is.
He is a winner.
I think if we see him back next year, I think we're going to see him up closer towards the top. Again, fighting around 3 and 4 with JP.
Not if all you guys in the chat get signed up at Klutch Kickers. We'll see you out for 2026. You're going to fight it off. Look at that right on the live feed. Dustin Miles, S13 Hatch getting chased down. This is that telemetry data thanks to Race Data Labs. You can see Grindle, our 2 drivers. You can see where the colors, the overlap of that red and blue, if you guys ever seen color theory or anything else, that makes purple. Purple is what we want to see out of our drivers, but you can see the proximity deficit as Miles is just making a massive gap. But Grindle taking some aggression, taking some mistakes out, trying to close up that proximity down to 4 or 5 feet. But Dustin Miles, really, anytime he's allowed to put that power down from that JZ, it really sings, increasing that gap. Grindle doing everything he can to be aggressive while matching the mimicry of angle, but we'll have to see where the judges weigh it out.
Yeah.
Super cool to see that telemetry data live so quickly. Both shout to Ben at Drift Sessions for getting the stream up, running all the facets, and especially during the chaos. Thank you guys for joining us on the stream, kicking with us, hanging out with us. Even humbly thank you for our little oopsie earlier.
Yeah.
And joining me on Instagram Live. Thank you for the exercise, keeping me responsible. I feel healthier now. I feel awake. I feel jived up, you know.
Yeah.
My left foot hurts slightly, but we'll work through that later with Frank's Waters. Damn, chat is relentless.
Oh, dang.
Or maybe just that guy is, you know. We'll see how our judges weigh out. Just as a reminder, we use that Wally system through qualifying to speed roll through qualifying to get those points up on the board, still with some human interaction and correction. But during our battle bracket, it is all on our 3 judges using the Wally system to clarify data and clarify situation. Also, here's we got the drivers flip back around. You can see that telemetry data I'm actually talking about. It's super cool to see that proximity length live, getting ripped out all through those touch and goes. You got Dustin Miles chasing down Grindle's S14.9. You can see that purple overlap of Miles as he matches the line and closes that proximity of the driver throughout the course. You can also see those trajectory lines, both red for our lead drivers and blue. You can see that mistake out of Dustin Miles really coming into a factor, and probably what our judges are looking back on as Miles and Grindle taking the responsibility back and forth. Big shout to Race Data Labs for this opportunity to dissect the run like that. But it looks like Dustin Miles is going to get the win. Dustin Miles gets the win.
So I'm going to wait to get a little bit more information from our judges. We'll see if we can get some more details. But what I was observing through Wally, it looked like Grindle may have had a decel right as he was coming out of, and I apologize, I wasn't paying attention to the outer zone. I think it was outer zone 3. So he may have had a decel there that threw Dustin off, which may have been what contributed to them awarding him that run. Now, in terms of Dustin's lead run, not sure what they were looking at there and what could have caused them to make that decision.
We'll get an opportunity.
We'll wait for the judges to see if they give us some more feedback.
That's the perks of our job. We don't have to be right. We just got to be vibe. And when we're having a great time here at round 5. This is the finale of Klutch Kickers $100,000 drift series. Don't worry, Brian. I see you in the chat. I accept your apology. Keep it PG-13, guys. This is a family show. We got our next bracket up in our winner's bracket, our top 8. Taylor Hull, our points champion this year, locked it in last round. But he's got to take out Alan Boss first. Alan, season pass holder, having a bad shake in qualifying through clutch or whatever other mechanical issues. That season pass holder guaranteeing him a spot at the bottom of the list regardless of his qualifying. Perks of a season pass holder here at Klutch Kickers. And now he's going off against our points leader, points champion, Taylor Hull, in that rebodied Corvette as both drivers shake out for the first half of this battle. Going into that touch and go. Got to roll that over to that next touch and go and down to the third. Hull really putting on the sauce now as he rotates into outside zone number 1. Alan Boss makes a little bit of a cheat of a line to get back into position now, and he needs to keep that throttle down. He's got to keep that inertia going because Taylor Hull is a rocket ship in and out of these zones. Taylor doing a good job keeping the backside of that bumper right where it needs to be. As Boss is getting a little deep into the dirt, that's definitely going to be a deficit as Hull is now driving away from him through outside 4. Hull's got to keep it on the asphalt here through outside 5. And Alan Boss in his Jeep Fleet 350Z is shortly behind him across the finish line.
Quite a significant amount of dirt that came up from Alan Boss's car. TBD, can't tell if that was 2 tires off. Looks like he may have just gone 1 off, but I lost angle from the drone. Looking at our overhead shot here in our replay. Both cars look great going into that second outer zone, but it's right here this transition into 3 and 4. Alan goes wide. It still looks like he was able to keep that second tire on, so I think he may still be good. But he did lose a significant amount of ground.
Yep. I love to see the chat judging the judges, judging the drivers, and I'm judging all of you. So I'm
They're
watching.
judging us too.
Oh, that's fine.
Please judge us.
You can't hurt my feelings. I hurt my feelings.
I used to post on car forums in the early 2000s. There's nothing you can say that I
you
haven't
can't
already
hate
heard.
me. I hate me. All right, so our next drivers on the list, Alan Boss, Taylor Hull, second half of the battle. We'll see how it shakes out. Josh out there looking handsome as hell. Look at those elbows go. What authority.
You're going to have to quit gassing him up like this.
What do you mean?
You are just gassing the boy.
I don't have to deal with him when we leave here. That's his own problem. I'm not his father. All right, Alan Boss taking that lead position. That Yeet Fleet 350Z getting chased down by Taylor Hull in that rebodied Corvette. The Monte Carlo. Both drivers working their way through our touch and goes. Boss doing a good job getting the rear bumper that 350Z where it needs to be. Boss definitely yeeting himself through outside zone number 1. The Hull shortly behind him, knowing he has a slight advantage, making sure he's poised and patient as both drivers work their way to outside 2. Screaming past the ducks. Both drivers getting to outside 3. Boss needs to keep it out of the dirt, unlike he did his last lap. He looks like he's going to keep it on the asphalt as he stretches out to outside 4, but he cannot shake Taylor Hull's rebodied Corvette as he works his way into outside 5. The rotation back around as Hull jumps back in the frame and solidifies the aggression across the finish line.
Still a spicy run. Great lead from Alan Boss here. Couple mistakes, but nothing I don't think he can recover from. But Taylor Hull, again, just kind of hanging out, watching, observing, as we know Taylor to do. That's kind of his strategy. He'll hang back, give you just enough space while he watches and just kind of does his thing. Basically goes into autopilot.
Yeah, Taylor is definitely no stranger to what's necessary to take a win home here at Klutch Kickers. You can see that patience paying off for him as Alan Boss is rotating himself through the real estate here. We're going to see how it shakes out. It looks like he's going to make it official. Taylor Hull did. But Alan Boss is not done. Still sitting in the top 8 of the winner's bracket. He'll drop down to the defeated bracket where he'll get his next battle buddy up. But Taylor Hull is going to move in where he'll see Dustin Miles. Moving right on down, we got Dan Berquette and Jake Clark, the young gun. First, that Rad Industries Mark IV Supra. Jake Clark piloting the yellow S13. Jake going up and down the East Coast, taking names, chewing bubblegum. Let's see if he's all out of bubblegum right here, but he's got to take out Dan Berquette, Formula Drift pro driver.
Can you imagine being 17 going up against a pro driver?
Yeah, I'd just kick him in the nuts.
That's one strategy.
Hey, a win's a win. A win is a win. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. All right, let's see what Jake's got up. He's going to have to face it off against Radical Daniel. Dan's going to take that lead. Jake the chase. Daniel's on the line, so I got to give some shouts and love to Wendy, as well as Renee. Wendy's the pup, cute little girl.
Aw.
While we're at it, big shouts to Turbo. All right, Dan Berquette taking the lead position at Mark IV Supra. Jake Clark chasing him down, that yellow S13. Hatch. I guess technically it's 240 if you want to get technical with it. All right, here we go. Dan taking the lead. Jake the chase. Dan initiates well before that first initiation point. Getting out to that touch and go. Goes to the next touch and go. Getting down to the third touch and go as Jake makes an aggressive move, almost getting in the way of the Supra as he rotates into outside zone number 1. Jake barks back now, taking a little bit of a sacrifice and trying to keep up with that JZ power of that Mark IV Supra. Both drivers get through outside zone number 2. Dan doing a good job keeping the rear bumper of the Supra in the box. Rotates out to outside 3 as Jake gets super aggressive, maybe making a little contact, causing Dan to get a little bit in the mud, but Dan shakes it off, gets back into the realm, gets shaken off into outside 4, and now driving aggressively into outside 5 as Jake's trying to keep that aggression up and barking into the side of that Mark IV Supra. Jake definitely knew he had to come out swinging as he did. Unfortunately, maybe getting a little fist to the face of Dan Berquette as he's working his way through outside 3. Let's run it back and see the replay. Dan doing a fantastic job through our touch and goes. Rolling at 1, 2, and 3, getting the rear bumper. Jake getting aggressive there, maybe waiting for that Mark IV Supra to rotate into outside zone number 1. Our lead driver does have the right of way as Jake needs to mimic and match Dan's line and angle going into each one of these good areas. Our drivers work away beautifully through outside zone 2. Jake doing a good job matching angle. And it looks like Dan rotating through outside 3, gets a little contact through Jake, getting a little aggressive there. We'll have to see how our judges weigh out that with the telemetry data that we have thanks to Race Data Labs. But Dan Berquette finishing off the run with style, staying on the asphalt as Jake's trying to clean up a little bit of oops, if you will.
Oopsies.
But now his oops has turned into responsibility as he now is in the lead position, Dan Berquette, to chase him down. Once again, thank you guys for joining us here at Klutch Kickers on the live stream. This is round 5, the finale. This is the second half of the battle. This is Jake Clark taking the lead position, getting chased down by Dan Berquette in that Mark IV Supra. Jake in that S13 hatch. Shoves in, gets that first touch and go. Dan's right there on the door handle as Jake is patiently making his moves. Dan gives him a little bit of room as Jake works back into the outside zone number 1. The JZ starts to bark off at the Supra now as Jake's really starting to lean in. That rear bumper exactly where our judges want to see it. Works his way into outside zone number 2, but Dan's shortly behind him, barking at the side of that car, matching angle to angle. Both drivers jump back into outside 3. Dan almost giving the fist fight back to Jake, but Jake's starting to drive away from the front of that Mark IV Supra as Dan's starting to put the power back down and clean up that deficit through outside 4. Both drivers rotating into outside 5, land with some aggression. Dan doing a good job keeping patient, but Jake finishing off his lap with some confidence as Dan shuts her down right behind the hatch of Jake. Let's run it back. Let's see the replay. Dan getting aggressive right off the bat. No contact made, giving him enough room for Jake to make his transitions. Jake doing a fantastic job through our touch and goes, landing himself into outside zone number 1. Dan giving him just enough patience and making his move, barking on the stock right on the back bumper of that S13 as both drivers work their way to the outside 2. Going across the pond now. Dan getting a little barky there, giving him a little more real estate. Knows he made a mistake on that last layout from Jake. He's trying not to reciprocate that same. Both drivers work their way out of outside 3 into outside 4, landing into outside 5, and both drivers come over the finish line, survive the lap. Second half of the battle here. This is the winner's bracket. Dan Berquette, Jake Clark. We'll have to see how our judges weigh it out to see who's going to stay in the winner's bracket and who's going to drop down into the lover's lobby.
Yeah, I think for Jake Clark, that little bonk he had in his chase run is going to cost him. Dan's lead and chase both look solid. Didn't really see anything majorly concerning from my standpoint, but I'm not a judge, so let's see what the judges have to say and confirm. Dan Berquette gets the win.
Make it official. Dan Berquette's going to stay in that winner's bracket where he'll have to see the winner of our next battle on the line, Raheem and Mark Bellinger. but Dan gets a win. Jake's weekend is not done. A great drive out of Jake. I love the aggression. A great drive. Nothing to be upset about, but he'll have to have a longer road to the top, where he'll fall into our defeated bracket down on the bottom of your screen if you're following along on that livebracket.com. Link is pinned in the chat. Once again, thank you guys for hopping in the chat. Thank you for hanging out with us. And, chat, give me some insight. All right, Mark represents Minnesota. The Minnesota boy right there. All right, what else you got going on? Got sucked down the rabbit hole of the sim and forgot about the in real life. Dude, go outside. See the sun.
Touch grass.
Yeah,
Hug
touch
tree.
grass. No, honestly, the sim is a great tool, just like the Wally system. Add it to your repertoire. Don't waste a pair of tires shaking it off when you get here. Drive your sim. Put some hours in. And when you show up, then do the same thing.
There you go.
Oh, look at the ducks. Oh, look, that's us. Say hello. Is that guy? Grab me a duck. Dude, get me a duck. Brother, grab me a duck. He's so close. Get him. Get me a duck, sir. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. See a little sidestep there?
I think that's Mia.
We're so close.
So close. We're going to get you a duck, my friend.
You know how crazy it would be if I just like jumped off this deck right now and just spear tackled one of them? See, I don't want a duck without consent. You know, it doesn't count unless it's consensual.
Looks like you got some love in the chat from Wendy and Renee.
What's up, Wendy? Pretty cool that you typed that out with no thumbs. You just pawing at the table. Wendy the long dog. Dog the long way. All right, Dan Berquette staying himself in the winner's bracket. Jay Clark jumping into the defeated. Our next battle on the line, Human Rahimi. Oh, I lied. Are we skipping the Rahimi? I don't see Rahimi out on the line. I lied. He's hiding out there. I see him. Oh, back to the ducks.
I see him. He's on the
No,
other side.
back to the ducks.
Oh.
We're not worried about you. Oh, get me a duck, dude. Get me a duck. It's the jeans, because he's out here in blue jeans. You always trust a man in blue jeans.
He's got some sick flow, too, man. It's beautiful hair.
See, it's the snacks, dude. I didn't have enough snacks. I need a pack of Gushers, stat.
Get the man some Gushers.
All right, our next battle on the line, Human Rahimi, Mark out of Minnesota. Coming down, throwing down that 350Z. Mark putting down some heaters as well, keeping him into the winner's bracket. Human fighting off JP, throwing JP down into the defeated bracket. Now Human has to take out Mark to move on, but Mark's looking to get into that next bracket where he's going to face off against Dan Berquette.
And here we go. Got Mark getting ready to pull out into the burnout box. Got his mom, Margot, watching. Hi, Margot.
All right, both our drivers warming up their circles, getting the rubber up the temp, keeping the vibes high here at Mid-Pond Raceway and Event Complex. Thank you guys for joining us here at Round 5, the finale, Klutch Kickers, $100,000 Drift Series. Now a Formula Drift feeder. Come out, get signed up, get a season pass. Almost guarantees you battle brackets. It guarantees you to be in the show. Never mind, if you get a win and you take home that points championship, you get an FD license, you also get to swim in the beautiful pond with all these ducks. I don't know, that's worth a win to me. Plus a big check, you know, a couple $1,000s in your pocket.
Just a little
That's
bit
pretty
of
good.
money. It's just a little change.
Make sure you guys pay attention to Klutch Kickers' social media for updates on both schedule next year, 2026, new content, as well as we'll get the laps that went missing through our live stream. Sneaky little guys. All right, let's go at it. Mark taking that lead position. Human to chase him down. Bunch of Z's out there. Mark doing a good job getting that touch and go. Human getting a little too saucy on that outside. Got to clean it back up, make up that deficit as Mark's doing a fantastic job working through our judged areas, getting himself into outside zone number 1 as Human trying to clean up that little bit of an oops, as he does going into outside zone number 2 as Mark's rear bumper, that 350Z right there on the edge of the track like our judges and our Wally system likes to see. Going through outside zone number 3. This is where Human starts to make his move. He can start putting down that power that chassis is capable of. Another Formula Drift driver, but Mark shaking him off, holding him, giving him the real estate to play with as Human jumps back behind the taillights, back in the position, really starting to bark now as Mark finishes over the finish line. And Mark, fantastic lead drive.
Yeah.
Human, a little oopsie going into that first outside. Let's run it back and see what happens. Right off the rip, just puts that tire right into the dirt and rides it all the way through that next touch and go. So big shout to Human for like holding on to that. But unfortunately, didn't get in the same projection as Mark's solidly lapped. So we'll have to see how it flips back around. You can see Mark doing a fantastic job through outside zone number 2 right across the pond here. But Human's starting to put the energy back there. Mark rotates into outside 3. Still keeping that rear axle right on the edge of the track, but Human cannot be shaken, using all that horsepower of that chassis. And a great dive at the outside 5. You can't have a great chase without a great lead. You got to give props to Mark here.
Ooh.
Yeah, look at that.
I see you,
Ambion.
Mark. All right.
Oh, Mark's stepping back. Little strategy here. If you guys are unaware how that works, basically you can get a better visual of the vehicle in front of you, a little more pace. You can get rolling, get the tires gripped up, make sure that you don't spin it, get a little momentum. This is allowed in almost every drift sanctioning body. There is a limitation at some point. I have seen, I've announced events. I believe it was Brian Hopp. He started what seemed like 3 baseball fields back with his VQ car.
I could see that.
Got a running start, full sprint, if you will. Kind of worked out for him.
Yeah, so I think Human's Turbo LS3, and I know Mark's got that iron block, that 6.0 iron block in, so he probably could use
Bunch of
just
small
a
box
little small box Chevy. But he could probably use a little bit of that run-up. So definitely taking that strategy. Good call by Mark. Take a step back.
Yeah, Human's definitely got a machine underneath there, another form of the drift driver out here, holding it down at the finale of round 5, $100,000 drift series, thanks to Klutch Kickers and Mid-Pond Raceway and Events Complex. Mark is in position, ready to fist fight down our straightaway into that first touch and go. Both our drivers are responsible for getting out for all 3 of our touch and goes and then into our outside zone. Those touch and goes give a rare opportunity for Mark to make slight sacrifices in order to stay in position to set himself super well for the rest of our outside zones in our round 5 layout. We'll see how his strategy here is going to work out for him. Already with a heater of a lead lap, he needs to hold that confidence in his chase. And Human needs to just throw it down.
Yeah. Like you said, a couple little mistakes from Human right there at the beginning of his chase battle against Mark, but Human, other than his initial initiation, which I do understand if you've never really driven mid-pond, that initiation point going into that corner, it's a little intimidating. It can be a little bit of a, I don't want to say it's almost like a blind corner, but
it's a spray and pray.
It is definitely a spray and pray. So I think Human's starting to dial it in now. He's really been doing a great job of, honestly, he showed up last night, unloaded the car from the trailer, didn't get much practice time, and has really shown out.
Yeah, he's out here, he's throwing down. His chase lap, unfortunately, just got a few inches a little too far right. He was in the right area, but Mark just was on a heater and basically led him into the dirt. Human rode it out like a champ, driving it all the way out through outside 1, or the first touch to go, second touch to go, all the way down, cleaned it back up by the 3rd. So we'll see how that deficit plays into it, but the second half of this battle right now, Owen underway. It seems like our judges are teasing everybody here. Radios are in the hand, so it looks like we got the strong elbows out of Josh. The lights are illuminated. Let's get the second half of this battle underway. Human and Raheem taking that lead. Mark using a little bit of a strategy there to try to stay on the back bumper. Let's see if he can. Let's keep the aggression up as Mark barks at the side of Human. Mark dumping the angle, almost repeating what Human did as Human starts to put the power down, driving away from him, going through those touch and goes. Mark takes that little bit of sacrifice, that last touch and go to get himself put into position for outside zone number 1, and Mark does a fantastic job getting back in as Human is putting down everything. That's the most I've heard that engine screaming through our drive here at Klutch Kickers round 5, and Mark's right on the backside, fire spitting out of the backside of that 350Z as Human's 370 is trying to drive away from him. Mark's doing a fantastic job staying in the conversation. Human doing exactly what our judges want to see, keeping the backside of that 370 into our judge zone, but Mark cannot be shaken. Mark putting the pressure onto the side of Human Rahimi's Turbo LS3 370Z. Mark doing a fantastic job. Human got his battle out here. Look at that. Just a touch of dirt out of Mark, almost doing exactly what Human did. Both these drivers driving fantastically through our round 5 layout. Human keeping that rear bumper where it needs to be for our judge and our Wally system, but Mark just jumping through the smoke line, taking those little sacrifices to make sure that aggression's up and staying high. He's doing a fantastic job using all the real estate that Human is allowing to put out there. Human's giving a lot of real estate for the behind his car, keeping to the edges of our track. That rear axle almost getting all the way out to the concrete. Human taking a little bit of a dive there, but Mark taking all of that opportunity to stay to the door, and arms are up. We have a winner, and Mark's going to take out Human Rahimi. Mark moves on, and Human is going to work his way down into a defeated bracket, and Mark's going to take the win. Where he'll see battle against Dan Berquette.
Chat called it. They said Mark was going to bring the heat, and that he did. So kudos to you, Mark.
The Minnesota boys.
Minnesota.
I saw something on the internet about somebody from Minnesota filling up a hotel room to the brim. Looked like a recycling plant.
Oh, God.
Kudos to you boys. You know how to drink some water.
They're hockey players, that's why.
Ah.
There you go.
My people. All right, big shout to Mark, taking the win, knocking out Human. We'll jump down into the defeated bracket. Just taking a longer road to the podium, if you will. Mark taking a shortcut. Got a star, a little mushroom, you know, jumping ahead in the race. But he's got to fist fight his way through Dan Berquette for our next battle on the line. JP Winham, Danny Morse down in our defeated bracket. We're going to see.
Oh, go ahead.
We're going to see who's going to have to battle it out against Alan Boss, the winner of this battle here. But first, JP Windham, Danny Morse. JP piloting at E46 BMW, Danny in the S13 hatch.
JP had a lot of problems with his car last round. Seems to be pretty solid this round. He's been doing great. No major issues other than he was having a problem getting the car into gear. Seems to have gotten that fixed. Hopefully, knock on wood. Not going to say anything about Danny because I appear to be his jinx, so I'm not going to talk about his car other than the fact that he is out on the track, giving JP a fantastic chase.
All right, so here we go. JP taking that lead position now. Danny to chase him down. JP getting out to that second touch and go. Needs to squirrel out to that third. Danny getting right back to the side. JP getting into outside zone number 3, or 1, sorry. I got confused. As Danny getting a little punchy, taking off their rear bumper. That E46, both drivers fix it up, back up for outside zone number 2. Danny getting aggressive as JP rotates that big BMW into outside zone number 3. Needs to put that skinny pedal down on the floor to get stretched out to outside 4. And Danny's starting to keep that confidence now as he lays right underneath. Woo! You can see him put that nose of the S13 right underneath the quarter panel, holding that aggression through outside 5. Danny trying to make his presence known going into the second half of this battle. Now he has to return that favor with a lead lap. JP doing a good job. Avoiding the first outside touch and go, gets that second one off the list, out to the third, and this is where Danny starts getting aggressive. Jumps to the side, taking off that rear bumper, maybe scaring him a little bit there. Danny taking a little bit of a deficit, understanding a little bit of a mistake. Now ramps up the aggression. JP giving him some room to play with. Danny gives him space to rotate. A great job out of Danny there as both drivers run back in. JP a little bit of a stutter there, but Danny doing a good job manipulating that and getting right back to the side. You can see here, he holds that aggression all the way through 4, jumped right underneath the taillight, starting to bark at that back rear wheel of JP's E46. We'll have to see how that shakes out in the judge's eyes. Danny definitely getting a little stabby there.
Yeah, he is. Well, it's good to see Danny at this point because I know it's been a while since he's been able to get to this juncture. I'm trying to choose my words carefully here. I'm trying to choose my words so carefully.
JP to take the chase, Danny the lead. Let's see how Danny shakes out in his lead position. Going out for that first touch and go. Needs to stretch out to that second touch and go as JP with his E46 starts to work behind him. Danny doing a good job getting out to that third touch and go. Needs to rotate that first outside zone. JP with the E46 giving a little bit of patience as Danny rotates in that outside zone number 2 across the pond. JP holding back, waiting for his move to jump to the position. We'd like to see him match the angle, fall back just a little bit behind Danny as Danny's starting to walk away, using that skinny pedal to get into outside zone number 4. JP looks like he's starting to get into the fluid motions now as both drivers dumped their way into outside 5. Danny doing a good job. JP still in the conversation, but Danny, a great lead lap. We'll have to see how his small mistakes in his chase position work out for him. JP, knowing he has a little bit of advantage, just needs to hold his composure. Doesn't have to get super aggressive here. He does have good proximity and patience through those inside or outside touch and goes, setting himself into outside zone number 1. We'd like to see a little more mimicry of line there, but nonetheless, JP doing a good job matching the angle of Danny's S13. Danny trying to keep that rear bumper in those judge spot zones for our judges in our Wally system. Danny utilizing that skinny pedal to get stretched out to outside zone number 4. JP just trying to, keep it calm and collected. A little bit late there, back on the throttle, but nonetheless, parks it back up. We'll have to see how our judges weigh it back. Look at them all over there. Got hands motions, the universal sign language of drifting happening. Telemetry, replays, watching back, discussions. If you guys are curious what they're watching, hop over to Race Data Labs. That's data.racedatalabs.com. You can see that live telemetry, qualifying, all of the information that the Wally system has been soaking up the entire weekend here at round 5, as well as that live data. Look at that. Right as I said, like magic, you can see that telemetry data popping up on your screen. You can see Winham in the lead position. Rolling around, you can see that proximity distance. That guy's trying to stab him. You see that? That was crazy. The GPS data getting collected. That purple overlay, we'd like to see as much purple as possible, that red being the lead car, the blue being the chase. If it's purple, it's right. You can see Winham doing a great job. JP getting that rear bumper into those outside zones. Just for a reminder, those lines down on the bottom near the tires, those are that rear axle, but it is judged off of the bumpers of the vehicle. All that data has been calibrated into the Wally system for each car individually. Big shout to Will running around the pits, measuring and setting and positioning all of our technology this weekend. Each car has its own QR code, so our Wally system can be smacked onto the roof. It understands what car it is, what telemetry data that it needs to be collecting, and then collects it all. Let's flip it back around. Danny now taking that lead position in his S13 hatch with JP right behind him. You can see Danny's unit probably bouncing around on the roof of that S13. We all know Nissans are thin. Telemetry data nonetheless, giving the positioning that we need to see. You can see that overlay. JP right behind him. We'd like to see more purple, less blue out of our chase drivers. You can see JP trying to fix up that positioning now as he jumps back in. JP definitely taking a tighter line through all these lines as Danny's rear bumper staying in those outside judge zones and that proximity distance. Jumping all the way from 13 with some aggression back down to the single digits. Love to see it. Love to see the telemetry data, the rate to angle, the speed, average speed, all this content and data is collected on the servers thanks to our friends in Australia. Make sure you get the data, racedatalabs.com. Check it out. If you would like to screenshot it, keep the receipts, if you will. You know, if you're going to talk smack in the chat, you may as well have the receipts to back it up. And Danny Morse is going to get the win. Danny, oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. We'll call that happy smoke. That was a lot. Let's see if he can survive the rest of the battle. He gets the win nonetheless, though, taking out JP. Unfortunately, putting JP back to hang out with Frank's water box. But Danny's going to move on, where he'll see his next battle buddy being Alan Boss with that Yeet Fleet 350Z, another Formula D Pro Spec driver. Our next battle on the line, waiting to warm up their tires, we have Drew Smith in that Fox Buddy Mustang going up against Parson in that borrowed 370Z. Parson fist fighting his way back out from his early loss against Dan Berquette. Smith taking out Tom in the Corvette, another wild card. Look at the ducks. Look at the ducks.
Just vibing.
Ken's over here hanging out. Look at Ken. Great man. Holding down. Love to see everybody out here. Full paddock. Parking's full. Paddock's full. Vibes are high. Spectator count's high. Love to see it. Award banquet at 9 p.m. tonight for our drivers, crew. I'm going to be hanging out at Frank's water box as our drivers are warming up the circles. Parsons in that 370Z. Smith in the Fox Buddy Mustang. Great looking car. You know, I wasn't a big Mustang fan, but I got to say, Alabama does Mustang well.
Technically, he's from Tupelo, Mississippi, but
he's showing
we
up here.
consider him to be a Bama boy, to be honest.
We'll adopt him.
We'll
you know what I mean? We'll adopt him. I ain't paying child support, though.
No, absolutely not. He's old enough now. I think he's got to be at least 19 at this point.
Oh, the man, the amount of laps this man is running out here, he's putting down a hurting in the tire budget. Stoked to see all the drivers coming out here, throwing down. Love to see a tire manufacturer hop on, hit me up. Let's get something weird happening. Let's go. You know, let's happen it. I'll see you guys at PRI. We'll get some magic happening for all you guys. Bigger, badder, 2026, Formula Drift, feeder series now. Get registered, Klutch Kickers. I'll see you next year. We'll go swimming in the pond together when you get take home one of these big checks, thousands of dollars in your pocket, plus hang out with some ducks, dude. All right, let's get the battle on the way. Parson taking that lead position. Smith to chase him down. Smith getting aggressive right off the lick, maybe too aggressive, as Parson's doing a good job. Didn't see any nitrous flares on this run. Back off the spray now as he's getting back into outside zone number 1. Smith getting a little stabby with that Mustang, with that thrower 370Z. And it looks like Smith's going to get a little barked up and start to fix it up now as both drivers finish off outside zone number 2. As Parson's doing a fantastic job getting that 370 out into the judge area in the box. Smith starting to get a jive for what's going down as the speed starting to increase as they stretch out the outside zone number 4. Parson with that 370, doing a good job, flicks in outside 5 as Smith starting to bark to the side. A little bit of understeer from the Fox bodies, a small correction, but he matches the aggression across the finish line. A little bit of shake, a little bit of bake.
Yeah, Kashad's looking pretty comfortable in that 370 though.
That's for sure. Look at that, right off the initiation line. Getting to the outside, a little tight there. Almost barking down for Drew Smith, maybe expecting a little more vehicle speed out of that. But that is the shake out here. Any vehicle could be a deficit to a massive machine. If you have to hold back whatever it is, your spotters are important. Your drive is important. You got to make sure that your car can do almost everything out here because you're going to get a full spectrum of drivers, machines, ducks. It is a wild card out here at Klutch Kickers Drift Series, $100,000, big checks, ducks swimming in the pond, and Parsons going down here. But Smith doing everything he can to keep his name in the roster. Both these guys sitting in the defeated bracket. No more losses can be handed out. Parsons sitting slightly back, now in that chase position, getting ready to chase down that Fox Body Mustang. The Mississippi boy? Mississippi boy. Spell it.
I can't. I have an Alabama.
M-I-S-S-I-S-S-I-P-P-I. Yeah. See, I
was going to say I have an Alabama public education. I can't spell.
All right, Smith sitting in the lead position in that Fox Body. Would you dub him? The
Fox Body Poppy.
Fox Body Poppy. As Alan Boss roars past our judges' towers and our announcers saying, hey, guys, brother, keep it together. Keep it together. Keep it between the buoys, sir. Between the buoys.
Keep it between the mustard and the mayonnaise.
All right, so Parsons waiting with his friend's 370Z. Already blew the clutch out, put a new clutch in. Basically told his friend, hey, man, yeah, I'll change the oil in it. Now he's out here. Already taking some wins, taking some losses. Going up against Formula Drift pros. Now in defeated bracket. Heater of a lead. Let's see if he can hold that energy up with a chase, but he's got to get through our man from Mississippi, Andrew Smith. Parsons with a good jump, but he let him run away. Smith taking that extra speed to heart as he jumps out to that first and second outside. Touch and goes. Gets out to the third. Already rotating into outside zone number 1. As Parson shortly behind. Parson takes the shortcut, trying to close up the deficit. Should have went a little wider. Parked him on the outside as Smith is running away through outside zone number 2. Already into outside 3. Parsons doing everything he can to get that 370 back into the conversation. But that Mustang jumping through outside 4. Lifting the front wheel. What a ride from Smith. He knew he needed it. We'll have to see how it shakes back out. Parsons is doing everything he can to get that borrowed 370Z back into the realm. Let's run it back from the replay. Drew Smith doing a good job getting to those touch and goes. Rotates down to that last touch and go, which is vital to set himself up to that outside zone number 1. Great momentum out of the Fox Body all the way through those touch and goes and outside 1. You really see that with Parsons' deficit in proximity as Smith is doing a good job through outside 2. Pulls out just a tad early. We'll see how that judge out goes. But Smith doing a fantastic job through outside zone number 3. Pulls it all the way out to outside 4, jumping and bouncing. Dumps it to outside 5. Parson doing a pretty good job behind him, but just cannot close that gap after getting left at the start line.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew literally said, bingo, bye-bye, and was gone. So I hate it for Kashad. I think he lost a lot of ground. He did made quite a few mistakes trying to close that gap. But he, again, still held his own.
We'll have to see how it shakes.
Still was able to put down a decent lap. But Kashad's lead run looked flawless.
And Smith had his own errors.
Andrew's lead run looked flawless, so this may be the battle of lead runs.
Yeah, if he's hard going down the list. This is why we don't do that. The judges do it over there. They got to go through all the technology, go through the telemetry. Same telemetry y'all can see. I'm going to say it again. Data.racedata.labs. Go say hello to our Australian friends while the server's up. Check out all of the graphics and the data points. See the high scores, the leaderboards. Highest rate to angle, highest speed, average speed. It's all there. If you're going to talk smack on the internet, bring the receipts. All right, we'll see how Smith's errors in his chase weigh up with his heater of a lead. Parson doing a fantastic job in his own rights in his lead and his chases. But the final deficit, the final verdict comes in the way. All right, we're in sync now. The award ceremony is going to be a good time. We're here at 9 p.m. for our drivers and our crews. Thank you guys for joining us here at Klutch Kickers for our live stream. Let's get our winner down. And it looks like Andrew Smith's going to get the win. That Mississippi boy taking a win again, staying in the battle bracket. But a big round of applause for Parson. He's going to, unfortunately, end his weekend. His friend's probably stoked to get his car back. Still running, still driving. Klutch still in it.
Still surviving.
Can't hate that. Can't believe he threw nitrous on his buddy's car. Yeah. And Drew Smith taking a win. He's going to have to fist fight his way past Andrew Grindle, though, to make it back into our winner's bracket. Our next driver's up on the line. Adam Heisman, another Formula Drift Pro Spec driver, going up against Frank De Leon. Heisman with an supercharged LS underneath the hood of that SN95 Mustang.
Thank you. I actually did not. I have no stats on his car. Oh, almost went over the berm.
Nice.
That's okay.
Mustang
little
stuff.
extra spicy burnout.
Mustang stuff, you know?
Exactly.
All right, and Frank over there warming up his tires. Already getting aggressive behind Adam. Love to see it. Adam's going to take that lead position. Frank to chase. Frank piloting that S14. Car's been handed out quite a lot throughout our series. Just today, Brandon was also piloting, pulling double duty almost every round. A stellar car. Cannot hate the longevity and the mechanical resilience of that S14. Has taken some licks. It's got its character on the outside, but it is running like a champ. Hopefully, knock on wood. Adam Heisman with his supercharged LS powered Mustang now taking the lead position. The power elbows are out. The lights are illuminated. Josh says, let's go, let's party. Adam Heisman taking that lead. Frank to chase him down. Both drivers go down our straight and initiate well before our last initiation point. Heisman a little shy off of that first touch to go, gets back out to that second and drives down to our third. Frank's going to take that opportunity to get himself in back into position for outside zone number one as Heisman's Mustang doing a good job getting the rear bumper into that zone. Both drivers bark past our judges tower, past the outside zone number two. Heisman pulls out outside two just a tad early, but gets that rear bumper nice and deep as Frank uses that opportunity to get back into position through outside zone number three. But Heisman's going to use that supercharger to walk away out, all the way up to outside four. All these Mustangs are jumping out through outside zone four, getting holed up, lifting the wheel out for outside five as Frank kind of keeping the conversation across the finish line. Frank doing a good job in the chase, but Heisman really using that power to separate himself, leaving outside three all the way to outside five. Definitely a ride, though. Adam definitely hung on to that. The car was bouncing around. All right, let's look, run it back, going through our touch and goes here. Frank doing a good job, making some sacrifices to stay in the conversation as Heisman working his way through our first outside zone and setting himself up well for the outside zone number two. You can see here where I was talking about, he left that zone just a tad early, not by much, and rotates back into outside three. This is where Frank tries to take that opportunity, but Heisman lays the power back down, starts jumping and driving all the way through outside zone number four, rotates back out to outside five. Frank is shortly behind him, taking a slightly tighter line. Love to see that race data lap, how much purple Frank's actually pulling off. But first, let's get the second half of this battle as Frank's now going to take the lead. Adam Heisman to chase. What an aggressive move out of Heisman. Lights illuminated. Frank goes. Heisman's going to use that extra horsepower to try to clean that gap up. Let's see if that energy gets rewarded shoving down behind Frank. Given a lot of room, Heisman makes him make a major sacrifice of that first and second touch and go, utilizing it now, falling into position as Frank goes into outside zone number three. Heisman bouncing and grinding, trying to close up that proximity gap. Frank starting to put his own power down, going into outside zone number two across the pond here. Here come the Ducks. Say hello to me. What's up, boys? All right, both drivers rotate into outside three. Frank doing a good job keeping that rear bumper where it needs to be. Heisman needs to keep that aggression up as both drivers rotate into outside four. Dump into outside five. Heisman jumps through the tire smoke. Frank doing a good job. Both drivers kind of dip a wheel on that inside line. We'll have to see it from the above shots or see how our judges really weigh this out. Let's run it back. Frank doing a good job getting out to that first and second touch and goes. Gets out to the third. Heisman shortly behind him. Heisman a little left foot brake to get the room. Then a little bit of deficit as Heisman starts to clean that back up as Frank's doing a good job through outside zone number one. Frank gets jumped back up to outside zone number two, getting that rear bumper where our judges want to see it. Gets to the almost to the completion of outside two as Heisman really ranks up the aggression through outside three. Frank doing a fantastic job keeping it on the asphalt. Heisman and his Mustang shortly behind him. A little bit of a bobble there as Frank leaves outside four just shy and a little shy out of outside five. But Heisman doing a good job. A little bit of a line change. A little bit of a guessing game. We'll have to see how our judges' final verdict of the weight goes. Look at all those lights. It looks beautiful out there. Look. Is that Brandon?
That's Brandon literally
patiently
waiting
to get in the car. Jeez, man. What a stout S14. Big shout to Frank. Hell of a car. Brandon patiently, it looks like he's waiting for a ride along out there, holding his helmet. Brandon patiently waiting for a lap. Look at Frank. Way to go, Frank. Look, just driver swap, Chinese fire drill. Frank doesn't even know if he won yet. He's already out of the car. Look at him go, posing for the drone. What a man.
What a car.
All right, let's see our verdict. We have our winner here, and it's going to be Heisman gets the win. Heisman gets the win, working himself into our next battle bracket, knocking out Frank De Leon.
Got to give Frank credit, though. That was a fantastic chase run. Definitely did a great job with his lead run as well, all things considered. Frank's had a great weekend here. Had some tough and rough ventures, but overall, Frank, you did a great job. Love having you here. Thanks for being a good sport.
I'll say it again. A big shout to all the drivers in the Klutch Kickers series. I came in late at round 4. I've been watching from afar, but seeing these drivers progress just shortly in the few rounds that we have had, it has been amazing to watch. Anybody that actually and truly loves drifting, the progression and watching other people find progression is really where the love of the sport lies.
Agreed.
All right, it looks like Brandon now in Frank's car. Chinese fire drill out on the grid. Honestly,
hopefully going to go take a cool down lap. Let that poor car take a break.
Josh has got a whole vibe out there, man. Look at all them lights.
Nice little ambiance.
All right, our next driver's up on the line. Should be Cardoso and Bass. Brandon Bass. Not Bass.
Not Bass.
Not Bass. Bass.
I didn't correct you last round because you were making some pretty good rhymes when you were saying his name. Bass in the chase.
You know,
it was clever. I was going to let you
I'm
take
making
that.
it up as I go. You know, I'm shooting from the hip.
I mean, we all are.
But I'm also learning these all these drivers. These guys and girls out here has been a treat to personally get to know all of y'all. So thank you guys for having me. Having a blast out here as always. Never mind, hanging out with ducks. Love ducks. You brought your dog out. Klutch is cute.
Oh, yeah. Brandon Bass making his way back around. Took a quick cool-down lap. Going straight back in his battle against Cabot Cardoso.
What a machine. Y'all can say whatever you want, but when your machine just works, that's a good car.
Good car is good.
Car go good.
Car go good well.
Car do thing. Car drive good. All right, let's get them back
held
up.
together with JB Weld and zip ties. Thanks, Irving, though. Irving doing a fantastic job keeping.
That's a fist. That's a fist fight back into the fight. He doesn't give up. Now, after this round, little rebuild session. You know, you got to get it back up to snuff. But like, I award people that keep their thing alive and stay out there. You know, it's a fist fight to get out on the track all the time. So always stoked to see whomever put together whatever to get out on the track. Make sure you guys support your local raceway. We're here at Mid-Pond Raceway and Event Complex. A fantastic staff and team, both at Klutch Kickers and Mid-Pond, helping progress and make progressive moves forward, not only for all aspects of motorsports here, but drifting as a whole. They brought the Race Data Labs telemetry data, that Wadley system, in first in America. Still a little nitrous out of Cardoso. He's here for business. Brandon, another borrowed vehicle. Both these drivers are locked in. The power elbows are out. Lights are illuminated. Let's get into the first half of this battle here in the defeated bracket. Cardoso sitting currently number 2 in points going into this round. We'll see if he can hold on to that. He's already sitting in the defeated bracket, but he's got to fight off Brandon in that S14. Both drivers go into those first couple touch and goes. Drive down that Pally Alley. Cardoso getting that 350Z out to outside zone number 1. Brandon doing a good job keeping that S14 at bay. Let's see if he can make his move as both drivers dump themselves into outside zone number 2. Cardoso doing a good job getting that rear bumper, that 350Z where it needs to go, and shucking back over to outside 3. Brandon, a little bit of a deficit there as he's trying to catch back up through outside 4. Definitely the highest speed and most power delivery of all of our outside zones, but then slowing it back down for outside 5, where Brandon's back in the conversation, but Cardoso keeping it together. all his composure across the finish line. Let's run it back on the replay. You can see Cardoso working his way through those touch and go to get that rear bumper of that car in those boxes, as well as our outside zone. A little bit of a bobble going to outside zone 1 where Brandon had to give him a little bit of patience, and Brandon trying to clean up that patience here now where he never really closed that gap up as Cardoso's using his own lines going through outside 2. Gets back into composure into outside 3. Brandon doing a good job trying to keep back up. Our Cardoso just rocket ships out of 3. Really starts to dial himself back. 4, 3, 5, right on the line. We'll have to see that telemetry data to see exactly where he's landing. But nonetheless, we're going to swip him back around. Cardoso now the chase. Bass the lead. All right, Brandon Bass taking that lead position. Cardoso to chasing him down. Both drivers flick into that first touch and go. Brandon doing a good job getting out to that second touch and go. Cardoso showing a little bit of patience, waiting for his time for attack to get into outside zone number 1. Brandon doing a good job getting the backside of that S14 into our judge boxes. Both drivers make a ton of noise as they blow battles in outside zone number 2. Cardoso starting to bark to the side. A little bit of a stab there. Not even his car, man. Be gentle. Brandon not even phased. Said, it's not my car, not my problem, as he finishes off outside 3 and drives into outside 4, where Cardoso is really starting to bark at him. Cardoso getting stabby again, avoiding contact, as Brandon's going to drive into 5 into the sunset and across the finish line almost by himself. Cardoso closes up that little deficit very quickly, but it might be the nail in the coffin. We'll have to see what our judges weigh that out. A great drive out of Brandon in a borrowed vehicle. That is 14, I got to give it to it.
Like I said, that car has no safe word. That's probably the only reason why it is still in the battle right now, because there is no way this car has survived this long. Through all it's been through, last round with Dustin Patton and Frank both driving this car, to now seeing how Brandon Bass, nice little bump there from Kevin Cardoso, little love tap. Kevin heavy on the brake there. Oh.
Another stab.
That's what I was looking for.
That guy's out there with a knife. Pulled out a knife. Yeah, little backfires there, Cardoso. I'm curious if maybe the clutch issues are coming back into it.
That's what I'm thinking is happening there. No, I can't speak to what happened with the bump there. I mean, obviously, Cabot's driving aggressively, but in terms of why he kept straightening out, Brandon Bass, though, gets to advance and Frank Leon's S14.
Brandon with that bar vehicle, getting the win, keeping himself in the battle bracket. He's going to face off against Jake Clark. Cardoso, unfortunately, that's going to be the weekend for the Cardoso camp. The clutch is probably thankful. Anytime a clutch started to go, it's either slips or it starts to bite. And either way, trying not to use it, avoiding it, or overusing it, either way, a clutch deficit is definitely a hard drive, especially when you got a driver making you utilize it. Hard shake for Cardoso. Great drive all season long, high up in the points. A big shout to him and his family. Coming down, putting on a program, driving well all season long. But Brandon working his way into our next defeated bracket where he'll face off against Jake Clark. If you guys are following along on that live bracket, make sure you refresh to get all of the updates, as well as go over to data.racedatalabs.com. You can see all the telemetry data collected through that Wally system, thanks to our friends in Australia. All right, I believe we're going to get our next battles up on the line, which should be Alan Boss and Danny Morse. Danny taking that lead position. This is the top 8 of the defeated bracket. Alan Boss taking the chase. That Yeet Fleet 350Z.
Was Danny running without a hood before?
I don't believe so.
Oh, interesting.
Strategy.
May have a little ECT issue, a little overheat.
The lights are dimming. Our lights are illuminated. That means track temps are going down. The grip goes up. We'll see how these gentlemen adjust out here. Alan Boss, a Formula Drift Pro Spec driver, going up against Danny Morse. Daniel taking that lead position in his S13 hatch. Alan Boss getting aggressive right off the lick. Alan looks like those mechanical problems are going to weigh into it again, but Alan, being a gentleman, does not wreck out Danny's car. Alan shut down in the back as Danny's going to drive off underneath the lights here across the pond, keeping that rear bumper in outside zone number 2. still in that lead position, needs to make sure he finishes his lap, probably unaware that Allen's not even near him. A little waver through outside 4, but he keeps his composure, rotates and dumps into outside 5. It looks like Danny's going to make it across the finish line. No hood and all. Allen taking a cruise, that long cruise back. Speaking of long cruise, took a long trip to get down here, coming all the way down from Ohio. Unfortunately, it's been a long season. I know Allen puts a plethora of events underneath that machine, and it looks like the time frame of some of these components are just seeing today, especially here at Mid-Pond. It is a very demanding track, especially on driving inputs, especially with driver layout, and with the plethora of spectrum of vehicles that we have here. Some of these vehicles and machines are a little too much sauce. So adjust accordingly for 2026 when you get signed up for Klutch Kickers. And we'll see for our Formula Drift Pro-Am shakedown and see who's going to walk away with a license and who's going to walk away with the glory, the money, and swim in the pond with the dogs. Danny Morse had a little bit of a victory lap. And it looks like Alan Boss is back on the line, taking his lead position. Hopefully he can get a clean lead lap out of that 350. And Alan and Danny sitting with their an advantage now. I say all this without understanding any of the telemetry data going on. We're assuming Allen was at fault for his own accord. We'll have to see how the judges shake out. So never say never.
Never say never.
I'm not setting anything up.
I didn't see anything that Danny could have potentially done wrong that could have thrown Allen off. But hey, like I said, or like you said, I should say, I'm not a judge. But to your point, it could be some kind of mechanical failure with Allen's car. He has been running. We're at the end of our season, but the end of everybody else's season. So a lot of people's cars have been put through their paces.
They're tired. I'm tired, Grandpa.
Tired of this, Grandpa.
That's too damn bad. All right, Danny Moore's taking that chase position now. Alan Boss with the responsibility to lead. Looks like the rest of our track is ready to go. Illuminated track staff out of the way. Lights illuminated. The elbows of power up and out. Josh Yellen is thrown off. Alan Boss taking that lead position. Danny to chase him down. See if Alan can hold his composure and vehicle together. A big shove out of Alan. Too much sauce. Danny giving him the patience. We're just going to shut her down.
Okay. Yeah,
and it looks
Alan
like
may be fighting something.
Bold move by Danny, jumping right back out of an uncertain chassis. But he's here to have a good time. Alan Boss's vehicle hopping and flopping. But it looks like that's going to be Danny's win.
I think so. Now, I didn't see false start light, so again, shouldn't have been an issue. Looks like Alan just had a little bit of a bobble there. Some kind of mechanical failure, mental failure. Who knows, Alan?
Is what it is.
It is what it is. That happens.
All right, let's make it official. And it looks like our judges have come to a decision. We'll wait for that to get communicated out to Josh to get those power elbows up in the air and the fingers pointed at our official winner here, Alan Boss, Night E Fleet 350Z, going up against Daniel Morse. This is down in our defeated bracket. Battle 27, if you're watching that live bracket. Allen qualifying 21st, utilizing that season pass holder. These problems plaguing him all weekend long. As well as Danny qualifying 15th, taking out both of the Windhams.
Yeah.
And now sitting here, potentially, unofficially, moving on into the 33rd bracket of the defeated bracket, the top 4 of the Lovers Lobby. And let's make it official. Danny gets the win. Danny gets the win.
Congratulations, Danny. Well done, my friend. Alan, been fantastic having you with us. Hope you come back next season.
We'll see you at the award banquets, brother.
For sure.
We'll see you at Frank's Water Pit. I gotta stop advertising. Frank's got a whole bunch of water.
Yeah, you are.
Frank's out of water, everybody. All right? There's no water left. Frank doesn't have anything left.
There we go. Didn't have a camera on him, but hopefully you heard. Alan gave us a nice little salute. Beautiful send-off and smoke show as he makes his way back into the pits.
You know, Alan, every once in a while gets a lot of flack in the chat, but that dude, pure of heart, whole family's a great time. Dude's always out here, high energy, positive attitude. Need more of that in drifting.
Indeed. Now we get a fair amount of it here at Klutch Kickers.
The vibes are high here. Camaraderie's top tier. I've never seen so many vehicles passed around. You guys are always making sure everybody's getting out. Never mind the fact, double elimination, tons of battles. We're out here, weather's beautiful.
Nobody wants to win by omission, though. I mean, come on.
Win's a win.
I mean,
We
I
got
don't, I
checks
don't,
on the
I
line.
don't disagree with you.
Big
but
money.
Make it interesting.
Yeah, of course. Preaching the hockey fights. I want you guys to headbutt each other with your helmets on. But a win is a win. Definitely not something to overly celebrate, but nonetheless, Danny still gets the win, and he's still in the battle bracket where he'll go up against the winner of our next Lovers Lobby battle, Grindle and Smith. I'm looking forward to this one. These dudes are always ripping through practice. All right, it looks like our judges has stepped away to use the little boys' room, you know? We've been working Ben Hobson really hard. We had to let him get away just for a second. So don't go anywhere. Our judges will be back in just a moment. We're also, it looks like Drew Smith's Mustang is being towed out by the Crown Vic. This is why they took that opportunity to leave. I'm putting all the blame on the judges. I'm being judgy of the judges, and it's actually Drew Smith. Unfortunately, getting towed away from grid. Just wait momentarily. That Crown Vic.
No headlights, so looks like no power.
Definitely a hard shake for Drew. We'll have to see how that transpires. It looks like we're going to push Grindle back. Drew definitely gets his competition 5 timeout. Hopefully he can get it fixed in time to get back out to the battle bracket. I guess we should move on to our next 2 drivers. A pair of Formula Drift Pro and Pro Spec drivers. Human Harimi, Adam Heisman. Brandon taking Frank's car back out where he'll have to face off against Jake, who's patiently waiting right behind him. Our judges are back in the tower. We're going to get Human and Adam to warm up their tires as I speak. And we'll get them over to the grid and get back to the battle action. Thank you guys for joining us here at the finale of round 5. This is Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Stoked to have you here. Humbly thank you guys for driving and hanging, being in the chat, sticking it out, joining me on Instagram Live, hanging out with Tara, dealing with our judges, as well as your support for the series, both online, Instagram, and the future. We hope to see you guys down here live and in person 2026. We'll have our schedule released very, very soon. Now a Formula Drift Pro Spec feeder series, all on the lines.
So exciting.
Real
Such
money.
A great perk for these drivers.
Cash wins with a comma in the check. Love to see a comma in the check. You got to come down. You got to sign up. That's the only way we're going to get to $1 million checks. You guys want to add some zeros to the series? You want to make this Klutch Kickers $1 million Drift Series? You got to get signed up 2026. We want to raise the payouts. We want to give y'all more money. We want to make it more exciting for everybody here. Speaking of excitement, let's get right into it. Adam with that lead. Human with the chase. Both drivers rotate in. Adam getting out to those touch and goes. Human's right there on the side of that Mustang as both drivers rotate back down to that final touch and go. Land themselves in outside turn number 1. Heisman's Mustang getting a little bouncy as he sets himself up. Human giving him a little bit of patience as he's patiently waiting to jump to the side of outside turn number 2. Human right to the backside of that Mustang as Adam getting into that blast zone. The bumpers of these vehicles need to be in those judge portions for our judges. The outside zone 4. Always a jump for Heisman. It looks like he keeps it under control as Human is right there on the side of the Mustang. good solid first half of the battle here. Let's run it back from our bird's eye drone. Heisman doing a good job getting the Mustang through our touch and go alley, down into our outside zone number 1. Winham takes this opportunity now to take a little bit of a line sheet to get back into position for outside zone number 2. You can see that aggression there. He's just stuck on it. Stay in it, man. Records are checkers at this point. Both drivers rotate into outside zone number 3. Adam Heisman doing a good job with his Mustang, keeping his composure. A little left foot brake to keep that Mustang. Yep, keeping it out for outside 4. Winham dives back in for outside 5.
He's just kind of camping back there.
Being real nice, real nice. All right, got our drivers flipped back around the tire smoke. Dusting our camera, run underneath one of our track lights. Really setting the ambience of our grid. And it looks like Heisman's going to take a little bit of strategy against that Turbo LS3 of Human's 370Z. Both drivers work their way into our straight, shove into that first touch and go, getting out to touch and go number 2. Human rotates that 370 down to that touch and go number 3, a bit shy off the box, and you can see that where that line deficit has set him back up for outside 1. Heisman takes that little bit of opportunity to get back at the proximity, right on the back bumper of that 370. Heisman starting to get aggressive now and bark at the side of Human Rahimi's 370 is to get into outside zone number 3. Human looks like he's going to get real deep. Heisman follows him through, taking the opportunity to now stand on the skinny pedal. Both these drivers are going to jump and bounce into outside 4, jumping through the tire smoke, diving into outside 5. Heisman shortly behind him, and Human not scared to go off the track,
no.
To be completely honest with you. Human's one of the only drivers. He hits the dirt, and he lays into it. Let's see how it shakes out. Human going through that first touch and go. A bit shy off that second touch and go, getting out to third touch and go. Heisman's right behind him. Heisman getting a little saucy right before that outside 1. Human taking a little bit of a tighter line through outside 1. Heisman uses that opportunity to get in position for outside 2. Raheem then putting the power down through outside 2, getting himself set up for outside 3, and Heisman getting a little stabby there. No contact. It looks like his headlight was just about to make contact with the side of that 370 as both drivers stomp on the throttle pedal, getting back out and stretched to 4. Dump themselves into outside 5. Heisman got that Paul Walker underglow going on. Right. Look at him. You know what's crazy? Our Airbnb, the recliners have underglow.
Stop.
Yeah. Pretty
It's
good,
meant to be.
too.
Meant to be.
Pretty good. I've never seen a Lazy Boy recliner with LED lights. So that's a fun little tidbit. All right, anyway, so let's see how it shakes out. And it looks like Adam Heisman's going to get the win. Adam Heisman gets the win, knocking out Human Rahimi.
Yeah, Human just a little sloppy there in the chase, but, or excuse me, my apologies. That was his lead run. I'm too busy refreshing race data labs data.
It's so hard not to nerd out the entire time
really
and get distracted.
Is.
But if
The
you guys would like to
temptations.
check it out. Data.racedatalab.com. That Wally system, thanks to our friends in Australia, as well as Will Parsons. Running right now. You see that? He was just running, sprinting. Working hard to get all of these cars calibrated and the Wally system up and running in conjunction with our friends in Australia. But we get our next battle on the line, waiting for our drivers to warm up their tires. We got Jake Clark and Brandon with a borrowed S14 of Frank. Bass has already been on a tear in a vehicle that's not even his. Seems to be the secret here at Mid-Pod. Just borrow your friend's car and you drive very, very well. Even though Brandon always drives very well with the Mark III Supra.
Is that the new sponsor program? Just let your friends borrow your cars?
What kind of friend are you if you can't drive your car?
I mean, right?
Don't ask me to drive my car.
No, I'm not going to ask
No,
you
not
to
you.
drive your car.
You can drive my car. I'll let you drive.
Although we did have somebody in the chat who said that for our final battle, if we will, that it should be you and me and our cars, but neither one of us brought our drift car, so unfortunately it's going to have to be a foot race.
I'm already warmed up. I already broke the knees in on our live little venture there on Instagram. So thank you guys humbly for sticking it out through our little live stream dilemma. We got attacked. There was a cyber attack.
Yeah.
I'm going to lean into that. I'm going to put that on the internet, fellas. Chat, I need you guys to clip that. Big cyber attack took out our live stream. It was crazy. But don't worry, we won. We're back. We're live. We're back out here. Lights illuminated here at Mid-Pond Raceway and Event Complex. Jake Clark with his yellow S13 hatch going up against that S14 Bard from Frank. But this is Brandon Bass ready to chase down Clark.
Need a fan out here. All the smoke. Blow it away.
So it is a little deceiving, but through the illumination, the smoke is relevant, but not through the illumination. Like on the back side of these lights, not bad.
No.
You know, not bad. But just give us a few moments, and these two gentlemen, I'm sure, will make it worse.
Oh, absolutely.
Look at the ambiance of that grid right there. Make sure you guys go to clutchkickers.com, get signed up for 2026 Formula Drift Pro Feeder Series. Make sure you guys get signed up. Get yourselves a license, big checks, hang out with me, hang out with Tara, hang out with the ducks. Bring your own ducks, you know? I know there's
BYOD?
Yeah, BYOD. Yeah, that could go wrong.
BYOD
That could go
for you.
wrong.
Yeah,
It's ducks, all right?
ducks.
Bring your ducks,
Ducks.
guys. You.
Or dogs. Ducks or dogs.
Yeah. You know, put a cat on a leash. I'm not going to hate. Or iguanas. I could see an iguana.
Certain times of the year, start falling out of the trees if you bring them around here.
Yeah.
It's a little too cold. Too cold for the iguanas.
So basically free iguanas out here. Nice.
Speaking of freezing iguanas, we got Ben back here. It's full coat on, already getting chilly. South Florida boys, tell ya.
Drops anywhere close to 59 degrees.
That's generous. 75.
It is beautiful out here. Nice little crescent. I'm going to get corrected on that. It's probably not a crescent. What is that? The moon. The moon's
it's
up
the
there.
moon.
It's the moon. Somebody's going to be like, that's a half Easter lit
That's a waxing
circle.
gibbous.
There you go. That's
or
what
whatever
it is.
it is.
It's
I
the
don't
moon.
know. I don't know moon girl stuff.
It's a big wheel of cheese up there. It looks beautiful. Sun's going down here. Lights are illuminated. The vibes are high. We have our award ceremony for our drivers and our crew and their family. Looking forward to hanging out with all of y'all after our stream. But more importantly, now I'm enjoying my time hanging out with y'all on the internet. Thank you guys for joining us here at round 5, the finale of Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We're about to get this next battle going. We got Josh using his big throat. Lights are illuminated. Jake Clark taking that lead position. Brandon Bass in that borrowed S14. Let's see if he can keep putting it to work as both drivers shoot down the straight. Jake with some authority getting out to outside zone. First touch and go. Second touch and go down to the third. Brandon needs to clean it up now as both drivers dump themselves in the outside turn number 1. Jake's Hatch doing a good job keeping that rear bumper where it needs to be. He needs to rotate back out to outside turn number 2. Brandon's going to take this opportunity, a little bit of a line cheat to set himself up outside 3. He can't get too aggressive, too much deficit there as he gets right back behind the S13, but Jake's already lit back off and searching for outside 4 through our lights and our tire smoke. Both drivers rotate back in. Brandon cranks the angle off a little too much for the correction there as Jake's going to waltz over the finish line with a confident lead lap. We're going to have to flip him back around. Brandon now has some responsibility to put down something clean for Jake to utilize. Nice to see Drew Smith's Fox body back out on the line, rotating back out under its own power. It looks to be okay.
Let's hope it stays that way. He did have to take his competition time out. Check out what was going on with his car as he got towed off. Doesn't look like his headlights worked anyway, so that, I don't know what his issue was. Could have been any number of things. I don't know.
Maybe he's low on voltage right now. Maybe he's saving the sauce. Either way, Drew is back out in the line, and it looks like Brandon is toting himself back in. We don't have any information on that. I will update you as soon as possible, but it looks like Brandon is parading himself back into the pits. I believe Brandon has a competition 5 timeout left in his repertoire.
Brandon Bass?
Yep.
Yes, I believe he does. He has not taken one yet.
So with that being said, it looks like Brandon's going to have to utilize that comp 5 as Jake takes this time to cool down his vehicle with a parade lap as we also collect our next series of drivers from our winners bracket back out into the field. But first, we're going to get that battle of Drew and Grindle on the line.
Some interesting points brought up in the chat about how as gets a little bit darker, these lights are coming on. Now, while we do have the lights on the track, which are very beneficial for our drivers, it is still a little difficult to see. Visibility is decreasing, so we're going to see some sacrifices in line, especially going to be very obvious as you're watching the Race Data Labs Wally.
Now, I went out there personally with Curtis and tried to point all of these lights away from your driver eyes as you're hunting for your points, but nonetheless, it is still a transition. I'm not a fan of light dark,
Yeah.
so I know it is definitely at least weighing into the mental of our drivers. Let's see how it shakes off for Grindle in his lead lap, getting chased down by Andrew in his Fox body. Grindle's S14.9 getting through our checklist of touch and goes as Drew getting aggressive, making contact with the Mustang. Grindle smacking the Mustang going into outside 1. It looks like Drew's still going to continue his lap, but Grindle's going to finish off his outside turn number 2 and jump into outside 3. Grindle still in that lead position, has the responsibility to finish his lap, even with the contact made. Grindle still holding on to it. That's that hockey fight mentality I'm talking about. That's what I want to see. You take the lick and you keep going.
You've been asking for it.
Yeah, you don't shut down. You don't quit. You keep rocking. And if it broke it, it's not your fault. That guy hit you. But you got to try, you know? That's all life is. You just got to try. Big shout to these gentlemen, both navigating through, but unfortunately Drew just taking a little too much bite, choking on it going into outside 1. And Grindle driving away from it. We'll have to flip these gentlemen back around. It looks like Grindle's back on the line. Drew, I think, being hesitant to get back onto the grid. We'll have to wait for our drone to pop back in to see what's up with the Fox body. Drew looks like he's on the far side of the track right now, and it looks like he has a steering error holding him back from parading the car back in, taking that hit from Grindle's S14.9. Beautiful car. Look at the paint on that thing. Is it wrapped? No, it's paint, right?
That's paint.
Nice, nice.
Beautiful.
All right, let's run it back. Let's see the replay. Grindle doing a good job going through those touch and goes. Maybe a bit shy off that second, but nonetheless, he's right there on the third. Drew just getting too aggressive, not giving any real estate for Grindle to rotate into outside turn 1. Grindle does a good job modifying what he has to salvage outside 1, get himself set up into outside 2. Andrew keeping his composure, landing himself into outside 3, using that skinny pedal to finish off outside 3 with some confidence and drive himself out to outside 4, stretching all the way out where he's going to dump into that final outside zone, outside 5. Got to keep that rear bumper over the asphalt. And it looks like he's going to make it safe and sound. Unfortunately, say that a lot.
Yeah, you got to quit saying that. We're positive here. It is not unfortunate. I mean, it is unfortunate when we have to send our drivers home without a check, but there's a finite amount of money that we have to give away. While we do have $100,000 worth of it,
we pay out to the 16.
We do pay out.
If you guys are unaware, pay out to the 16. The top 16 drivers get some form of payment, which is a wild take in this realm of drifting. So our top 16 drivers are going to walk away with something.
Well, not a good sign for our Fox Body Poppy here as he gets the luxury treatment. No rollbacks here at Mid-Pond. You get pulled out with the John Deere because that's how we do things in Alabama. So unfortunately, something is majorly broken. I'm going to assume when he had that major hit, either steering rack failed or something's bound up and broken in the front end. So Andrew's going to have to get pulled off with the tractor.
He looks like to be in a high spirit. Hopefully we'll see him at the award ceremony later today. For our driver's crew, we're going to hand out and appreciate everybody that has helped make Klutch Kickers an amazing series this year. A big shout to Ken and the Mid-Pond staff for hosting, the Klutch Kickers team for hustling, and of course, you guys on the internet. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you guys for hanging out, chit-chatting in the chat. You listen to me yap. And of course, you get the treat every once in a while, you know. Tara chimes in with the real information. I'm just over here yippity-yapping like I'm on a talk show, some sort of radio show. Welcome to 95.5 FM. We got Creed coming up in 2 minutes. But stoked to be here, hanging out with the Ducks. Thank you guys for joining us on the live stream. This is round 5, $100,000 Drift Series. Get signed up, KlutchKickers.com. We'll see you in 2026, Formula Drift Feeder Series. Get signed up, win some money. Good vibes. Maybe somebody will let you borrow the car when you wad yours up, you know? Who knows? Get signed up.
You going to start volunteering your car out?
That's why I didn't drive it down here. I knew what I was signing up for. I brought the Lexus, though.
I would have loved to see you and Rad Dan out there together.
Yeah,
That
I
would have
see
been a
every
thing of
time.
beauty.
Look, Renee's going to pop in the chat. She's going to be like, no! Every time me and Dan get
Sorry,
together, we
Renee.
get
I'm
so
sorry.
excited. Wild things happen. So we have to pre-plan those. You know? It's like a play date. It's like bringing toddlers around. Like you got to plan out that. You got to make sure snacks are around.
Yeah.
Stay hydrated. I did drive down to Klutch Kickers at Holt when we was at Freedom Factory.
Yeah.
Me and Dan got some laps in.
Oh, nice.
And of course, my dumbass was running 295 tires, and
Thick boy.
don't tell Dan, but I waxed him. But yeah, it was a fun time.
Was it
Already at Klutch
intentional?
Kickers. No.
did-
I
you
left him in
totally
the
did it on
dust.
purpose.
He couldn't even keep up with me. Run the tape back. I found the edge of the track. Lost my homie's camera, but it was a good time. Always a fun time driving with Dan. He's wandering around the country, obviously doing the Formula Drift Pro Circuit. Renee and Wendy are fantastic human beings and dog. Fantastic crew. Always a good time. He lets me do donuts and stuff in his shop, and lets
Aw.
me smack propane tanks into the wall and things like that. So like
So typical degenerate fun stuff.
yeah, he fits in right at home.
Typical Tuesday.
Right at home.
Typical
Yeah.
Tuesday.
But big shout out to them. They've always been supportive. So big shout out to Dan and Renee. More so to Wendy. Not scared to say it.
She's doing the most. Typing
She
in
is.
her own chat messages.
Dog the long way. All right, Drew is now getting bucketed up by the John Deere. We'll get him out of here just momentarily. Definitely taking a lick from the backside of that S14.9 of Grindle.
Ooh, yeah, I'm going to guess that's tie rod.
Yeah, either way, it's not going to work out here. Drew already utilizing his competition 5 timeout from his power upsie, I believe. I'll have to clarify that, but I believe this might be detrimental to his efforts of standing in the pond as a winner.
Gotta love the ka-chow all the way into the pits. Sorry to see this for Andrew. Oh. Little bobble there.
Look at that guy. What a handsome fella. All right, John Deere putting in work. Getting the front end of that Fox body up in the air. It don't look bad. Definitely looks like a little steery juice, but it'll be fine. It'll be just fine. As I say that, I can see extra things hanging. So
Yeah.
Godspeed to him and his team. Hopefully he can get that thing back up for our Sunday Fun Day here tomorrow.
Yeah, so if you're in the area and you want to come hang out, we will be driving all day tomorrow. Bring your car, bring your helmet, come have fun. We should still have several of our drivers here that want to just come and play. If you want to have your opportunity, drive or do a ride along with one of these prospect drivers or one of our hometown drivers, come stop by.
Yeah, come hang out
spectate.
tomorrow. We'll see you down here at Mid-Pond Raceway and Events Complex. Make sure you guys wander in, get signed up, sign the waivers, and then enjoy yourselves.
Indeed.
Have a great time. We'll be here tonight for our award banquets for our drivers' crew and their family, celebrating another great, successful season and the successes of all of our drivers and their efforts. Like Drew, we're celebrating Drew tonight. I'm going to drink a ton of water for Drew tonight.
He deserves all that water. He's not much of a water drinker himself.
Good, more for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone's got
I
to
think
be
he's more of
thirsty.
like a Capri Sun guy.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Big TV static fan. All right, looks like Grindle's out on the line, watching his opponent get dragged away by the John Deere. Thank you guys once again for the patience throughout the entirety of the stream. You guys are still here, round 5, Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. You guys are curious where we are, make sure you hit that live bracket, brackethq.com. Link is in the chat. Hit that refresh. We are in our lovers lobby, the defeated bracket, where Grindle and Drew Smith has seen a fist fight out on track. Drew going in with a black eye. Grindle out on the grid, patiently waiting the officials.
Oh, yeah, control arm. I can't tell if the control arm is discoed. Control arm may still be fine.
That tie rod just looks a little bendy. That's spaghetti. It does look like it's just tie rod. Hopefully all the heims and the joints took the brunt of it pretty well, but definitely has a cranked tie rod. It looks like maybe he was okay until he put some weight and tried to drive the rest of the track, and then finally just sent the bend out for the rest of it, really sending it through. Banana the tie rod. Looks like the outer still is attached to the knuckle. Hopefully he has an inner. Hopefully we have to confirm if he has his comp 5. We'll have to see if he can get it fixed in time.
No, he did not. He does not have a comp 5. He ended up having to take it when he got towed off earlier. So he is unfortunately out of competition timeouts. Even still, I don't think there's enough mini sledge that would help him get that hammered out. And
oh no, that's
even
a
if
banana.
he has a spare tie rod, I don't think he's going to be able to get that fixed in 5 minutes, even if he had it. So that means Andrew Smith is out.
All right, let's make it official. Rest of our track staff resetting our cones while we were dragging off Andrew Smith. We'll get them all out of the way and back to our safety areas. I think our next drivers out into the grid. Our judges are back in the tower. I've never left you guys, never will. Hanging out with you guys all night until we're finished up here, and then I'm still hanging out on Awards Banquet. Then I'll see you guys tomorrow. Come hang out in Mid-Pond. Sunday fun day. All our drivers are gonna rip some tires into the wind. You can hang out with some ducks. You don't have to say hi to me. Say hi to the ducks.
Josh, do something cool. Do a kickflip.
I don't want to, muddy the waters in the radio waves, but I wish we had a track radio so I could get Josh to do, little TikTok dances and things like that. Timmy, I see you in the chat. We don't know if Grindle is going to take a lap yet.
So I'm a little unclear on this too. So he's technically already made one run, but in order to complete this, my assumption would be is that he does have to do a bye, which would mean he at least has to, of course, prove that the car can move under its own power. Means he has to complete at least one judgeable turn. So if I know Grindle, regardless, he's probably going to make the pass. It's just a matter of whether or not the judges require him to, which I do believe they will.
And it looks like he is getting himself locked into the grid, so he is going to have to prove that his car is still mechanically sound and fit for competition. What he chooses to do after that is up to the VOD. And it looks like he's going to get sent. So, Timmy, your wishes are my command. Here we go. Grindle taking essentially a victory lap here around Mid-Pond. And Grindle completes another lap around here on Mid-Pond. Unfortunately for Drew Smith, his Mustang taking a lick and getting knocked out of competition, already utilizing his competition 5 timeout, turning his inner tie rod into a banana. Just asking a little too much, getting in the way of Grindle's lead lap, sending Grindle on to where he'll see Danny Morse in his next battle bracket down in the Lovers lobby.
Yeah, so if you're ever curious about rules and regulations and some of the things that we have to do in terms of a call, whether or not, a driver needs to make a buy run, you can go to clutchkickers.com, check out our judging criteria and all of the technical requirements that are drivers are required to meet in order to drive here. Of course, that's good for you to know as well if you're looking to build a car to join us next year. We may be making a few modifications to those technical specifications as we get ready to go into our 2026 season, so be on the lookout for those updates as well. We want to make sure that you're able to build a car to spec so that you can pass tech and compete with us.
Especially since now we are a Formula Drift feeder series. We want to make sure that your machine is at least setting yourself up for success of your future, not only your time here at Klutch Kickers. So make sure you get over to klutchkickers.com, get signed up, get registered. 2026 schedule will be released very, very soon, I promise you. Keep an eye out on our socials. Follow us on the Instagram, Klutch Kickers. And, you know, show some love to all the appreciating sponsors, Grip Royal, everybody that helps support Mid-Pond and Klutch Kickers series. And if you're a muffler company, hit me up. I want to sponsor these boys and get some mufflers on these cars.
Yeah, we could really use a muffler sponsor here at Klutch Kickers. So if you are in the market for a series, hit us up. Bang that line. We'd love to partner with you.
We would love mufflers. My ears would love a muffler. These boys are always romping, full tilt. Would love to hear the tone of these vehicles, harnessed and tuned in just as well as the engines. As I speak that, a great engine underneath the car of this S14. Frank's S14 getting handed out to Brandon once again, taking that lead lap. Jake Clark needs to take him down here in the chase. Gold Travers works through those touch and goes, gets dumped into outside zone number 1. Jake showing a little patience, waiting for his opportunity to spark into outside zone number 2, as Brandon's doing a good job in that borrowed S14, getting himself situated for outside zone number 3. Jake's starting to put the pressure on now, knowing that he's about to get all the throttle down to stretch out to outside 4. Brandon doing a good job keeping that S14 out. Both drivers dumping to outside 5. Jake keeping his composure and now putting the aggression on as both drivers cross the finish line. Jake doing a good job in the chase, but Brandon putting on a show in the Frank's S14. Brandon doing a good job getting out to that touch and go. Needs to get out to touch and go number 2. He's a bit shy off that box, but nonetheless he's out in that line. Jake's using that time to make up that with some patience as well, letting him land in outside zone number 1. Brandon's a little bit shy out of outside zone 1. He's depth that our judges wanted to see, and Jake uses that opportunity to set himself up with some patience to get into the position pocket into through outside 2 and outside 3. Brandon then putting that skinny pedal down. Jake seeing that, matching that energy all the way through outside 4 and following it and finishing it off nice and strong through outside 5. All right, both our drivers have exited the track. We'll get a refresh on that livebracket.com, find out what's going on in the heads of those judges, give you guys an update on what's happening as Taylor Hull warms up his tires in the background. And it looks like Jake Clark gets the win. Jake Clark gets the win, moves on to the next bracket. Brandon getting knocked out. Big shout to Frank, throwing up his S14 to allow Brandon to walk as far as he has in the lover's lobby down in the defeated bracket. But our next bracket battle on the line is going to be back up in our winners bracket, where Dustin Miles is going to face off against Taylor Hull. Taylor Hull qualifying 4th will get that lead position first. Dustin Miles with the chase qualifying 8th. This is the top 4 in the winners bracket, round 5, the finale. Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Your 2025 points champion locked it in early, round 4, on a tear all season long. Now we got a roster of drivers trying to take down the Hull Master right now. Let's see if Dustin Miles is going to be that man to put Taylor into the defeated bracket. But first, he's got to chase him down through the lead.
I know you weren't with us for round 3, but I'm getting a little sense of deja vu. I'm pretty sure Dustin Miles and Taylor Hull did have a battle in round 3.
Well, let's see how it shakes out
I would
in round
love to see that
5.
again.
Rub your hands together. Get your alleged bets into the chat. Throw the emojis in there. Let me know who you're voting for. Is it going to be Taylor Hull or Dustin Miles? Formula FD driver, current Formula D Pro Spec driver. See, the drones got underglow. It's crazy.
There's so many of them around right now. So we got, let's see, 2. There was a third one flying around earlier.
Well, let's see what this one's going to see as we get down into it. Taylor Hull taking his lead lap as Dustin Miles puts the pressure on early as both drivers work their way to that first and second touch and go. Driving down to that third touch and go, Taylor's going to get that rebody Corvette out. Dustin Miles getting a little shaky, going to land in outside zone number 1. As Hull's really putting the hammer down, trying to get away from Dustin Miles. JZ Power at F13 hatch, streaming through outside zone number 2. Miles is on the backside bumper, keeping that aggression all the way through outside zone number 3. Dustin Miles is literally on the door of Taylor Hull. He wants to take a win away. He's literally on the door handle through the entirety of outside 4. Gives some space and makes that aggression match back in the outside 5. Dustin Miles cannot be shaken as Taylor Hull gives the real estate for Dustin to play with. A solid first half of the battle here. Both these Formula current and post Formula D drivers are out here. Taylor Hull, let's go on the replay back to see what's going down. Taylor in that lead, getting out to that first touch to go in the second. Stretching out to the third. Dustin Miles giving a little bit of patience to make sure he has the room to get into outside zone number 1. A little bit of a bobble out of Dustin there. They're taking that opportunity to get back into position for outside 2. Taylor Hull puts down the skinny pedal, really romping through outside 2. Dustin Miles trying to keep that proximity and nice and tight, getting super aggressive, getting into outside 3, putting the headlight right to the side wheel of that rebodied Corvette. Standing on it through outside 4, dumping back into outside 5, getting right back to the side of the door handle. Dustin Miles trying to keep that spot up behind Taylor Hull. V8. That's honestly, it's an FD car, yeah? It's
yes.
FD chassis?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the old FD chassis.
All right, let's see how the second half of the battle is going to shake out. Dustin Miles now in the lead position. Taylor Hull set back a little bit, taking some strategy in. Going to let that Jay-Z sing from Dustin, and then he can get his plant going. We'll see how these gentlemen fist fight it out for the second half of this battle here. Round 5, the finale. Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Dustin Miles taking the lead. Taylor Hull to chase.
I think there's a car in there somewhere. Not quite sure where.
All right, the Jay-Z underneath Dustin Miles' hood, ready to sing. V8 underneath Taylor Hull. Both these guys really burning the tires out. You can kind of smell it.
The sweet smell of something that smells smelly. Oh, there's Taylor. There he is. The smoke is starting to clear. Taylor patiently waiting. Dustin patiently waiting. Why does Taylor not have underglow? Come on, Taylor. Put some underglow on the car. Live it up a little bit.
All right, both the drivers are poised. Josh waiting for the okay from our judges. Probably waiting for a little bit of this tire smoke to try to move out of here. The wind has definitely died down. Great for the vibe of temperature right now. Feels amazing outside. Not so great for the tire smoke that lingers through. But as I say that, the wind started to pick up. Start to see the tire smoke migrate out of here. We're going to work some of our drivers out to the grid while we got a little time down. Utilizing that Wally system, we got to be strategic, moving our vehicles through our area where our telemetry data is being collected. Make sure you guys check out that same telemetry data that we got. But as I say that, we get our next battle on the line and ready to shoot. Both drivers dump in. Dustin Miles going into that first touch to go to the second. Really drives away from the front of the Corvette of Taylor Hull as both drivers get to that touch and go third. Down to our first outside zone, sorry. Dustin Miles doing a good job getting the rear bumper of that S13 where it needs to be. Going through outside 2. Taylor Hull trying to keep up to the side of that JZ powered S13 as both drivers dump into outside 3. Dustin Miles keeping the backside as far out to the outside of the track as he possibly can as Hull's trying to hold some patience back there. Dustin's really trying to drive away from Taylor Hull as both drivers dump themselves into outside 5. Taylor starts to put the aggression on now as they go over the finish line. All right, let's run it back. Dustin Miles going through those touch and goes. Getting set up for outside zone number 1. Taylor Hull shortly behind him. That JZ of Dustin Miles screaming through our entire track here, standing on that skinny pedal, making sure he gets all the way through outside zone number 2. Rotates back into outside 3. Taylor Hull putting that pressure on. That singular light underneath Taylor Hull's vehicle. That's underglow, I guess.
Close enough.
Dustin Miles doing a good job. A little bit of a dust spot right on the asphalt. More exhaust than actually tire. We'll have to see the telemetry data to get that locked in, but we'll have to wait for our judges' final verdict. This is Dustin Miles going up against Taylor Hull. Second half of the battle here.
See an indication on Race Data Labs that there was an instance of 2 or more off. So that is definitely counted as a 0. Still waiting on official call from our judges, though.
As always, the Wally system being utilized as a tool for our judges. Judges still putting in a ton of work. We'll have to see how it goes down in the judges' eyes, reviewing footage, telemetry data. If you guys would like to see that same telemetry data, hop on data.racedatalabs.com.
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
All right.
Thanks, Ben.
As always, you want to make sure that purple is as filled as possible. That chase driver with the blue running over the red line of our lead driver. That's going to be Dustin Miles, S13. We want to see that rear bumper in our judge zones. You can see the stretch out from outside zone number 4, rotating into outside 5. It looks like the trajectory based upon our Race Data Labs telemetry has both tires in the asphalt, as I suspected. Just a little, boost out the tailpipe, spitting up some dirt. That's why it's cool to have this telemetry data out here to double check, because things like that are sometimes visually elusive. It's super cool to have that there. Big shout to our friends in Australia. Thank you guys for bringing that technology over to Klutch Kickers. Big shout to Mid-Pond for helping create that opportunity to bring it out to Klutch Kickers for the $100,000 Drift Series. Never mind the fact that it makes qualifying so much more bearable. So much more bearable.
Makes it go a lot faster. It's a smoother process overall.
We'll see how our judges' final weight of all the decisions are going to add up. Don't go anywhere. This is a great opportunity to check out ClutchKickers.com. Get signed up. Let's get them flipped back around. As I say, that telemetry for Taylor Hull's lead lap on the screen. And this is where Dustin Miles' mistake is really going to be showcased there, but he cleans it up immediately going into outside 2. You can see making some sacrifices of line there. That overlap of purple, not as illuminated as you want, but the aggression, it cannot be argued as Dustin Miles get glued to the side of Hull's Corvette. At least here it's Corvette. And dive back through. More purple, the better. You can see those trajectory lines from the rear axle of both vehicles, as well as the distance of proximity from car to car. Judges out there are doing the boy math.
Does look like they've made their decision. Just waiting on the final call here to us. Again, Race Data Labs is showing 2 off, but didn't see it.
All right, so we're going to send those boys one more time. We want to see those gentlemen actually find a clear winner. A one more time battle out of Dustin Miles and Taylor Hull here at round 5, the finale. Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift.
You know what? I don't hate it. This was a fun battle. I don't mind seeing this happen all over again.
Yeah, that definitely could have shaken out, especially out here with the illumination at night. A little bit of dust in the air. I'm going to equate that that wise decision down to the extra telemetry.
I agree. All right. Just getting our other drivers out on the track here. Jake Clark, Adam making their way out. As we get ready for our next battle, which is going to be against Dan Berquette. And Mark, is it Bellinger? Bellinger, I believe is how you say his last name. Sorry, Mark, if I'm completely murdering your last name.
Well, apparently I've been butchering Cardoso.
Yes.
All night.
It's not Cardoso. That's all right. Here's the thing.
I'm learning.
I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to correct.
I'm learning. Cabot's thrown down regardless. I learned something though, you know? I ain't scared of being wrong.
Nah.
I'm hardly right. That's why I'm over here yapping into the stick. That's why they gave me headphones. It's like a dog in his Thunder Buddy jacket, you know what I mean?
What?
You know, dogs get scared. They got like a little jacket that compresses them a little bit, you know, like a warm hug.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what these headphones are in my ears.
Ah.
Yeah, it's just my flavor, you know? Whatever crayons I like to eat. All right, so we got our next drivers out, warming up their tires right now. Mark and Dan. Mark taking that lead position, Dan the chase. This is the winner's bracket, the top 4. Here, the finale, round 5. Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series here at Mid-Pond Raceway and Event Complex. What's up, chat? How you guys feeling? You guys good?
Well, apparently they also like crayons, but I don't know if you knew this, and I'm going to spill some trade secrets here. Did you know the yellow ones taste like pineapple?
I thought they were banana. That's like them changing the flavors of Skittles.
Allegedly, they changed it back. It's no longer a green apple. It's back to lime.
You couldn't tell. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're lying to me right now.
You know what? I got a computer right here. I'm gonna Google it right now.
Somebody bring me some Skittles.
Let's get some Skittles in the house.
My P.O. box. I don't have one of those. All right, here we go. Mark taking the lead. Dan the chase. And here we go. Mark's already on a heater of his lead laps. Let's see what Dan can do in the chase position. Dan's right on the back bumper of that 350Z, getting aggressive right off the start. Dan jumping to the side of Mark's 350, right on the back bumper as they transition down to that last touch and go. Dan's got to give him enough space to land in the outside zone in 1, as he does. Mark doing a good job getting the rear bumper of that 350 where it needs to be. But Dan is on a mission. Dan is chasing him down. Dan jumps out, tighter line through outside 2. He's got to leave enough room to leave Mark to transition out. Dan backs off just enough, but Mark is on a heater, and contact between the Supra and the 350Z as they both finish off the lap. That is the energy I like to see as Dan is dragging that front bumper all the way through outside 4. Just a little love tap there into the 350Z. Dan obviously bringing the aggression, but Mark giving him the room to be that aggressive. A big shout to both of the drivers throwing down a heater of a battle here in the top 4 of the winner's bracket at round 5. Right off the bat, Dan is asking for it with that front bumper on the backside of that 350Z. He knows he needs to be aggressive. Mark has put on a heater of a lap throughout the entire time. Dan is literally on the backside, giving just enough room to allow Mark to rotate around our round 5 layout. Mark doing a fantastic job in that lead position. Dan making an aggressive move here to get into position through outside zone number 2 as Mark is keeping patient and poised as he rotates to outside 3. Dan getting aggressive. Mark shakes it off, gets right back to it, as well as Dan. Mark, an animal, getting back out and stretched to outside 4. Dan is shortly behind him. The energy between both these guys and driving in this lap has been high. Looking forward to the second half of the battle as Mark is now responsible to chase. Dan Berquette to lead.
Mark kept his composure through all of that. Couple of nice little love taps from Dan. Lots of nice aggressive driving from Dan. Didn't face Mark at all. Just cruising.
Definitely a sweet battle to watch. We're going to look forward to watching that played back on the social media, as well as you guys had joining us. Then when the live stream got that cyber attack, we went down for a little bit. You guys had to join me on Instagram Live. We will get some of those battles and all that content out to you as soon as possible. Get them out on the social media so you guys can, relive the moments, see what's going down, see how we got here right now. Dan Berquette being one of those gentlemen that have fought their way through our little downtime. I believe Mark was as well, but now we see them here in the top 4 in the winner's bracket. Round 5, the finale. Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. This is Dan Berquette leading and chase Mark Bellinger. Mark taking a strategic position behind the Klutch Kickers tent. He's going to zoom out underneath those lights, getting a clear, visible marker of both our illumination lights for our Go as well as Dan's Mark IV Supra. All right, Josh is communicating to our drivers. Little communication with our track staff, making sure everybody is in position. All right, it looks like Mark's going to take a comp 5. Maybe want to check some stuff out. Doesn't want to leave anything to chance going up against that Formula Drift Pro of Dan Berquette. I believe he doesn't have to take his comp 5 dependent upon fault.
So, correct. Since Dan did make contact, and it was obviously him at fault, if there was something that is actually broken, yes, I believe that would mean he would have to take his competition timeout and would not have to be penalized for it. So he could still use it again. Let's say Mark makes it further on. He could still use his competition timeout. Not 100% sure, though. It didn't actually look like it caused failure during the run, so not sure what Mark's feeling, seeing
Also
when
up
he's
to the judgment of our judging panel.
Exactly.
To ascertain fault. Hey, chat, I don't know, go in the KlutchKickers.com. Go browse the rules for us real quick. Park back, let us know, you know? As we get our drivers paraded back through, those gentlemen back into the paddock space, they're going to work over their vehicles, make sure anything is fixed, so we get a solid second half of that heater of a battle between Mark and Dan. Should jump down to our next driver battle, I believe. Should be Danny Morse and Andrew Grindle. Might get that one more time battle between Taylor Holt and Dustin Miles first. Stay tuned. We're going to get you guys updated as soon as possible. Got Dustin Miles just re-entering the track. Taylor Hall already positioned on the backside of grid. Believe we might get that one more time battle underway. Yeah, chat, that involves reading. That's why I don't want to do it. Let's look at that telemetry data thanks to Race Data Labs on that Wally system. Mark sitting there in the lead position. You can see Dan wavering in and out of the front side of that. You can see where that contact was made. Telemetry data also showcasing none of these gentlemen wavered off the throttle, gotten right back into it. Mark doing a good job getting through outside zone number 4. And Dan Supra shortly behind him, closing in on that proximity. We would love to see a little more purple out of the vehicle. Lead car has a red illumination underneath the vehicle. Chase is blue. You mix those two colors together, you get purple. If you're unaware, now you learned something. I'm basically Bob Ross at that point. Here go a little replay. Mark, phenomenal lead lap. Giving Dan some real estate to play with here. Mark unfazed, hearing that Jay-Z screaming in his windows. Mark keeping his mental game on point as Dan is being aggressive behind him. Mark doing a fantastic job through outside zone number 1, gets himself positioned with the outside zone number 2, holding that car down, a little left foot brake to keep the car into that zone. Dan doing a good job holding back that Jay-Z powered S Supra from making contact until the very last second, expecting a little more out of it maybe either way. Mark doing, shaking off, doing a fantastic job in 4 and 5. Responsibility of that Jay-Z driver, contact, lead driver is responsible for doing a flowy lead lap through our checklist that our lines and our judges have set. And that telemetry data also showcases acceleration, deceleration. We'll have to go back and dissect all of those numbers. That's a lot of information to partake in one go. That's why that system is amazing. Trying to read that off. It's like tuning a car. You got to data log some stuff, you know what I mean?
Exactly. We're almost giving you Megasquirt level data, though. It's it's almost too much that, you get lost in there. I did want to clarify something here, though. So the damage due to collision, our specific rule here in our judging criteria is that once fault has been determined, so again, the judges do have to say, okay, you are at fault. The vehicle who is deemed not at fault will be allotted 20 minutes to repair the vehicle without having to use their competition timeout. So, not sure if Mark was actually able to get confirmation that Dan was at fault. I mean, obviously, we did see that run. We did see the contact made. But we see Dan coming back out. Now, Dan is not allowed to touch his car in that circumstance during that 20-minute timeout. He can't change tires. He cannot do anything. He is not allowed to touch his car. But we see Dan making his way back out. Mark still in the pits. Not sure what the issue is. Not sure if we're in a situation. So does look like I did get confirmation from the judges. Dan was at fault, obviously. We did see that. But the judges did deem that as a 20-minute timeout. So I don't know if Mark is going to need to take that full 20 minutes. Certainly a strategy that he could take if he wants to get into Dan's mind a little bit, make him sit out on the track, think about it a little bit.
Put him in timeout. All right, we've got our next battle up on the line. Danny in that S13 hatch going up against Grindle. Battle 33 in your live bracket. Make sure you guys hit that link in the chat. Trying to keep up, figure out where we are. We are down in our top 4 of the defeated bracket. All these gentlemen and ladies have taken 1 loss this weekend. But in a double elimination format, they get 1 more chance. This is their last try. This is the final 4 of that bracket. We got Danny in that orange S13 hatch. I guess technically it's a 240SX. Going up against Andrew Grindle with that S14.9. So loud. All right, here we go. Grindle taking that lead position. Top 4 of the defeated bracket. Grindle taking that lead, getting taken down by Danny. Both drivers initiate. Before that last initiation cone, Grindle trying to get out to those touch and goes. Danny's holding his S13 back as Grindle starts working those tires off, getting himself set up into outside zone number 1. Andrew doing a fantastic job getting through the complete outside 1. He's getting set up to outside 2. Danny taking a little bit of angle sacrifice to get back into the same sentence structure as Grindle as he works his way into outside 3. Grindle really working outside 3 hard as both drivers now put the skinny pedal down to stretch out to outside zone number 4. Grindle bouncing up and back into outside 5. Danny hops through the smoke, a little bit of dust cloud to get him back onto the asphalt, and then falls right behind Grindle as they come over the finish line. Let's run it back on the replay. Grindle getting out to that first touch and go. Needs to stretch out to that second touch and go, get that rear bumper out where our Wally and our judges want to see. Grindle then sets himself up for outside zone number 1. Danny taking a little bit of a shallower line there, trying to hold that proximity and close it back up and set himself outside 2, maybe getting a little too tight. Getting through the swing of Grindle as Grindle gets set through outside 2, falls into outside 3. Danny still in the momentum here, taking a lot of angle sacrifice to keep up with the monster of a motor underneath the S14.9's hood. Danny getting a little wide on that outside to outside 5. Could use E in that thing.
Yep.
That's neat. That's neat. A little Toyota engine.
So far as I know, no plans to change that either.
Good for him. Good for him. All right, let's see how the second half of the battle is going to shake out. Danny in that lead. Andrew to chase. All right, here we go. Danny taking that lead position, getting chased down by Andrew. Both drivers initiate. Danny getting into that first touch and go. Stretching out to that second. Grindle's right behind him on the back bumper. A little left foot brake to keep that S14 out from the side of that 240SX out front of him. Danny in that 1UZ powered S chassis working his way through outside zone number 1. Rotates back up to outside 2. Grindle taking a much tighter line. Falls back in the proximity pocket now as both drivers work their way into outside 3. Grindle backs off to allow Danny to swing out to outside 3. Danny now starts to walk away from Grindle's S14.9 as he stretches out to outside zone number 4. Grindle's going to have to take some sacrifices here to fall back into position going into outside 5 as Danny's doing a fantastic job across the finish line as Grindle comes back in the frame. Let's run it back for the replay and see how Andrew's lead lap is going to shake out for him. He's trying to run away from Grindle's monster machine as Danny's doing a fantastic job setting himself up through those touch and goes. A bit shy off his boxes nonetheless, but he gets into outside zone 1 nice and early. Needs to keep that rear bumper of that S chassis in all the way. Grindle's right behind him as both drivers work their way up to outside 2. Grindle take a little bit of tighter line, cleans it up very quickly as both drivers complete outside 2, rotate to outside 3. Danny doing a good job getting into 3. Starts to put that skinny pedal down now. Really gets the car to move out of 3 and extend out to 4 where the Grindle has to make a sacrifice to get back into position for outside 5. He matches the transition, but proximity and line choice goes through 5. Definitely at a deficit. We'll have to see how our judges see how our judges make the sense of it.
No.
You just a buggy judgy. All right, let's see how it's going to shake out for Danny Morse and Andrew Grindle. And it looks like Andrew Grindle is going to get the win. Andrew Grindle is going to get the win. We'll have to run it back through that telemetry. If you're curious, go check out data.racedatalabs.com. You can run back that same graphics with telemetry data to see what was going on in Danny's lead and chase laps to hand the win over to Grindle.
Grindle did have quite a significant gap in that chase, coming out of outer zone 4, going into 5. Kind of surprised, but again, his lead run was fantastic. So again, not seeing what the judges are seeing.
I believe Danny missing some marks going through some touch and goes.
He did for sure. He did for sure.
And that adds up quickly. Trying to run away from the driver, not always the case. If I can give any suggestions to any of our drivers that have what they feel like is less machine, just drive your drive.
Yeah.
Get it wide, flowy. Make sure you're doing what you need to do. Let them make a mistake. Don't be scared of them. They're gonna mess it up on their own. Don't worry. Drifting's a lot of mental game. You got to make sure you're as stoic as possible in your own right, and normally that leads to success in any either comp, fun runs, good track day. All you got to do is you, boo-boo.
Well, and you and I talked about this in the last round too of what defines a good driver. It's not just being able to drive a car fast, but even being able to drive with a car that drives slow. Drive behind it and chase in a car that drives slow. That's certainly a challenge. So
you can make a car do anything, but it's really difficult to make a car do everything.
True chains.
All right, so here go Taylor Hull and Dustin Miles. That one more time battle. Let's see how it shakes out this time around. Taylor Hull taking the lead in that rebodied Corvette, getting chased down by Dustin Miles. Hull working his way through our touch and goes. Needs to land into outside zone number 1. Dustin Miles using that JZ to try to close up that proximity. A little bit of a line speed out of Dustin to get back to the side. If both of these drivers blare past this outside zone number 2, Taylor really trying to run away from Dustin Miles, understanding how much faster Dustin Miles has showed up today at our round 5 finale. Dustin Miles now showcasing that. He's starting to close up that gap going into round 4, chasing down Taylor Hull's Corvette right on the back bumper, giving him a little punch going into outside 5 as Dustin lifting the wheel off, getting back on the throttle. Giving a shove to Taylor, said, "Bud, transition, sir. We got outside 5 to do. Let's run it back from the air. Let's see what's going down." Taylor Hull getting out to that touch and go. Stretching out to that second touch and go. Dustin Miles shortly behind him on the bumper, matching that transition. Both drivers work through that checklist of touch and goes all the way down to that first outside zone. This is where you can see Dustin Miles make his first sacrificial. You can almost justify as a mistake. Taylor Hull is starting to run away through outside zone number 1 and 2. Dustin Miles falls back into position now, transitioned aggressively into outside 3. A great showcase from Dustin Miles in the chase. Taylor Hull giving him that real estate to play with, and both drivers down, put the skinny pedal down. Dustin Miles trying to hold that proximity. He's right on the backside as waiting for Taylor to finish his transition to outside 5. But both drivers, to their credit, take the hit and finish off the lap with grace. Let's see how the second half of the battle goes down as Taylor Hull now taking that lead position, Dustin Miles to take Taylor Hull to take that chase position, Dustin Miles to lead. Miles sporting a 2JZ underneath the hood. Hull, V8 boy.
We see you, Dwayne. Thanks for joining us. Thought we could get you out here to judge at some point, Dwayne. Where are you at?
All right. Waiting for the second half of this battle to transpire. Dustin Miles smacking the butt, if you will, of Taylor Hull going through outside 5.
Just a little good game. Good game, bud.
Good game. Right across the finish line. See how our judges weigh it out. But first, we need the second half of the battle to finish it out. Dustin Miles' battle buddy Taylor Hull out here, round 5, the finale. Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series.
One and a half, Jay. Oh. Chat's full of jokes tonight. I'm loving it. Y'all have got great energy. We appreciate y'all being here with us.
All right, here we go. Second half of the battle. Dustin Miles, lights are illuminated, taking that lead, getting chased down by Taylor Hall. Both drivers initiate, getting into that first touch and go. Need to get past the second. Dustin Miles starting to pull away from Taylor Hall. Both drivers get down through that third touch and go into outside zone number 1. Dustin Miles seems to be locked in with that rear bumper. That S-Trust is doing what it needs to. And Taylor Hall's right there, skimming the backside, putting the aggression on through outside zone number 2, holding that aggression all the way. And Taylor Hall spins as Dustin Miles goes through the extra of outside 3, pulling away through outside 4. Dustin Miles just needs to hold his composure, land on the asphalt of outside 5, and across the finish line for Dustin Miles. Taylor Hall getting aggressive. Let's run it back from the air. Dustin Miles getting out through those touch and goes. Going through our judges' checklist. A little bit of a shake there. Unwavered from Taylor Hall being too far back. Both drivers land into outside zone number 1. Taylor starting to put the aggression on now as Dustin Miles gets that JT to sing. Taylor right on the back bumper. Taylor definitely ramps the aggression up, leaving outside 2 with a little too much sauce, maybe catching the mud, and just over-rotates that rebodied Corvette as Dustin Miles streams away through outside 4 and lands into outside 5 and getting over the finish line. We'll have to see how this shakes out in the judge's mind.
Well, so I have a question. And I'm actually not sure this is something I need to check our own rule books, and I should know this, but since Dustin's hatch came open, the rear hatch came open, is that a penalty?
I believe from contact. From
okay.
So
Good call. Good call. I didn't see it was from the contact.
I believe, we'll go around and run the tape, but I believe Taylor Hall made contact with the back of the S13. Let's run the telemetry data back first. Miles in that lead position. You can see his trajectory of his rear tires with those solid lines, the ambient red, if you will. Taylor Hall doing a good job maxing, overlaying that with that purple. You can see both those drivers. You can see where that proximity really dipped to in the aggression from Taylor Hall. Taylor just getting super wide, and you can see both those rear wheels leaving the asphalt, causing the spin behind Dustin Miles to no point of any body panel, but we'll have to weigh in our judges with our final verdicts. But I'd have to say I think Dustin's going to walk away with this. Taylor Hall just getting too aggressive, leaving outside 2. We'll have to see where the line plays out. All right, here's Hall's telemetry data on his lead lap. Dustin Miles, you can see that purple overlap through those touch and goes. Hall doing a good job getting that rear bumper in those boxes that our judges and our Wally system wants to see. You can see that sacrifice that Dustin made. No contact there from Dustin in the chase, but you can see Hall is locked into his lead positions, holding on to his position all the way through 2 into 3. Dustin really overlapping and mimicking that angle almost perfectly. You can see that purple making a little bit of sacrifice here to stay in the zone through outside 4, keeping that proximity right on the back bumper, and that's where you can see that little bit of acceleration and transition hold up from Hall that made the contact on the first half of the battle. We got a winner here, and it looks like Dustin Miles is going to get the win. Dustin Miles gets the win, taking out Taylor Hall, but Taylor Hall is not done. This is the winner's bracket. He's going to drop down into the lover's lobby, if you will, and he'll have another opportunity to fight his way back up to get redemption against whoever survives the rest of the winner's bracket. So a big shout out to Taylor Hall and Dustin Miles, both throwing down and driving with a ton of heart and aggression. Love to see the drive. Looking forward to more battles out of both of those gentlemen. But Dustin Miles is going to work his way into the final 2, where he's going to see the winner of the battle 32 on our live bracket. If you guys are looking for that live bracket and are wondering what is he talking about, it's pinned to the chat. Click the link, live bracket. Make sure you refresh, get updated as we get updated. Also, that telemetry data that we've been showing you on the stream is available, data.racedatalab.com. You guys can all see everything all day, practice, qualifying, all the battles. Everything that we've collected is available for you guys, thanks to our friends in Australia. The Wally system, definitely an amazing tool to have in the world of drifting. Our next battle on the line, we'll see the rest of our Dan Berquette and Mark battle. Bellinger, Berquette, both back up on the line.
According to our graphics, Dan is going to take that lead position, Mark to chase. All right, I believe this is the second half of this battle, if I'm not mistaken. This is Dan Berquette taking the lead position, getting chased down by Mark. Mark qualifying number 2. Dan Berquette taking that 3rd spot in qualifying. Mark already putting a heater of a lead, getting contact with the Supra, going into outside 3. Now flopped around, giving his grace. A little bit of love tap on the door there, that red 350Z. But Dan's responsibility now in the lead. Mark needs to keep that energy and aggression behind him, with the confidence of his lead lap. We'll see how this weighs out for our 2 drivers here, Dan Berquette and Mark Bellinger. Thank you guys for joining us here at Klutch Kickers live stream for the $100,000 Drift Series. This is round 5, the finale. We are still in our winner's bracket. Battle 32 of the evening. Tons of battles here.
Getting down to the nitty-gritty here.
Power elbows are ready. Josh is using his big throw. Lights are illuminated. Let's go. Dan Berquette with the lead. Mark Bellinger with the chase. Dan blazes out. Mark shortly behind him. Both drivers initiate getting out to that touch and go. Mark with a little bit of a bobble there, needs to fall back into position now as Dan works his way through our touch and goes and lands in the outside zone, number 1. Dan doing a good job getting the rear bumper of that Supra where it needs to be as Mark patiently waits to make his move into outside 2. Dan using his JZ to get all the way through outside 2, but Mark is shortly behind him. Mark's backs off just enough to land himself into outside 3, but Dan is going to use that a little bit of an error there out of Mark to make some gap as he stretches out to outside 4, getting that Mark 4 Supra to get all the way landed outside 5, but Mark is not out of the conversation just yet, holding the aggression over the finish line. A great drive out of Mark, and Dan with his lead lap, giving everything he can. Mark's hype standing on the skinny pedal. Fire spitting out from underneath that 350Z. Let's run it back from the air. Dan Berquette doing a good job getting out to those touch and goes, rotating that Mark 4 Supra all the way through our judge criteria into our first outside zone, number 1. Mark giving a little bit of too much grace there for Dan, trying to hold him back, but Dan doing a fantastic job with the lead. Mark then ramps up the aggression through outside 2, falling right into the pocket as Dan starts to rotate into outside 3. Mark's giving some space to rotate, and Dan starts locking himself out of 3 into 4, creating that little bit of a proximity gap from Mark's 350Z as both drivers then redump into outside 5. Dan doing a good job keeping it on the asphalt. Mark taking a little bit of a line deficit there, but nonetheless still holding that proximity and chasing Dan down across the finish line. Just as a reminder, this is the second half of this battle. Mark taking a little bit of a lick from Dan Berquette going into outside 3. We're going to have to see how our judges and everybody weighs everything together. Dan with a solid lead lap for Mark to play with, but Mark also with a solid lead lap for Dan to play with. We'll have to go back and forth to see how our judges are going to weigh this out and find our verdict. This is still in our winner's bracket. So both of these gentlemen still have a loss in their pocket. They could take a loss here, jump down to our lover's lobby, our defeated bracket, if you will, and they still have an opportunity to fight their way back up to the podium to still get down with the big checks. But if they can take a win, they can hold on, and they're going to see Dustin Miles, who just took out Taylor Hull in the finals of the winner's bracket, to see who's going to stand for almost a double elimination chance of standing on the podium. When I say that, the winner of our undefeated bracket, whoever they are at the finals, has to go and then battle off the winner of the winner's bracket. They then have to beat the winner of the winner's bracket twice in order to take first place.
Yeah.
That's why we call it the long way around.
The long road home.
All right, looks like we do have a winner, and Dan Berquette gets the win. Dan Berquette gets the win, marking down Mark into the undefeated. But like I just said, Mark is not done. Hell of a drive out of Mark in his 350Z. Looking forward to watching his battles for the rest of the evening in the defeated bracket. But Dan Berquette is going to move on into the next bracket where he'll face off against Dustin Miles. But let's jump down to our defeated bracket to get our next battles up on the line. I believe we already have our drivers up and out. Heisman and Jay Clark patiently waiting on the backside of the grid. As I say that, Grindle and hopefully Danny Morse is on their way out as well. If you guys are wondering where we are in our live bracket, we are on battle 33 of the defeated bracket. That's going to be our 15th qualifier, Daniel Morse, going up against our number 1 qualifier, Andrew Grindle, who's found his way down in the loss. But with one more life left, he's looking to fight his way back up to the podium, potentially take out one of our winners, either Dustin Miles or Dan Berquette, later on in the evening. Through the long way around the mountain.
Long way around. Josh doing the most, walking it off.
Keeping the bendy parts lubed, you know? Got to work the knees, bend the elbows. All right, it looks like we're going to have Adam Heisman and Jake Clark as our next battle up on the line. So if you're following along at home, that is going to be in the defeated bracket, battle 34. Our 5th place qualifier, Adam Heisman, going up against our 6th place qualifier, Jake Clark. Hey, chat, if you are wondering, check out that telemetry data, data.racedatalabs.com. You can check out the same information that our judges are looking at. Go check it out, read it over, watch the graphics, check it all out. Come back in with the receipts. I'm down to see it. I'll read it. Let me know what's up.
Yeah, we're all just yapping here. If you've got questions about a call, you want us to needle the judges about it, let us know. We're happy to ask. We can't make the calls ourselves, but we can certainly ask.
Yeah, we don't do anything over here. I'm just yapping at y'all, you know? I'm with you. I know as much as you know. And honestly, I don't want to know anymore. Knowing is the worst part.
Knowing is the worst battle.
All right, our next battle up on the line, top 4 of our defeated bracket. Our lead lap going to Adam Heisman, getting chased down by Jake Clark. Heisman with that supercharged LS-powered SN95 Mustang, getting chased down by Jake Clark's, I believe it's LS-powered S13 hatch. Looks like our drivers are ready. Lights are illuminated. Let's get to it. Adam Heisman taking the lead. Jake Clark to chase. Both drivers initiate down the straight. Jake getting super aggressive right off the lick. Adam Heisman going through the rest of our touch and goes as Jake is shortly behind the back bumper of the Mustang as both drivers get themselves set up for outside zone number 1. Jake keeping the aggression up as both drivers dump into outside zone number 1. Heisman starting to rotate for outside zone number 2, and Jake is right there on the backside. Jake is poised and sat right in the position he needs to be, giving a little bit of space for outside 3 as Heisman works his way through outside 3 and starts putting the skiddy pedal down to stretch out to outside 4. Jake gets a little bit left in the dust, trying to clean out that proximity. It's Heisman's supercharged LS really working that Mustang out to outside 5 as Jake jumps back into the aggression pocket and across the finish line. Heisman pogo sticking across the finish line.
Yeah, that transition coming out of outer zone 4 and outer zone 5 is definitely
Ooh, look at that.
Ooh, yeah.
Jake getting aggressive right off the bat. Adam Heisman doing a good job going through our touch and goes that our judges and our Wally system wants to see, getting himself landed to outside zone number 1. Jake Clark getting aggressive right here through it, matching the angle, giving a little bit of patience. A good job out of Jake Clark, making sure that his car was positioned where it needed to be for the next zone, as well as through 2 into 3. Adam Heisman starting to put the power down now, and it looks like we got a major mistake out of Jake. We'll have to go back to our telemetry data to decipher that with our judges. But nonetheless, Jake cleans it back up, jumps back into position here as Heisman finishes off his lap through outside 5 and across the finish line. Jake now having the clean air up front. Adam Heisman to chase him down. I say clean, but there's a ton of tire smoke in the air.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what's what at this point. It is clearing out, though. Like, at least by the time they reset, we get it a little bit clear. But as you're coming into this first outer zone, it's still a little smoky.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
A little smoky.
For sure. You get those on those big jobs. All right, Jake Clark now in the lead. Adam Heisman to chase. Waiting for the lights to illuminate on the second half of this battle. Battle 34 of our defeated bracket. Looks like our drivers are getting the okay. Power elbows are out. And lights are illuminated. Here we go. Jake taking that lead. Adam chasing down. Both drivers initiate. Jake getting out to that first touch and go. Adam's putting the pressure on as Jake works through that second touch and go and out to third.
Heisman's right there. He needs to give enough room for outside zone number 1, as he does. Keeping the aggression there, barking at the side of the SRT. Heisman, a little bit of an extra crank as he tries to clean it back up, get into outside 2. Jake, unfazed, working his way through the rest of outside 2. Heisman getting a little barky as they both work their way into outside 3. Jake Clark doing a good job, starting to put the power down now as he stretches out to outside 4. Heisman trying to hold that proximity all the way through 4 and stay patient for outside 5. Jake lands on the asphalt, keeps it out of the dirt, and Heisman shortly behind him, barking at him with the Mustangs. Good drive out of both those drivers. Like to see it from the air as, look at that.
Look at that. Ask and you shall receive.
Imagine. Jake cranking through that first touch and go. A little avoidance of the second touch and go, and Adam's right there on his back bumper. Jake doing a fantastic job in that third touch and go, and lands nice and early through outside zone number 1. Heisman with a little bit of a bobble here. He makes him clean up really fast as they work their way into outside 2. Jake's keeping that back bumper of that S13 through outside 2. A little pull off a little early as he has to correct that line going to outside 3. Heisman's right there waiting for him for his opportunity. But Jake put the power back down. He is ready for outside 4. Pulling it back in. Heisman giving him a little space. Heisman taking a much sharper line going through outside 5. Jake's doing that right there. We're going to have to see how our judges are going to shake that out. But Heisman in the Mustang or Jake in the S13. Guess it's the 240 SX. But
I know. I catch myself saying that too. It's like, just
chassis codes.
Chassis codes. It's
Look,
whatever.
man, we made everything up anyway.
Everything's made up. The points don't matter. We're just here with
the points
vibes.
matter next year.
I mean, they do
We're
matter
now
next
a
year.
Formula D feeder series.
This is
points
very true.
champion gets a license into the big show, if you will. Travel around, hang out with all these goons all the time. All these guys that have showed up for round 5 here at the finale.
Good goons, though.
They are good goons.
Good group of good goons.
They are. Yeah. I've been hanging out with these gentlemen for way too long, to be completely honest with you. But everybody in drifting is, for the most part, utterly amazing.
Agreed.
Good people.
Agreed.
And we kind of police ourselves.
OMT. No! Adam, I was thinking we were going to see an OMT.
And Adam gets the win. Adam gets the win.
I see it, though. Adam had a great lead and great chase run. Double check this race data labs data.
Yeah,
see how the judges scored him.
Let me know what you see, how you see it.
Okay, okay.
Go into the chat. Let me know. I'll read it.
We had a couple of other people who said OMT as well, or one other person. I see you, Cody. I'm with you.
All right. After the dissection, I trust their judges.
I do too.
They're smart gentlemen.
Adam threw down a great run, though, so it's hard to argue with that decision either way.
The weirdest thing about drifting is it's all up to that lead lap. And you can't have a good chase without a lead, blah, 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 blah. But if you aren't hitting your boxes or your marks, that's really the only thing that's being asked of you. The rest of it is you kind of just got to survive for the most part. You guys want the secret to winning competitive drifting? Just hit your marks. You don't. There's no speed.
No.
You just have to hit your marks. And if the other guy's faster at hitting his marks, he just hits his marks better.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, clean it up, fellas. We'll see you. Get signed up, KlutchKickers.com. You guys are in the chat, nice and heavy. I'd like to see you out here live and in person. Take that Assetto time. Let's put it in real life. Come shake it out. Pet a duck.
Our boys at Koru are already in the chat fighting for their boy Jake. They think that he should have gotten that win. All right. I don't know if that's Greg.
I'll fist fight Greg.
You know what? I would pay to watch that fist fight.
I'll wrestle Greg. Greg, show up. Come here, bud. I'll wrestle you in the pond. You and me. No shirts. I'll be skins.
What does the winner get?
The winner?
Yeah.
They can finally order me a super body part from the J-Lands.
Oh.
Yeah. Big shout out to the Cora Works boys.
Yeah, they just got a nice shipment from Origin, right?
Yeah, a bunch of S-chassis parts, a bunch of hoods. Make sure you hit them up. Grab something fancy for your ride. It's the off-season. Refresh your thing, all right? It is no longer an excuse, I drive all the time. Nah, it's wintertime, boys. Freshen back up. Hit the boys up at Cora. They support me up in the, U.S. Drift. Yeah, see, that guy. Well, we got a little shout. I'll shout out my U.S. Drift homies up there. Had a great event last weekend. Curtis came up, sponsored the hard part competition. Thanks, Klutch Kickers, for supporting other series.
It's always nice to have that camaraderie through multiple series, avoiding schedule conflicts, helping getting as many drivers out to as many events as possible. Love to see that energy. It's very old school, very OG of drifting. I love to see that through our multiple event structures. So a big shout out to both US Drift and Klutch Kickers. Works supporting. I'll still fist fight you, Greg. Yeah. Greg don't want that smoke. Chat knows what's up, dude. I'll get oiled up and I'll wrestle you right now, sir. No shoes, only socks. All right.
Socks in the pond.
Grindle locking himself into that lead position. Mark chasing him down in that 350Z. Both these drivers, heaters all day long. Let's see what they got. Last chance fight right here. Grindle takes that lead. Bellinger to chase him down. Both drivers initiate well before that initiation point. Grindle gets out to that first touch and go, gets to number 2, but Mark's right there on the back bumper, that S14.9. Grindle doing a good job through that third touch and go, and let's land it in the outside zone number 1. Mark with that 350 speed, rotating that aggression right there on the backside, letting Grindle drive away, giving him the room to stop back into the pocket here of outside 2. Getting a little patience here out of Mark as Grindle sets himself into outside 3. Grindle's doing a good job getting that rear axle. Mark getting a little stabby there.
Damn,
cleans
Mark.
it back up, stretches it back out to outside 4 as Grindle standing on that skinny pedal. One tire off out of Grindle. It looks like he cleans it back up, and Mark's right there on the side, getting aggressive, keeping that tire on the door handle and across the finish line. Hell of a drive from both of these drivers. Grindle giving the real estate and Mark utilizing it.
Mark showing why he's sponsored by Treasure Island, because he is definitely putting all his bets on his aggressive driving towards Grindle. That was a fantastic chase.
Grindle definitely no stranger from putting down what we need to see in the lead. Mark knowing that, exposing that, and then exploiting it all the way through his line. Love to see that aggression. A little stabby here out of Mark. Cleans it up almost immediately, though. Honestly, boys, I'm telling you. The cost of a win is fiberglass. And then when you wreck your fiberglass, go hit up Greg from Kerrworks and tell him Mike sent you, and he's going to kick his ass. All right, let's flip him back around. Mark now in that lead position. Grindle the chase. Mark also no stranger from finding a fantastic lead lap. Let's see if Grindle can utilize it here in the second half of this battle.
Yeah, so Mark's got a LS, little 6.0 iron block. Pretty sure he's got the 243 heads in there, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I know
Small box Chevy.
Small box Chevy. I'm pretty sure he's making around 400 horsepower, though. So, against Grindle, who's making around 800.
Telling you, fellas, it's not how big
insane.
it is, it's how you use it. All right, Mark sitting in the lead, waiting patiently for our lights to illuminate. Andrew shortly behind the backside of the bumper, getting a good visual of that Z as they leave the start tent. Josh using his big throat out there. Here we go. Mark taking that lead. Andrew to chase him down. Mark piloting the 350Z. Andrew in the S14.9. Big flick. Grindle getting aggressive right off the bat there. Mark, a little left foot brake to get himself in position off his line. Gets back into that touch and go. Gets himself poised and ready. Grindle trying to keep his aggression up. Getting a little bit of a line sacrifice. Both drivers leave outside 1 going into outside 2. Grindle right on the backside of Mark's 350Z, but Mark is locked and loaded in outside zone number 2. Grindle waiting patiently to make his move into outside 3 as Mark gets that rear axle back where the judges want to see it. Once again, stretches back out, a little left foot stab to hold that line out for outside 4 as Grindle also on that left foot brake, waiting for that transition out of the Z as Grindle makes an aggressive move, sparks over the inner curving, getting to the back of the corner of that 350Z. And Mark standing on the throttle, spitting fire over across the finish line. Look at the aggression from Grindle right out of the box. Mark, a little bit of a deficit there. We'll have to see, run it back with the telemetry data to see if there's any lack of momentum. But nonetheless, Mark is throwing it down, driving his drive. Got to give him credit for that. He's just locked in. A little left foot brake to keep his car where it is, but Grindle has all the real estate for him to work with as long as he is patient, holding back that monster of an S14.9. Mark doing a good job getting out of outside 3, stretching out to outside 4. Grindle's right there on the door handle, though. As both driver transition that last outside turn, Grindle definitely taking the sacrificial line choice there as Mark makes it to the finish line by himself.
Mark came to party, man. Going up against Grindle, too. Grindle's been, again, a driver to watch this whole series as he has kind of gotten to shake down this car, get a little bit more acquainted with it. But Mark came to party.
He did. Patrick, yeah, dude, that's me. What's up, dude? I see you in the chat, Patrick. Yeah, I'm out. I'm reading, all right? I'm viewing. All right, let's run that telemetry data back. Right there, Grindle's right literally in the back bumper. Both drivers are working through those first touch and goes. You can see Grindle make a sacrificial line choice to get himself set up for outside zone number 1 as Mark is just locked and loaded into what our judges wanted to see. Those small, thin, opaque lines coming off those rear tires is the trajectory of the rear axle of Mark's 350Z, but we are judging off of the body panels, which has been calibrated into the Wally system. You can see that overlap from Grindle. You want to see as much purple as possible from our blue chase driver. You can see Grindle definitely keeping that proximity low, but that mistake going into outside 5 and that line choice, we'll see how it weighs out in our judges' eyes for our final verdict. Our judges got the universal hand signals up in the air. Will Parsons standing. You know it's serious when Will's up out of his seat. Ben Hobson out here helping out our VIP judge for this round, as long as Zach Poloff. All these gentlemen working very hard. The difficult job of judging being judgy. All right, we're waiting for our verdict of this battle. We still have plenty of battles for the rest of the evening. As I say that, let's get telemetry data for Grindle's lead. Mark trying to chase him down. Taking a little bit of an inside line there, but you can see he still has a great mimic of both the line choice and angle of following Grindle's S14.9 through our layout here at round 5. Mark holding that proximity all the way through. A great transition out of Mark, but Grindle giving a good real estate, a good lead lap, if you will, as Mark is right behind him in his 350Z. You can see that foot measurement going all the way down. Foot less than, this is where he got a little stabby over there, but look at that overlap between Mark's in his 350Z and Andrew Grindle's S14.9. Grindle's definitely keeping that rear bumper where it needs to go, but Mark cannot be shaken from behind him. Judges using that same telemetry is available to you guys at home, data.racedatalabs.com. Get in there, screen record, screenshot, whatever you want, the leaderboards, the rate to angle, the highest speed, average speed, all of it is available for you guys thanks to our friends from Race Data Labs over in Australia. It is available on that server until their next eventscape. So make sure you get in there, get your receipts collected, because if you're going to talk smack on the internet, you better hold a receipt.
Getting down into our final battles here as we wait for this decision against Mark and Andrew. Got a battle against Dustin Miles and Dan Berquette coming up. Taylor Holt versus Adam. And we are getting down to the nitty-gritty, my friends.
This is where we start getting into baseball vibes. It's very intense. Very short amount of time.
Yeah.
Then it's like you sit and chill, eat a hot dog, finish your beer. But don't get up. You don't go to the concession stands at the end of the game. You got to hang out. As always, thank you guys for hanging out with us at Klutch Kickers live stream. Thank you guys for joining us for round 5, the finale here at $100,000 Drift Series. We also got our award banquet today for our drivers and our crew at 9 p.m. Looking forward to hanging out with y'all, drinking Frank's water.
Thanks, Frank.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Frank. Frank handing out his vehicle, handing out waters. What a man. What a legend. If you're curious how many battles we got left, hit that link pinned up at the top. That's that live bracket. Hit a refresh. You'll get all live updates through the entire bracket. The winner's bracket sitting heavy with Dustin Miles and Dan Berquette waiting for the verdict. Who's going to get that double elimination last spot of that winner's bracket? They had to lose twice to not take home first place. But on the bottom side, you got Mark Grindle waiting for our final verdict. And also below them, Taylor Hull and Adam Heisman. Also going to be a heater. We got heaters left. That's all we got, dude. Slightly cold out. We put the wood in the fire. It's chooching. Come hang out. This is Klutch Kickers, round 5, the finale, $100,000 drift series. You can get signed up yourself next year, 2026, Formula D feeder series. Money on the line. There's ducks here. What are you waiting for? KlutchKickers.com. Get signed up.
Go pet a duck, if you can.
Yeah, you got to catch a duck. And remember, fellas, consent. Yeah, dude, you can catch any foul ball. Anything that ends up in your area, as long as you catch it, you drop it, you got to give it back, though. That's like the rule of baseball.
Fair is fair.
Yeah, dude. You can't pick something up or steal it from a child. You have to catch it.
Yeah, don't be that guy. Wasn't there a lady that just recently came up social media for doing that exact thing? She
I'm
literally
sure.
plucked it out of a child's hand.
I'm sure.
Ugh, the nerve.
This is why we got to teach our children to hit back. All right, moving on. Mark and Andrew patiently waiting for the verdict from our judges. You're welcome. I know it's the Bandit, but like TH3 Bandit X. I love you guys' usernames. Like very Xbox-esque, you know? The very COD lobby in here. Keep it PG-13, family show, fellas, you know? But let's keep the COD energy up, you know? Talk smack. I'll take any of you 1v1 on Rust right now.
Gotta be
Set
Greg
it up.
first. Come on.
No, I'll fist fight Greg. Let's go, Greg.
You gotta survive your fist fight with Greg first.
I told you, Greg. I'll be skins. Let's go. I'll see you
Speaking-
tomorrow, Greg. Bring your car. Come hang out.
Speaking of which, rumor has it that we're going to be updating the Assetto Corso map for Mid-Pond, and as well as to kind of reflect a little bit more of what we are doing here with Klutch Kickers. Don't have a timeline on that, but it's coming. It's coming. We're working with a designer, just don't know when we'll be ready.
If you are an Assetto Corso map designer and would like to help us bring our new rendition and track expansion to life, please hit us up. Hit us up. We'd love to work with you. Let us know what's going on. And if you're not, go over to KlutchKickers.com. Get signed up. We'll see you in 2026. Or we'll see you tomorrow for our Sunday Fun Day. You can still buy at the gate. Come drive. Come hang out. Beautiful out here. The ducks are still out and about. I got snacks. At least what's left. Frank's got a ton of water. Right now, I'm going to finish all of those tonight. Y'all in chat, you can't talk smack, dude. You guys going to hang out on the top of the tower or some BS, all right? You got me and Russ. Let's go. Run it back. I'll slap you the sticks all day long.
All right, Andrew Grindle gets the win. Moves on.
Mark's car sounds neat because it has a muffler, fellas. Mufflers. You buy all these fancy bits everywhere else and then just big tube. Big tube.
Big tube, big fire.
All right.
Fruit snacks. Yes, always fruit snacks. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude, Gushers.
You're a Gushers guy? Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna take out the red 40, so I might have to bail. Honestly, they start taking all that stuff out. I don't know what's gonna happen to Gushers. They're gonna have to start putting like apple juice or something in there, and it's gonna be a downhill battle, you know. So R.I.P. Gushers.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go down to our second of the lovers lobby, the defeated bracket. Our 4th place qualifier Taylor Hull going up against our 5th place qualifier Adam Heisman. Taylor Hull, a former Formula D driver. I believe he's still holding his license in time retention. And Adam Heisman, a prospect driver currently on tour, signing himself up for next year. Make sure you go show some love to all of our drivers, both pro and non-pro. These guys all throwing down the entire season as well as here at the finale round 5. Thank you guys on the stream for joining us. Thank you guys in the chat, keeping the vibes up. Kick your butt and Rust. Don't even try. But we got these guys back up on the line. Taylor Hull now taking that lead position. Adam Heisman to chase him down.
Good question, Internet Guy. We will not be streaming tomorrow. So you should come check it out in person.
Yeah.
I don't know where you are in the world, but
It's a short drive.
Yeah.
I
Hop
drove
on-
12
hop on a
hours
flight.
to be here. You can come hang out. All right, here we go. Taylor Holt taking that lead position. Adam Heisman trying to hunt him down. Taylor getting through those touch and goes. Our judges want to see getting himself set up in the outside zone number 1 as Heisman starting to use that supercharged LS Mustang to get to the side. As Taylor Holt takes a tight line through outside 1, kind of cutting off the drive here for Adam Heisman. Heisman starting to clean it up through outside 2. Heisman waiting patiently to make his move in the outside 3 as Holt gets a little barky there as Heisman puts the headlight of the Mustang right to the number 3 on the door. As the Corvette chassis jumping underneath that Monte Carlo body of Taylor Hull as both drivers dumped itself into outside 5. Heisman waiting patiently to bark at him for his chance to take the lead. We're going to flip these guys back around. Let's go up in the sky to see the replay. Taylor Hull going through that checklist of touch and goes that our judges and our Wally system wants to see. Looks like he's a little buoyant there, getting himself set up at the outside 1 as Heisman starts to make his move now as both drivers work through. A little tighter line out of Hull, keeping that back. You want to see the bumpers in those judge zones. Heisman using that opportunity to fall a little into a tighter line here to get himself set up for outside 3, where he gives a little bit of a love tap. Both drivers work their way to the rest of outside 3, stretching back out to outside 4. As Heisman get a little bit of a gap here, taking that opportunity to jump out of the smoke line and head to a safe landing spot as Hull works his way through the remainder of outside 5 and across the finish line. Now, Taylor Hull now to chase. Adam Heisman the lead. This is why you can't give me Red Bull. I start rambling real fast.
I'm surprised you're still with us, though. You're
Been down here a couple days.
You're a freaking tank, my friend.
Oh,
Excuse me.
I love the energy.
Jeez.
Let's leave her on. PG and 13 in the chat, guys.
There we go.
Tara's getting lit.
My bad.
A
My
lot,
bad.
lot of waters. A lot of waters.
It's Red Bull, man.
Yeah, it just starts ramping up.
Doesn't give me wings. It gives me profanity.
Yeah, it's the B vitamins. B vitamins. All right, let's get the second half of this battle underway. Adam taking that lead position. Taylor Hull in the chase. You got one of those internet guys? 7889? Slide it over. My P.O. box. All right, here we go. Lights are illuminated. Second half of the battle. Adam Heisman taking that lead position, getting chased down by Taylor Hull with that Monte Carlo on that Corvette chassis. Both drivers shooting down the straight and initiate well before our last initiation point. Heisman, much tighter line, avoiding that first and second outside touch and go. Gets that third one back on the list. Taylor Hull patiently right behind the backside of that LS supercharged Mustang. Both drivers screaming past me. Muffler boys, mufflers going through outside zone number 2. Both these drivers start throwing the aggression out. Taylor making a small mistake on the inside line as Heisman goes through the rest of outside 3. Both drivers start to put the skinny pedal back down, getting into outside 4, bouncing and toes sticking through our mid-pod track layout, jumping and dumping into outside 5. Taylor holds right on the door handle of the Mustang as both drivers come over the finish line. All right, back in the air. Let's see what Heisman's doing in his lead lap. Got to get out to this touch and go. Our judges want to see. It looks like he lands nice and early into our outside zone number 1. Taylor holds right on the backside of the Mustang as Heisman's going to rotate back up to outside zone number 2. Hull starting to put the aggression back up in there as both drivers rotate into outside 3. Heisman taking a nice wide line, and it looks like Hull was a little too patient, taking a tighter line, waiting for his opportunity to strike back for outside 4. Both drivers lock back in for outside 4. Heisman rotates to outside 5. Another wide line as Taylor takes a safer line on the inside, but holding that proximity nice and tight. We'll see how our judges and our Wally system weighs it all out. We take all that math, we widen it together. They do some judging, we do some chitting, we do some chatting, and then we'll be right back with a verdict momentarily. Thank you guys once again for joining us in the chat. Love you guys. Platonically. Except for Greg.
No, he doesn't mean that.
I do love Greg.
It's real love. It's not platonic.
You're right. You're right. She got me.
I got you. It's okay.
KlutchKickers.com. Get signed up. 2026. Formula Drift Feeder Series. Come out here. Win some money. Pet some ducks. Win a pro license. What are you waiting for? Get signed up. KlutchKickers.com. Get a season pass, and you can't not qualify. I don't like. Right now, we pay to the 16. The top 16 gets money back, fellas. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wild.
Or maybe you prefer it in a check. Who knows? I mean, the big checks don't actually cash. I don't know if you guys know that.
That's a lie. I've been to Wells Fargo. They'll take whatever.
They do take it. There you go.
All right, let's look at that telemetry data. Adam Heisman in that lead position. Got to get out to those touch and go. You can see Hull keeping that mimicry nice and purple like we want to see. The trajectory of those rear tires, those opaque lines on the back of the rear axle. Heisman doing a good job holding a 25. You can see where the speed starts to ramp up now as both boys start to hit 40 miles an hour going out to the outside of 2, transitioning to the outside 3. This is where Hull makes that mistake. Almost a 12-foot gap. He cleans it up very quickly, falls back into the pocket as both drivers stretch out to outside 4. Heisman's going to rotate back out to outside 5. Hull's going to take a tighter inside line. You can see with that overlap, those colors changing, but he falls back into the pocket towards the exit of outside 5 and across the finish line.
Did we already see the replay of Adam's chase?
I don't believe so.
I would love to see that again. I know the
And
judges
Fast
are-
Lane Photos gets it. Big banks take big checks.
There you go. Here it is.
All right, Hull's lead position. You're going to see Heisman in the back. You want to make sure that our chase driver is creating as much purple as possible. You can see that proximity measurement between the two. Both drivers running around. Definitely getting a little telemetry data, a little bounce there. Those boxes, those Wally units are on the roof of these vehicles, getting pickup, triangulated GPS coordinates. You can see Heisman doing a good job keeping that purple through. He had a little bit of a deficit there leaving forward, and he couldn't clean it up, trying to reel that Corvette chassis back in. Doesn't have the Monte Carlo body out here, you know what I mean?
Only so much we can do.
Not only of line choice trajectory of the rear axle, but also rate to angle, accelerant, decelerant, all that data is there. You can see that third bar line on the bottom. If you guys go to data.racedatalabs.com, you go check the receipts. All that telemetry data is collected. We have leaderboards, average speed, average angle, highest angle, all that. Go check it for yourself. Big shout to our friends in Australia for helping bring the Wally system over. Also a big shout to Mid Pond Raceway and Event Center for helping facilitate the use of the Wally system here at Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. All right, looks like we have a verdict. Josh's hands are in the air, and it looks like the win's going to go to Adam Heisman. Adam Heisman takes the win, knocking out Taylor Hull for the weekend. Adam Heisman still here to fight another day in our lovers lobby down in the defeated bracket, taking out Taylor Hull, our points champion for the year, where he's going to find his next battle buddy of Grindle in the next battle here. Believe that's going to swing us back up to our winners.
Indeed. So those of you who are following along, that means Taylor Hull is officially out for round 5. That was his second loss.
Still our points champion.
Still our points champion
locked it in
for
round
sure.
4.
He is locked in. He is definitely walking away with some money, more money than he already has for the entire season.
Yeah, he definitely got quite the salary out of taking home the winnings here.
I'm super proud of Adam. He put down some great runs, but I will be honest, I'm a little surprised by that call.
Well, we get to deep dive into it after. We'll probably, I'll get to hang out with some of our judges, our VIP guests, some of our drivers. We'll be doing a little bit behind the scenes extras, so make sure you guys check out our social media. Follow us as Klutch Kickers on Instagram. Put your questions in the chat. We'll collect them. Let me know what you want to ask. Anything and everything, drifting related or not. You guys want to see me kick somebody's butt on Rust 1v1? Let me know. Put a vote in the chat. Whatever you guys want. You want to see how many hot dogs our drivers can eat without chewing? Sure. Put it in the chat. Let me hear your ideas. I'm down for whatever. This is an everything show.
Anything
right?
goes.
Yeah. This is drifting right now, right? We're watching the drifting. But afterwards, they have given me too much freedom, if you will.
Unfortunately.
So, yeah. So line it up. Let me hear your ideas. All right? Let's get weird.
No, we're super grateful to have Mike here with us. He has done a phenomenal job of bringing some awesome energy to this series. Jokes, lots of fun, good ideas.
Mostly snacks.
People in the
Just
pond.
snacks.
Petting duck. Well, you haven't been able to pet a duck yet.
I'm
but
going to
we're
get
working
it.
on
I'm going to get me a duck with consent. Y'all see me with a duck, you know I won in life, all right? When I get my ducks in order, y'all better watch out, all right?
Get my ducks in a row.
All right, so here we go. Back up to our winners bracket. We got Dan Berquette with that Rad Industries Supra going up against Dustin Miles, sporting the Miles S Styles S13 hatch over here. Got no bumpies on these things anymore, though. You know, he's just tired of doing Mondo work, I think, what Dustin said. He came out here for a win. He's sitting in the winners bracket. Both these gentlemen still have 2 lives underneath their belts. That means they have to lose twice tonight to get knocked out of competition. So whoever wins this battle is going to have 2 lives for a chance to hold the number 1 spot of the podium. And the loser is going to drop down to the lovers lobby, where they're going to have to face off the winner between Grindle and Heisman, who's still working their way a long way around the mountain to get back up to a podium position here. If you guys are wondering, what am I talking about? Check the chat. It's pinned to the top. It's the live bracket. Hit the refresh button. And then while you're in there in the chat, say hello. Or talk smack. Do whatever you want. I'm not your dad. Here we go. Dan Berquette taking that lead. Dustin Miles to chase. Both drivers initiate. Dan and Super getting out to that touch and goes. And then he's to drive down to that third touch and go and set himself out for outside zone number 1. Dustin Miles shortly behind him. Both JZs screaming out here at Mid-Pond Raceway and Event Complex. Both drivers knock out outside 1 and rotated outside 2. Dan locked and loaded into outside zone number 2 as Dustin Miles trying to fall into the pocket, stay out of the smoke screen, and jump into where he needs to be for outside 3. It looks like Dan's going to get deep into outside 3 as Dustin Miles gives him a little bit of room, not trying to get into the door of the Supra, as both drivers get it back out to outside 4 and then dump themselves into outside 5. Dan needs to keep it on the asphalt as Dustin Miles starts to get himself back into the conversation over the finish line. We'll have to go to our Wally data to see how deep the trajectory of the Super got off track. It looks like he may or may not have gotten so deep into the dirt through outside 3. We'll have to see how it transpires from the air, running it back. Let's see as he works his way through his touch and goes into outside zone number 1. Dan doing a phenomenal job getting the rear bump of the Super where our judges want to see. Dustin waiting for his opportunity to attack through outside zone number 2. Dan is locked and loaded, set himself out for outside 3, and it looks like he just got a little deep in through outside 3, rocking and rolling through it as Dustin gave him some patience to fall back in line. Both these dudes, being gentlemen, jumped right back into order through outside 4. Dan keeping it on the asphalt through outside 5, and Dustin keeping his composure over the finish line. We'll have to see how the second half of the battle shakes out, and we'll go to some telemetry data. If you guys want to beat us to it, dataracalabs.com. Go check it out. It's up there. It's already up there. I promise you. Go hit the refresh. It's already driving. All right,
yeah,
second
I
half
did have
of the
to
battle.
go double check that because, just visually looking at as they were coming through outer zone 3, it did, or excuse me, I guess it would be, yeah, outer zone 3, it did look like Dan went 2 off, but I think it just kicked up a lot of dirt. That is a pretty sharp drop over there, so I think he just picked up a lot of dirt as he was coming around.
So,
only 1 off. I'm
yep.
not seeing anything on Wally that indicates that he went 2 off, so let's hope for Dan's sake that he was actually able to keep both on, or
the
at least
great
one
thing
on.
about telemetry, that is
Love
a
it.
large hole on the backside, and the exhaust of the Super hangs through the bumper. So all that turbo needs to go somewhere. We'll have to go to telemetry data our judges are looking at as we speak. But first, let's get back to the action here. The highlight of the baseball as Dustin Miles now taking that lead position. He's got to get chased down by Dan Berquette, both drivers. Dan getting aggressive through that touch and go. It looks like Dan got choked up going into outside zone number 1. Dustin Miles, unfazed, is going to roll and continue his drive through outside 2. Dustin Miles still needs to complete his lap as Dan Berquette putting some aggression and trying to literally chase him down through the rest of the course. Dustin Miles looks like he's locked and loaded through outside 3, stretching out to outside 4. He's going to go back through outside 5. Dustin just needs to keep it on the asphalt at this point in time, and it looks like he's going to make it across the finish line as Dan shortly behind him, chasing him back down after that oopsie going into outside 1. Once again, we'll have to use that telemetry data to ascertain fault, but it looks like Dan may have just got a little too aggressive here. Let's go back to the sky to see what happened as Dan just starts barking in, and it looks like he just got a little too happy on there. Bernard dying off of the side of the Supra, getting real happy and stabby to the side of Dustin Miles, going in and outside of that touch and go. Once again, we'll have to go to telemetry data. All shows in the receipts. We'll let our judges do what they do best, be judging. And we'll have to see how it all transpired. But this is the winner brackets. Just as a reminder, both these gentlemen have 2 lives left, so a loss does not end their weekend. They just drop down to the other bracket where they'll have to battle off the winner of our lovers lobby, Grindle and Heisman. We're going to battle it out for the opportunity to battle the loser. And it looks like Dustin Miles is going to get the win. Dan Berquette out of the car. Headbutt him, dude. Headbutt him. All right, it looks like it's all in good sport. Dustin Miles gets the win. Dan Berquette hopping back into that Rad Industries Mark IV Supra. Both you guys are not done. That means Dan Berquette is going to go sit down in the lover's lobby, patiently waiting for the winner of Grindle versus Heisman, as Dustin Miles is now sitting in that number 1 spot in the winner's bracket, where he'll have to take 2 losses to not stand on the top of the podium here today.
Missy Waters in the chat, bullying boys. I see you, girl. Jeez. Easy, girl. Adam, fresh off of his last battle against Taylor Hull, barely had time to cool the car down, and he's out getting ready to battle Grindle, another great contender. I'm really loving what I'm seeing out of Adam. He is he's fun to watch, too. I think this is going to be probably one of my favorite battles of the night.
Well, let's see how it's going to transpire now as Grindle's going to lock himself into that lead position. Going to get chased down by Adam. Tara showing a little love to the Mustangs. You got a soft spot for the fours?
I got to give them love where love's due. They get a lot of flack and a lot of hate. Let's
good
give
thing
them
this
some
got a
love
small
here.
box Chevy. I think this has got a big old Chevy in it. But it's got a supercharger, so, I mean, that's neat. You know, a little whiny boy on the top. Some screws and loos. Grindle, what's Grindle? Grindle's supercharged?
No, he is not.
Oh, big old natural sucker over there. Look at that offset from Heisman. The strategy here, waiting for that S14.9 of Grindle to take the lead. Heisman allowing to take that jump early in that chase position. Our lead driver has to wait for our lights to illuminate as both drivers shoot down the straight. Heisman using that inertia to get into the pocket very early as Grindle has to go through our touch and goes. Heisman trying to stay aggressive through the last touch and go, jump into a spot right into outside zone number 1 as Grindle doing a good job as he exits 1, gets himself poised in position to outside zone number 2. Heisman trying to put the aggression on now as both drivers rotate into outside 3. Grindle doing what he needs to do, keeping that rear bumper on the line where our judges on our Wally system wants to see it as Heisman shortly behind him, stretching out and bouncing into outside 4. Both drivers dump into outside 5. Heisman still in the conversation, starting to put that headlight of that S95 Mustang right to the door handle of Grindle's S14. Solid battle out of both these gentlemen. Andrew Grindle in that lead with that S14.9, V8 powered, getting chased down by Adam Heisman, also a V8, but still the Chevy variety because he's a smart man.
Now you got me questioning whether or not Grindle's supercharged. I honestly can't remember.
Well, once again, we'll take a deep dive. You know, I'll take my shoes off, climb in his engine bay, and see what's happening.
There you go. Make yourself at home.
We'll take some pictures. Yeah. Take my shoes off and stay a while. It's probably warm in there right now, to be honest with you. All right, Heisman now taking that lead position, getting chased down by Andrew Grindle. Grindle been here all season, looking for that number 1 spot. Both these guys sitting in the lover's lobby, already with 1 loss underneath their belts. This is records or checkers, all or nothing. Cost of a win is fiberglass, boys. Let's see a hockey fight. Josh is screaming. I can hear him still all the way over here. Illuminated lights, Heisman in the lead. Grindle to chase. Both drivers shoot down the straight and initiate. Grindle right to the side of the Mustang, and Heisman starting to work through our checklist that our judges want to see. Grindle literally on the quarter panel of the Mustang, almost asking for a danger as Grindle cranking the Angel, starts barking at the side of Heisman, and Grindle gets a little spicy. He needs to wait for some room to move as they both drivers jump into outside zone number 2. Heisman starts rotating into outside 3. Grindle jumps back to the side, trying to get back into that pocket as they start storming off for outside 4. Heisman making that supercharger work, stretching them out, bouncing out into outside 4. Grindle has to make a transition a little later, but gets right back in the pocket to the side of Heisman. Grindle wants this battle, but Heisman's not going to give it to him easy.
Make him mark for it.
Look at the density of the smoke going past the camera. It is thick. 2 C's out there. Grindle taking a tighter line through there. You can see him trying to set himself up better for outside zone 2. Heisman looks locked and loaded with that rear bumper to the Mustang, exactly where our judges wants to see it. Getting himself ready into outside 3. This is where both these gentlemen are going to put that skinny pedal down, stretch out that throttle all the way to outside 4. Grindle's locked and loaded on that quarter panel, maybe getting a little aggressive as Heisman's trying to make the transition to outside 5. Grindle needs it back up, good contact, back onto the asphalt and across the finish line. All right, we're sitting here and waiting for the verdict from our judges between Heisman and Grindle. Both these guys sitting in a lover's lobby. We got 1 life left. Whoever wins, going on to battle it out against Dan Berquette. Yeah, going on to battle it out with Dan Berquette. The winner of that has to go on to battle it out with Dustin Miles at minimum 1 time. Dustin gets the win, it's all over. But if Dustin loses, run it back. Send her again, you got to beat him twice. the perks of taking the short way around the mountains through the winner's bracket. Let's see that telemetry data thanks to Race Data Labs and that Wally system. You can see Grindle lock and loading on his touch and go. Heisman making sure that mimicry is nice and purple. Grindle doing a good job getting that rear bumper of that S14.9 where it needs to be for our judges, but Heisman is doing a great job keeping that coverage of that mimicry of line and the proximity nice and tight, less than a foot all the way down, giving some patience of both drivers as they work in through outside 3. Heisman keeping it nice here. You can see a little bit of the deficit, but still only a 3-foot gap between both cars as Heisman is watching and waiting for his move to make into outside 5. Grindle doing a fantastic job giving the lead lap for Adam to play with, but Adam's definitely utilizing every inch he possibly can. All right, let's flip back around. Heisman taking that Mustang in his lead lap, getting chased down by Grindle. Both drivers doing a fantastic job keeping that as much purple as possible. That red line you can see of the lead car, you can see where Grindle made his mistake there, way off the line. No more purple even on the map as he starts cleaning it back up towards the exit of outside zone number 2, closing up that proximity and the mimicry of line. That rear trajectory of those rear tires on those opaque lines coming off the rear wheels of both of these drivers. You can see it in telemetry. You can also see the acceleration and deceleration based upon the yellow, red on the second bar down on your telemetry data. And it looks like Adam Heisman's going to get the win. Adam Heisman gets the win. Judges have made it official.
Well
That's going to
done.
be the end of the weekend for Grindle. But Heisman here to fight another day. He's going to have to battle it out with Rad Dan Berquette. As Grindle, a little bit of extra celebratory stops of the skinny pedals as it goes back in. Looking forward to watching Heisman and Berquette battle it out to see who's going to see Dustin Miles back up in the winner's bracket. Down in the lover's lobby, we're going to have to get Berquette back out of the paddock. Renee, give him a text. Say, Wendy, we need to go home. Get out to the grid. Need Rad Dan, paging Dr. Dan. Dr. Rad, to the surgery, please. As well as Heisman, after he gets some new circles underneath that LS-powered Mustang. If you guys want to follow along or like, what is he talking about? Pins at the top of the chat, live bracket. Click on it, refresh it, keep up to date. We're on the back side of all of our brackets. Dustin Miles sitting at the top and patiently waiting the winner between Dan Berquette and Adam Heisman. If you guys want to come out to ClutchKickers.com, get signed up, get your 2026 season pass. Guarantee you a spot in the battle brackets, regardless of qualifying score. Do you get 2 goose eggs because you don't know what's going on? That's fine. Get jumped in. You can still get into the battles. You can still compete. This is Mid-Con. You've seen a multitude of drivers of all cars and skill set come out here and have a great time. Great battles. Now we got down to our last 3 here at round 5, the finale. It just so happens to have some pro drivers out of that Formula Drift, but we are now a feeder series. If you can't beat these boys on your home track, why are you going to travel the country? What do you do? You're just spending more money to lose? Come out here and beat them here. Have fun. Hang out with them. They drink more water here anyway. You know what I mean? Stay hydrated, fellas. Get signed up. ClutchKickers.com. Get a season pass. 2026. Schedule out soon. I'll see you out here. Bring your receipts. Bring your Xbox. Let's play Rust. Or Super Smash Brothers. Either way, you're going down.
All right, well, we're letting our judges take a quick break, letting our drivers take a quick break before we get into our final battles. So we're also going to take advantage of a quick break. Throw you guys some commercials here for just a bit, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, now a Formula Drift Pro-Am feeder series. Get signed up, 2026, scheduled to be released soon.
Oh, man.
Hey, I'm sorry I threw your tool, but a gentleman and a scholar loaning out tools to our pro driver showing up here. Didn't even bring tools out here. All right, so we got the truck and trailer's a little wander. His knees hurt. He's getting old, is what he said. Yeah, but look at that, dude. Look at that. Look at that. That's fine. He looks great. All right. You're having a tough shake out here, right? So, like, what's happening to your car?
All right, so last round, my compression was a little low on my car. Figured out a couple other things went bad. Didn't feel like braking anymore, so I brought the Z out. Z's on spray. I'm trying to clutch kick, low gear, third, and she left the chat. So that's where we're at.
So if you got a clutch kid, hit him up.
Hit me up, bro.
Hit me up.
I'll do it tonight and drop again.
He said he ain't drinking. He's working.
No, for real.
All right, man. All right. Good luck, dude. Good luck. What's up, media dorks? All right, come here. All right, so like you guys are out here, you're taking pictures, you're hanging out. You got anything you want to tell the drivers that what you're looking for?
That's a really good question. I'm not gonna lie. Be pretty, drive good. Yeah.
All right. This is you guys here all the time, yeah? You always are. This is your first time?
I'm from Minnesota.
All right. So are you enjoying yourself?
I am. This is awesome.
All right. Would you come back again?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to. It's kind of a far drive.
Hire these men. Hire both of them. Give them your pennies. They'll take cool pictures of you. I swear, I've seen them on the internet. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. So round 5, we got a couple new drivers out here. One of these being Radical Daniel. Let's go see how Rad Dan's day's turning out for him. Hey, sir, can I talk to you real quick? How big your wrench is?
Well, this is not a Sun-X tool. That was not mine.
Oh, was that yours, dude? Get that out of here, dude.
Okay, what are we talking about?
All right, so this is first time out here in Mid-Pond, correct?
Yeah, who's in there?
That's the box, dude. That's the internet. Say hello to the internet.
Okay.
All right.
So we.
First time out of Mid-Pond, yeah?
Yeah.
How are you enjoying yourself right now?
We're drifting, so I'm having fun. Come
Awesome.
on.
All right. You got some tires on the back. Any shouts you want to give?
Yeah, we got some GT Radial 255 Pro Spec tires. Don't usually drive those, but they hook up great, and we're having a blast on the Pro car.
All right, well, hold on. Let's get out of the way real quick so we're not in danger. All right.
Drifters coming through.
Yeah, watch out. Tight spit space down here in Mid-Pond. So Dan's first time out, round 5. He come down trying to shake the points up a little bit. Stoked to see his Super out here on track. You got anything you want to say? Hold on a second. Hold on. So you came back from Vegas, yeah?
Yeah, but you were asking me like if I wanted to shake things up or something like. What do I
you're here
expect
already to shake up points.
I mean, I keep seeing these posts and stuff on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, or whatever, and Taylor Hull keeps winning $6,000 over and over again. So we got the Pro car here. I made it out finally. We got to stop that. We got to put a stop to that, right?
All right, you heard it here. Dan's coming out for names. He's got names on the list.
He'll be here tomorrow. We'll mess with him.
Dan's out here getting his practice in, his first laps here in Mid-Pond. Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you for shaking with us. Yeah, very much, dude. Very much, yeah. Have fun, brother. Hey, Tom. I know you're talking to like these dorks, but like come over here and talk to us, all right? Yeah, these are guys on the internet. So look, we're starting to get our first free shower out here, The shower's available here in Mid-Pond. You got some laps down.
Yeah.
Corvette's still in one piece. Got some tire dust and some dust.
Yeah.
You'll be all right.
Bumper's a little hurt, but it's still there.
That's fine. How are you enjoying yourself here at Mid-Pond?
It's amazing so far. I mean, first time at Mid-Pond, first time running Klutch Kickers. So both experiences are top 10 right now, and together it makes it even better. The track is great, layout is great, everybody's great.
Hands feel great. Everything's awesome. You got big plans for the evening?
Yeah, probably go have drinks.
Simple. I'm going to go hang out with Tom here. Ben, hold it. Let's go drink, dude. Hey! Round 5, Klutch Kickers, $100,000 Drift Series. See Tom and all these other dorks out here throwing it down.
All right, and we are back. Got Adam making his way back downtown, walking fast. Getting ready for his battle. Could be his last battle. Who knows? I got faith in Adam. Speaking of which, I did want to speak a little bit to the judging decision between his battle with Taylor Hull. It actually did end up coming down to a rock, paper, scissors battle with our judges as to who would be the winner of the Taylor Hole versus Adam Heisman battle. It was a split decision. It was definitely not unanimous. Essentially, they both made very similar mistakes, but Taylor ended up making a little bit of a bigger mistake in outer zone 3. And so they ended up being a split kind of 2-1 for Adam. And then 1 for Taylor. So it was a very close battle. The leads were very similar, but it did come down, again, to those very small mistakes, which when you're in a competition like that, those small mistakes do add up, and they can make or break a decision for the judges. So that's ended up what played out here. So that's why we're seeing Adam making his way back around to battle out against Dan Berquette.
Yeah, we got Dan Berquette back out on the grid. Adam Heisman already patiently waiting. Both these gentlemen out here in their Formula D cars, out in the machines, had some tough battles. They're now in the defeated battle bracket. They're warming up their circles as we speak this beautiful evening here at Mid-Pond. As Tara has just noted, small mistakes here add up very quickly. This is not a large width track, so having 2 cars at full lock at maximum speed here on this track layout, small mistakes add up very quickly, and you run out of asphalt even quicker. You have to be on your A game, never mind the illumination and the tire smoke in the air, the track temperatures, the changes. It's been a long day, double elimination bracket. These guys have been battling it out. This is our 39th battle here today, and they're still not done. Whoever wins this has to go back up and go take out Dustin Miles twice to get that number 1 position. Dustin Miles still sitting with 2 lives, both these gentlemen, Dan Berquette and Adam Heisman, with 1 life left. Look at that. I love that from Heisman. I love the extra, strategy to go in it, regardless if it's just mental or not. Mental's almost 3/4 of the game of drifting. Then it's a quarter of machine, and the rest is all in the pants, fellas. Let's throw them down. Dan Berquette taking the lead in that Rat Industries Mark IV Supra. Adam Heisman trying not to make contact as they go through our touch and goes. Dan gets himself locked and loaded into outside zone number 1 as Heisman's right there on the door handle, barking at the side of the Supra as both drivers rotate out into outside zone number 2. Dan locks that rear bumper in early, but Heisman's right there on the side, barking on the door of that Supra, giving it just enough room to transition to outside 3. Dan's got to keep it on the asphalt. It looks like he does as he's just massaging the rear axles of that Supra across, as Heisman giving a little bit of patience to work his way into outside 4, diving through the smoke into outside 5. Heisman trying to bark at the side of the Supra as Dan's keeping his momentum solid over the finish line. A solid lead lap out of Dan. Heisman trying to utilize all of that real estate to his benefit, but now it is now Heisman's responsibility to lead. Let's run it back from the sky. Dan Berquette getting out to those touch and goes just like our Wallies and our judges wants to see. Doing a good job getting himself set up for outside zone of 1. Heisman's right there waiting for him though, barking that headlight of that S95 Mustang into the side of the Supra as both drivers transition to outside 2. Dan with a big old flick into outside 2, but Heisman's sitting there waiting patiently for his moves like a cobra in the bushes. He's waiting to bite at the side of that Supra. Oh, you get that. It's a Mustang Cobra. You see what I did there? Did it by accident. Even impressed myself sometimes. Here you go. Rad Dan doing a phenomenal job in his lead position, hitting the rear bumper of that vehicle exactly where our judges wanted to see it, but Adam Heisman taking every opportunity he can to showcase the aggression of that supercharged LS underneath the hood of that SN95 Mustang. Now we got these boys flipped back around, lights illuminated. Heisman now taking the lead, Berquette to chase. Let's see how it shakes down as Adam throwing the Mustang down the straight. That Jay-Z screaming right into his window as both drivers work their way into that first touch and go. Adam needs to get back out as Dan's right there on the back bumper. Adam doing a good job through those touch and goes and dumps himself in the outside 1, and this is as Dan's going to make his first move, getting to the side of the Mustang, trying to match the energy of aggression from Heisman as he's right there transitioning on the back bumper as Heisman locks himself into that outside zone number 2. Dan getting aggressive, giving just enough room to transition as both drivers barking to outside 3. Heisman keeping that rear bumper where our judges want to see, but Dan shortly behind him, utilizing that Jay-Z power to stretch back out with Heisman's pogo sticking through outside 4. Both drivers dump it to outside 5. Dan's right there showcasing that he's capable of barking and matching the energy. Fire coming out of the wastegate from the Jay-Z as Heisman's leading them over the finish line with some confidence. A great drive out of both these drivers. Let's go back up to the air to see what's going on. Heisman giving all the real estate through those first couple touch and goes for Dan to play with. Dan falling a little bit behind, maybe a little patience, making sure he can land in the outside zone number 1. Heisman doing a phenomenal job getting the Mustang where it needs to be. Dan's right there on the back bumper as Heisman's locked into outside zone number 2, giving enough time for Dan to play with. Dan too showcasing a lot of patience, learning how to drive mid-pond here as his first time, but Heisman also a first-timer, locked into his lead lap. Pogo sticking through 4, a big dump into 5. He cannot shake the Supra. We'll have to go to the telemetry data and our judges to see how our final verdict is. It might come down to lead versus lead because the aggression and the chase is there. They're giving the real estate. This is anybody's game. This is why I like doing this, not doing that. Let's see the telemetry from Race Data Labs. Berquette in that lead position. Oh, backy there. You see that? That was pretty neat. As it goes in, nice touch and go. Keeping that rear bumper where it needs to go is Adams keeping a nice mimicry of that purple overlay. You want to make sure that our chase driver is changing all that red to purple as much as possible, utilizing his coverage. You can see the trajectory underneath the rear wheels. Dan just throwing backies all everywhere out here. Look at that. Nice. All right, here we go. That proximity coming back down to. He is now stretching back out. Heisman shortly behind him. We can check all the accelerant and the decelerant data from both drivers. Heisman doing a fantastic job in the chase. Dan giving him some time to play. If you guys are looking for that same telemetry, make sure you go to data.racedatalabs.com. Screenshot it, screen record it. But it looks like we got a verdict here. And it looks like Dan Berquette gets the win. Dan Berquette gets the win, taking out Heisman. I think
it was all those backies.
It was all those backies. Dan Berquette grabs the win, knocking out Heisman. A great showcase from Heisman. Both these gentlemen, first time down at Mid-Pond, competing at Klutch Kickers, cleaning down his wild cards. Heisman, very much of a showcase of a great drive this weekend, taking out a lot of heavy hitters, taking out our points championship winner, Taylor Hull. But now Dan Berquette gets to run it back with Dustin Miles, who put him down in that defeated bracket anyway. But now he has to beat Dustin Miles twice in order to get that number 1 spot on the box. We're going to see a podium get in the pond. Renee, I'm sorry right now. That suit's going to smell real bad. We're going to get our winners of the podium. I'm going to push him in the pond. I can pick that guy up. He doesn't weigh that much. We got all the rest of our drivers back down and around. We'll get Dustin Miles back out in the field. Dan Berquette, new circles underneath. We'll get to our finals here. Potentially 2 more battles left here at round 5, the finale, Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Thank you guys for joining us on the live stream. Thanks for hanging out in the chat. Thanks for keeping it PG-13. Love to see it. Tara, thanks for being here.
Oh, thanks for being here with me. I appreciate you. I don't know how you're not freezing right now. That temp dropped quick. I'm cold. If anybody's listening and you're here, will you please go in my car hauler and grab the Klutch Kickers hoodie for me? It's a small, right as you come up the ladder. Please, appreciate you. How are you not cold?
I'm from the Northeast. This is wonderful right now.
You got that thick skin.
This is ideal temperature. I'm running top tier. I got enough energy drinks in here to take down a large horse. I'm running at 99%, 7,900 RPM, push rod engine, mold, small block Chevy. Keeping the energy high. Plus, these guys are throwing down. It's entertaining to watch. It's real easy to stay warm when the battles are hot, The fire's cooking. My shoes are off, toes in the fire. My socks are singed. I'm ready to party. Someone bring me some marshmallows and a good stick, Something with some length. Yeah, chat, you know what I'm talking about. All right. Guys, don't go anywhere after our battles. We're going to go jump right into our podium ceremony. If you guys saw anything go round 4, I'm going to try to get these guys into the water. It is definitely a little chillier than our round 4's conclusion here.
Yeah, I think Taylor Hull made the right choice by going ahead and diving into the pond during round 4 to celebrate his victory. I don't think you're going to be able to convince him to go in tonight.
You guys are really arguing about pro spec. Look at Josh dialing it out. Chat's really harping on pro spec, yada, yada, yada. Dan's on a 255 GT radial. It's a pro spec tire. Adam Heisman is on a Kenda 300 treadwear tire. I think he threw on maybe a couple 200s. He was being selective with his choices. Car, dude. Car is car. I don't care where it went or what it does. Car is car. Bring your car out. Sign up. You guys can make excuses all you want. But, come out. Swing your stuff around. Let me see what you got. I'll bring my car, too. We'll come play. We'll have a great time. We'll drink a ton of water. We'll get hydrated. We can hang out, here at Mid-Pond, Raceway and Event Complex. I know you guys are like, well, where can we get signed up? It's not on the thing yet. We go to clutchkickers.com. It's not available yet. DM us. Slide in the DMs. Get on the Instagram. You personally DM me. I'll make sure I'll lock you in. I'm not even supposed to do this. I might even give you early bird pricing. Get locked up right now. Season passes. Let's get it started. Because you signed up for 2026. Let's do it. DM. Let's go in. Yeah, wins, stinky
Director of Marketing here, Mike Prez.
Ooh. Rad Industries in the chat. Renee gave the go-ahead. Dan, you're getting wet. I don't even care if you want to get in there or not. We're getting wet. I got to change the clothes. I ain't scared. I brought a whole book bag this time. You know what I mean? I got extra underwear. All right, I'm excited. Looking forward to the last couple battles here. Potentially 2 more if Dan can pull out a win first. Dustin Miles sitting with 2 lives in our winner's bracket. We're already sitting with the rest of our podium. We'll get the rest of our top 16 drivers announced. As soon as we calculate the rest, we'll get that announced probably tomorrow for you guys. We pay out to the 16, so congratulations to all of our drivers that showed up and battled their way through all the brackets. We'll get our points calculated. We're not really worried about our points championship. Taylor Hull locked that in last round. And right now, it's a battle of the wild cards that have showed up here to really shake it up. Taylor was, I think Taylor was talking some smack over at SEMA and, really started driving everybody in.
Okay.
Now we got a party on our hands.
Dustin Miles, too. Dustin Miles was out there really trying to preach the gospel of clutch kickers, and lo and behold, look at what happened.
Well, I mean, look, I told you, man, if you're going to talk the smack, you better stand on it. Show your receipts. The Wally system's out here. You can't argue it. Dustin Miles sitting on the top right now, sitting pretty. 2 lives left.
Speaking of which, we got Dustin making his way out onto the track right now, as he gets ready to make what could be his final battle. Could be the first of 3 battles left for him. Who knows?
Dan Savage in the chat, always just making demands. No, dude, click the live bracket. Hit that link, dude. You owe me a back bumper anyway. Looking forward to driving with Dustin Miles, Dan Savage, Curtis, driving another one of Dustin's cars. We're going to drive up to Summit Point Raceway, 100 Drifters of December. I think there's over 300 drivers signed up right now. If you guys want to get signed up, go ahead and out there. We're going to go party with everybody we party with. Renee, let me hang out with Dan for a little while longer. Can Dan come out and play, Renee? I knew you were smart. Not the bumper. All right, stoked to have you guys in the chat. Love to see all the energy here. Thank you guys all for joining us the entire day. It has been a long day. I've been here since, 5? I got down here Thursday. I drove 12 hours. And honestly, guys, once you drive like that 12-hour drive, it's not bad the second time, It doesn't get worse. Plus, there's a Buc-ee's on the way, dude. You know how comfortable a Buc-ee's is? I could take a nap.
It's pretty plush.
I could take a nap on that toilet.
It's pretty plush.
Its own private. Dude, they have little green and red lights now. I don't know. Yeah. So in the bathroom, it was at Seaverville or wherever I stopped. You go in the bathroom, when you lock the door, it's got a whole lamp, and it changes from green to red. So it's occupido. Yeah. What? No, it's outside.
Okay,
let other people know.
Okay.
The Airbnb's got underglow in the chairs.
Oh, that's what it is. All right.
The day I see underglow on a toilet, I'm out, though. That's where I draw the line.
Is that where you draw the line? Really?
I don't
want on toilets?
I don't want to see it illuminated. It came out of me. I'm done with it. It has left the chat. It's gone. I don't need to see that no more. Yeah, any Buc-ee's fans in the chat? The Boosies? All right.
Oh, 280Z. Get that out of here.
We got our drivers out back onto the lanes. Dan Berquette has got to take out Dustin Miles twice to get that #1 spot on the podium. Dustin Miles standing with 2 lives. All he has to do is beat Dan Berquette once, and he'll get that #1 space. Make sure you guys join us for our podium ceremony, where I'm going to spear tackle Radical Daniel into the pond. No promises. Hopefully he goes under his own consent, but Renee already gave me the green light, so all hold bars. The lights are illuminated. Let's get this battle underway. This is the finals here, potentially, of round 5, the finale of Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Dan Berquette taking the lead. Dustin Miles to chase him down. Dan shoving in, getting out to that first touch and go, stretched out to that second touch and go, doing a good job. Bounces into outside. Getting landed into outside zone number 1. It's Dustin Miles trying to find his position in right behind the Supra, going through outside zone number 1. As both of them scream those JZs past the judges' towers into outside zone number 2. Dan's rear bumper is locked where it needs to be. Dustin trying to stay out of the smoke line as they both rotate into outside 3. Dan keeping it on the asphalt and out of the dirt, doing a fantastic job in the lead position, and Dustin trying to take every opportunity he possibly can behind him, taking that aggression, jumping and leaving into the smoke line, and it looks like Dustin's going to get a little wet and wild as Dan Berquette goes over the finish line. Dustin keeps it off of the asphalt, out of the dirt, and across the finish line as well, surviving the lap. We'll go back to the air to see what transpired as Dan going through our touch-and-go checklist that our judges have asked our drivers to perform. Dan doing a fantastic job in that Rad Industry Supra as he goes into outside zone number 1. Here's where Dustin starts to make his move now, trying to stay out of that smoke line, getting a little stabby there, jumps through the smoke line back into outside zone number 2, where Dan has locked down that Mark IV all the way through outside 2, getting set up into outside 3. Dustin doing a good job keeping there, setting himself up for the big stretch out to outside 4, where they can let those JZs sing all the way through, but Dan is locked and loaded in his lead lap. You can see where Dustin got a little wet and wild there. We'll have to go back to our telemetry data to see what has transpired, but nonetheless, let's go to the second half of the battle here, where, excuse me, where Dustin Miles is now in the lead and Dan Berquette is the chase. All right, if you're just joining us, you missed out on some great fun. But this is the finals here, the finale, round 5, Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. This is Dustin Miles taking his lead, Dan Berquette to chase him down. Some Formula Drift drivers. We are now a Formula D feeder series, thanks to our friends at Formula Drift. We got a couple of these drivers out here showing out, seeing if they can take home the big checks, hang out with the ducks in the pond, having a great old time, staying hydrated. Got great snacks, great vibes, good people. Tire smoke in the air. And Josh, look at him.
And Josh.
Look at the intensity of that elbow. If he was yelling at me, I'd be so scared. All right, Dustin Miles taking that lead lap. This is the second half of the battle. Dustin with 2 lives left. Dan Berquette looking to take home that number 1 spot. He's got to do it twice. Let's see if he can pull it off right here. Number 1 out. Miles starts screaming away from it. And Miles with a shutdown. Dan Berquette doing a fantastic job avoiding major contact. And it sounds pretty clanky coming out of Dustin Miles, but the man does have 2 lives. Let's see how it transpires. It looks like Dan, safe and sound, rotating the car back around. We're going to get him flipped back through. We'll have to get some communication over to the camp over at Dustin Miles to see what went down. Let's look at it from the air. Dustin Miles throws it back in, getting into that first touch and go, stretches out to that second touch and go. Dan Berquette shortly behind him. Dan makes the move, and just as he does that, a perfect read, in my opinion, as Dustin Miles shuts it down. That's a lot of intensity driving down into that outside zone. Dan showcased a lot of patience, and unfortunately, Dustin Miles seems to have a mechanical issue that shut his vehicle down to a stop. Dan saving the Supra, saving the fiberglass panels on the side of that thing. Still pretty, still glowing, but he's now patiently waiting, potentially taking out one of the lives of Dustin Miles. Hopefully, it's not a major catastrophe, and Miles does not have to bow out of competition due to a mechanical failure. We'll have to get an update of what's going on. Hopefully it's something light. I'm sure the entire paddock is already over there elbow deep trying to get a wind and a glimpse of what's going down and how to help. Thus the vibes here are immaculate. Thank you guys for joining us here at Klutch Kickers on the live stream, on the YouTube. Big shout to Ben and the Drift Sessions guys for making this production happen. Big shout to Tara, helping me keep my sanity over here.
This is you sane?
Yeah, you should see me loose.
Oh, Lord.
Don't worry. Frank's got water. We still got our award banquet today down at 9 p.m. for our driver presenter crew. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. A big shout and congratulations to all of the drivers that have signed up all season long. The progression from an outside perspective, with all honesty, has been a treat to watch.
Well, friends, fans of Dustin Miles, I hate to break it to you.
Yikes.
Speaking of broken, Dustin Miles is officially out. He is broken beyond repair. Not sure what clanking noise we heard as he was coming into the pits. Could have been drive shaft, could have been a number of things, but he is for sure out. So Dan Berquette is going to make his by-run victory lap, per se. Of course, he has to prove that his car can move under its own power. Already well under its way.
Dan just out there for the sport of it here at Mid-Pond. We're going to collect all of our drivers and get them out there. We'll get a little podium ceremony, but let's get a big congratulations taking out the man in one swing, 2 lives, and saving his car in the Notion. Letting the Jay-Z sing, Dan Berquette with that Rad Industries Mark IV Supra. Looks like he's going to walk away with a win. We're going to get the big checks written up. We're going to get some celebratory in. Renee, I'm sorry. You're going to have to wash that suit. We're going to get that man in the pond with the ducks. But make some noise for Radical Daniel out here, taking out Dustin Miles in the finals with style, poise, stoic, out here enjoying himself.
That's what we want to see right here. Well done, Dan. Fantastic energy all weekend. Great to have you with us here at Klutch Kickers at Mid-Pond.
Running it backwards, enjoying himself here at Mid-Pond. We have a fun day scheduled tomorrow. Come out and drive. There's tires left on a lot of these boys' boats. All right, let's go celebratory win. Dan, congratulations, brother.
Rad Dan Berquette. Fantastic day for him today. Fantastic day for all of our drivers. We're going to start getting them lined up into our podium circle here so we can pass out some big checks, some big money, some steering wheels from Scott, Grip Royal. Thank you, Scott. We appreciate you as always. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. As Mike has mentioned multiple times, we are nothing without you, so we do appreciate you being here with us all day. It has been a long day. It's been a very, very long day. So we appreciate you being here with us while we yap, while we walk through all of the ins and outs, the drama, the random solar flare that for whatever reason took out our live stream there for about 15, 20 minutes. Did a little impromptu live stream on Instagram. Glad we were able to at least show you those runs that you did miss between Jake Clark, Andrew Smith, Dan Berquette. A couple of others that were missed during that time frame. Of course, we will hopefully have those recorded and up for you via social media. So if you are not already following us on Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube, of course, subscribe. Please give us a follow, Klutch Kickers, at Instagram and on Facebook. Got our drivers making their way down to the podium, which is not actually an official podium, it's a mound. Andrew Grindle, Adam Heisman. I believe I'm saying his last name right. Mike's been saying Heisman the whole time. I'm pretty sure it's Heisman. Y'all correct me in the chat. I want to be politically correct, but please let me know for sure. Beautiful shot of our drone pilots here as we get everybody onto the podium to hand out some checks. Danny, pipe it down over there. I am right. It is Heisman. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you. I do want to try to be politically correct, make sure I'm representing you drivers as best I can. But hey, if you want to be a driver here next year, as Mike mentioned, we will have the registration form coming up soon. We will have our schedule coming out soon as well. We had a couple of different schedules that we were waiting to come out before we officially released ours. So I would say maybe within the next week, 2 weeks, you should see that on the social medias. MG Stunts, you may get your wish. Mike is a man of his word. I didn't think it would be possible to get Taylor Hole.
S14.9. Let's see what's in
the
there,
pond.
Let's get nosy.
And our man Mike delivered.
We can get nosy. Oh, yeah, that's supercharged. Big old wad of a unit here.
Look at that. I stand corrected.
Little wobble.
Thank you,
That thing
Mike.
doesn't weigh anything. Big shout to
It
Andrew
is
Grindle and
supercharged.
his team.
Thank you, Mike.
Look at that. Even the Aerolac. There we go. That's more on brand there. All right, let's move on. Oh, he's got pins. Hey, Heisman. Like, I'm just kidding. Oh, yeah, that's a small blower in there. Small blower. Big old oil catch. That's not an oil catch can. We know that. But Heisman, Adam Heisman, LS-powered S95 Mustang. We'll put his pin back because, we don't want any mishaps. How come none of these guys' right pins work, man? What's going on there? All right. Last but not least, let's pop them open. Passenger side just doesn't work, Dan Berquette. Well, Austin air filter, dude. Running it raw. Crazy. No condom on there. Dan Berquette taking out the wins here. We'll start collecting our drivers out. Put the hood back down, Get a latch in there. Okay. There we go. We got 2 of them. All right. Let's start collecting our drivers out here. Tara, come join me out here. Big shout to Tara for joining us out in the booth. Love having her out here. Love the energy here. Tara, you got anything you want to say to the people on the internet?
Sign up. Come party with us. Even if you're not a driver, come spectate. It's fun. It's family fun. Bring the kids, bring the dogs, bring whomever. We're here to have a good time.
Here at Mid-Pond Raceway and Event Complex. All right, you ready to rock? Let's start getting some events out there. Let's go with our 4th place finisher here. All right, let me double check with the math. All right. Well, yeah, I'll grab it. All right. So we got our first big check here with our commas. Our 4th place finisher here at round 5, the finale $100,000 drift series here at Klutch Kickers from Mid-Pond. Make some noise from the man with that S14.4, Andrew Grindle, taking home $1,500. Big shout to him. Go ahead, go stand on top of the car. You're done for the season. Go make a spectacle of yourself. Yeah, there you go. On top of the box, number 4, taking home a big check. Yeah, do it. Send it. Oh, man, he was in it. He was ready. All right. Nah, dude, you're getting into the water. Oh, yeah, dude, we're getting in there. You got shorts on. You're ready to roll, brother. All right, that's fine. I already dropped my stuff off. Electronics are out of my pocket. You think I'm not going to spear tackle Rad Dan? All right, here we go. Our number 3 finisher sitting in 3rd place here, round 5, the finale of Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Make some noise for Adam Heisman. Taking home that big check. Big banks take big checks, and a grip royal steering wheel. A big shout out to Adam Heisman taking his supercharged LS-powered SN95 Mustang to the top. Go ahead, climb on top of it, dude. You got body work to do anyway. Yeah. What a dent. What a guy. He's a pretty light dude. Yeah. Yeah. Popped right out, dude. Ford products. All right. We kind of already know what happened and transpired here. So we're going to award our 1st place finish to our winner here, top of the box, standing out a finisher. Make some noise for Dan Berquette, taking home the win here in that Rad Industries Supra, taking home $6,000 and a grip royal steering wheel, thanks to $100,000 Klutch Kickers. But let's not forget the man who was sitting at the top and broke it, went out with style, as always, Dustin Miles. Another win here, riding it into the sunset with a big check. As always, thank you guys for joining us here at the finale of round 5. A big shout to all 4 of our top drivers. Hey, Dan, you want to go swimming?
If you have a bar of soap in your pocket, I'm going to...
All right, someone take the microphone. Someone take the microphone. Where's the mic?
Into the season, it's fine, right? Yeah, we get a new season.
Sorry, Renee. Thank you guys for joining us here at Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. A big congratulations to Dan Berquette taking home the number 1 spot, and all of our drivers.
We just got to drink duck water.
Oh, well, yo, that muck is deep.
I liked it. I liked
All
being
right.
in there with you.
Thank you guys. Get signed up. 2026. Let's go out for a party. Let's go drink some water, fellas. Welcome to Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, now a Formula Drift Pro-Am feeder series. Get signed up, 2026, scheduled to be released soon.